At school, he was a ghost, the loser everyone picked on. Until today, everything changed. This power, it was unreal. His body, a loaded weapon. So much power, he joked he'd go bald from the strain. The running test. He didn't just break the record, he annihilated it. Push-ups, same story. Then, the weightlifting test. They ran out of weights for him to lift. The entire class just stared. Shock curdled into fear. This was the same kid they'd pushed around. He was never, ever this strong. If I'd known, I would have stayed far away. But this wasn't the whole story. It wasn't always like this. Just a short while ago, he was the only one to fail the hunter qualification exam. As his classmates celebrated, Kanagi Manado was an island, drowning in the sound of their victory. His third failure, left behind to clean an empty classroom. The silence was deafening, the weight of his failure crushing him. A wave of worthlessness crashed over him. Then, a classmate appeared in the doorway. He was told to go to the main entrance. Everyone was. The reason? A man who was more legend than student. Hizaki Kai's, the legendary A-rank hunter. He'd walked these very halls before becoming a national icon. Now he was back, filming a documentary to immortalize his own heroic tale. A model student, they said. But the truth, hidden just beyond the camera's lens, was a much darker story. Hizaki Kai's was the monster who had made Minato's life a living hell. Just thinking his name sent a shard of ice through Minato's veins. But the story Hizaki Kai's sold to the cameras was a lie, a fantasy where Minato was his best friend, the one who supposedly tutored him. He even fabricated a story about Minato lending him money, twisting Minato's family problems into a prop for his own heroic narrative, each lie, a brushstroke painting the monster as a saint. And Minato, trapped, powerless, could only stand there and choke down the poison, nodding to every last word. Every camera flash burned the real memories deeper into his mind. The pain, the humiliation. This wasn't dislike, it was a hatred bone deep, born from pure despair. When the cameras finally left, that familiar, crushing emptiness returned. The suffocating truth that he was too weak to change anything. It hadn't always been this way. As a child, Minato lost himself in books, in the great epics, of the legendary founders who saved the world. He remembered the stories of when the Tower of Malevolence first tore open the sky, a scar on the horizon that almost erased humanity with the nightmares it unleashed. But in that darkest hour, heroes rose from the ashes. They stood against the tide and saved everyone. They were real heroes. One legend spoke of a single man against 10,000 soldiers, with nothing but a wooden stick in his hand. It could have been anything at all, even a simple pencil, a mage so powerful. They could bend reality with a mere thought, no incantation needed. This wasn't some fantasy. This was history, written over 100 years ago. Now, those pioneers are worshipped as gods. To have that mark sear itself onto your skin, it meant you had the spark, the potential to join them, and awakened, destined for greatness, for glory. But for Minato, that destiny was a bitter lie. He'd failed the test 3 separate times. His dream was a ghost, but as he walked away from the wreckage of his future, a voice cut through the fog of his despair. Hizaki Kai's, a classmate in name only, offered him a deal. He claimed he'd pulled strings, convincing the association to grant Minato one last retest. The meeting place was set, the Founders' Sanctuary, later that same day. Minato's thoughts were a whirlwind of doubt and suspicion. He knew Hizaki's type, but if this was just another publicity stunt to make himself look good, he didn't care. As long as it gave him one final shot, one last, desperate grasp at the dream. Minato was all in. At the hallowed Founders Mausoleum, the stage was perfectly set. The glare of news cameras was blinding, capturing the final take. The lens focused on Hizaki, a perfect hero standing before the sacred tomb. He delivered a flawless, rehearsed speech. When the interview finally ended, the camera crew was practically buzzing. Reporters showered him with thanks, ecstatic with the story he'd handed them. Hizaki played the humble savior to perfection. He couldn't wait to see their article, he said, his smile never faltering. But the moment their van was out of sight, the mask shattered. He turned, descending deeper into the tomb where his men were already at work in the shadows. Well, his voice echoed, cold and hard. Did you find it? Is this the way in? He demanded. With greedy eyes, his men pointed toward a hidden passage. Is this what you've been looking for? But a voice suddenly sliced through the heavy silence from behind them. Minato had just arrived. He was only there for an exam. Instead, he found this desecration. To him, this ground was sacred. The legacy of every hero he ever looked up to was buried here. He tried to stop them, a desperate, hopeless gesture. In reply, Hizaki Kai struck him. The full, crushing force of an A-rank awakened. The impact. A sickening crack of bone and spirit. Minato felt something essential inside him, splinter and die. The men just jeered, boasting they'd stripped the tomb of everything valuable, relics that were meant to be protected forever. The world swam in a haze of red, so this was how it ended, and his only thought was of the raw, burning injustice. This was a line that should never have been crossed. Hizaki Kai's grabbed Minato by the collar, hauling him up like a rag doll. "I know exactly who you are," he sneered. "The weakest student in the entire academy. Always hiding in the library, obsessed with the ghosts of the past." His perfect, twisted plan was already unfolding. He would toss the boy's broken body into the river, let it wash up just behind the sanctuary, and let a dead man take the fall for defiling the Founder's tomb. That first blow wasn't a warning, it was an execution. As he was thrown, as the cold water rushed up to claim him, not a single spark of strength remained. As darkness swallowed him whole, his life flickered past every bead of sweat, every day of torturous training. All those sleepless nights, chasing a dream that was never meant for him, it was all for nothing. And yet, in the deepest pit of that crushing despair, ancient lights began to wake. The lake's icy embrace simply melted away, replaced by a deep warmth blooming from their ethereal glow. Whispers from a forgotten age echoed in his soul, naming him the chosen vessel for this era. These were the fabled time's heroic spirits asterisk, their power chained to this watery grave. And on Minato's hand, the time's crest of nothingness times pulsed with a faint light, a mark that granted no power of its own, yet held the very key to claiming the soul of any founder. Minato stood before an impossible choice. Which legendary legacy would he chain himself to? The path of infinite magic, or the way of unbreakable defense? Unrivaled swordsmanship, or the peerless art of the spear? He could choose only one, but Minato denied their terms, his soul roaring a single, defiant answer. He wouldn't choose. He would take them all. The spirit shrieked. Such an act was forbidden, impossible, but his will was absolute, dragging them one by one into the Crest's waiting void. Every last heroic soul was devoured by the seal on his hand. Above, Hyakki and his lackeys were still savoring their triumph, until a violent blast tore the lake's calm surface asunder. The sudden storm sent them scrambling, one of them pathetically fumbling with an umbrella against the deluge. Through the downpour, the three thugs could only stare in disbelief. The figure hovering without effort above the churning water was Minato, the same weak, pathetic boy they had just sent to a watery grave. But as he descended, it was an entirely different person who landed on the shore. The look in his eyes, it belonged to someone else. Their mockery, however, did not stop. They sneered that not even a roach was that hard to kill. Minato's gaze fell upon a broken branch. He picked it up. His two attackers erupted in laughter. "You're really going to fight us with a stick? Who do you think you are, some legendary hero?" Minato said nothing, simply testing the branch's weight in his hand. Hizaki's voice then sliced through the air, cold and sharp. "Make sure he returns to the bottom of that lake, permanently." One of the thugs grinned, his sword already drawn. "My pleasure. I'll toss Minato's corpse back in myself," he charged. A flash of steel, a blur of motion. The thug froze, confusion painting his face, an instant before his body fell apart. Hizaki's jaw went slack. The larger goon stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the sight. This couldn't be the same person. This wasn't the worthless kid they'd left to die. The last thug roared, unleashing his strongest spell. Minato was infamous for his 0 mana. This blast should have wiped him from existence. The boy simply lifted a single finger, uttering no sound. A spear of pure lightning tore through the clear sky. With a target that big, a miss was impossible, but a look of pure, primal terror still flooded Hizaki's face. Because that power, that was the impossible art of times, incantationless spell-casting asterisk. That sword stance, it was as if the sword saint himself was made flesh before him, a living legend, and the magic arcing from his body, the lost art of the one and only archmage. Hizaki's mind fractured. The souls of all 106 founders now blazed within Kanagi. A new name will be carved into history tonight. Kanagi's voice resounded, a cold, final judgment. And yours, Hizaki, will be remembered right beside it. A chilling beat. As the first evil eye, Kanagi Manado, have purged from this world. He took a single, heavy step. Hizaki was paralyzed, a monument to his own terror. The impossible truth washed over him, a suffocating tide. The boy he had dismissed as nothing had just consumed the souls of legends with the crest of nothingness, and inside Kanagi, a storm of souls was raging. The founders roared, tasting freedom for the first time in centuries, unchained. Freedom was a symphony of chaos, a clash of wills already at war for control of their new prize. But through that hurricane of voices, one cut through the noise. The fabled swordsman, Hinoi Raichu, spoke directly into Kanagi's mind. His tone was relaxed, almost indifferent. "Not shocked, you know my name, kid. So, what's the move?" He mentally waved Hizaki away like a gnat. "Because he's a nobody. The real threat is standing right behind him." Kanagi's focus sharpened into a razor's edge. He turned his attention back to the man before him, to Hizaki, who could do nothing but tremble, his entire world unmade. Hizaki bluffed, trying to leverage his A-rank status. Kanagi didn't even grant him a word. Just one punch. Hizaki was launched. Kanagi's gaze then snapped toward the ominous bag. It was practically vibrating, leaking a malevolent aura. As his eyes locked onto it, An overwhelming torrent of power erupted from within. The raw force staggered him. Manhwa, however, remained utterly unfazed. A faint, knowing smirk graced his lips. Meanwhile, across the city, a colossal, three-headed wolf was tearing the streets to shreds. A desperate scream cut through the pandemonium, pleading for someone named Kisaragi to save them. Without a single moment of hesitation, Kisaragi was in motion. A streak of impossible speed. He vaulted above the monster, his sword poised high. The blade fell. Waterfall impact *. The A-rank beast was felled in one flawless strike. The crowd erupted. A wave of cheers for the S-rank hunter. Kisaragi offered a humble nod, then asked, "Where is Hizaki?" One of his men scoffed. "Hizaki's probably caught up in some interview." He added with a bitter twist, "Must be nice, being called the Young Hope." Kisaragi simply waved it off. His fame is a good thing for the guild. Let him enjoy it. But as they turned to leave, a crushing wave of pressure descended, smothering the entire city. The cheers died, replaced by screams. Raw panic flooded the streets. Veteran hunters are collapsing, their bodies failing under the invisible weight. Kisaragi watches his own partner gasp, clawing at his throat for air that isn't there. A ranks, B ranks, their status means nothing. They're all dropping like flies. A chilling certainty settles in his bones. He doesn't need a system alert to confirm it. An S rank is here. This crushing pressure, this overwhelming aura of pure terror, it's all bleeding from the Founders Mausoleum. Meanwhile, deep in the forest's core, a quaking Hizaki scrambles backward. He can only stare in horror as a living nightmare slithers from the bag. His voice shatters. Is that a demon? What in the hell is that thing? Kanagi's tone is pure ice. Hizaki's greed didn't just line his pockets. It broke the seal on one of the tower's primordial terrors. But inside Kanagi's mind, Hinoi's ancient gaze analyzes the abomination with cold precision. He recognizes this presence. It is the void made manifest. This creature is in a league far beyond any S rank. A memory surfaces. Its poisonous aura alone could erase a nation, and in his era, abominations like this were just another common enemy. The truth shatters Hizaki's mind. His sanity frays. He turns. He runs. Every instinct screams at him. To stay is to be annihilated. But Kanagi knows the predator's game. He screams a warning, a desperate, futile cry. Running only makes you the prey. But it is far, far too late. The instant Hizaki bolted, the monster became a blur of impossible speed. A grotesque tentacle lashed out, aimed directly for his heart. He raised his sword, a fraction too slow. The appendage pierced clean through him, exploding from his chest. The legendary blade that once felled a dragon was now completely and utterly useless. The creature's foul tendrils crawled over Hizaki's body, siphoning the very life from his being as his final, desperate screams were swallowed by the silence. Kanagi, however, simply stood and watched. He knew this was how the hero's story had to end. In the quiet that followed, Hinoi's spirit placed a spectral hand on Kanagi's shoulder. "Care for a demonstration of my times? One-handed sword-style *?" he proposed, making a shameless bid for absolute control over their new vessel. Before Kanagi could even register the question, the other founders erupted, grabbing Hinoi by the hair, snarling that he wouldn't monopolize their powerful new body. But it was Kanagi's voice that cut through their squabbling like a blade. He laid down his own conditions. "No single one of you gets to be in charge. This body will be shared by all of you." He then declared that the day would come when he would grow strong enough to surpass every last one of them. He would prove his worth with nothing but his own strength. "If you want to use my body, then you will have to show me what real power looks like." Stunned silent by his raw audacity, Hinoi's shock twisted into a hungry, predatory grin as he readied his sword, the first to accept the boy's challenge. Hinoi seized control, a silent surge, his spirit overriding Kanagi's. His command echoed to the spirits within. Follow. Hinoi's will became the arm that lifted the sword. Kanagi's body was a mere vessel. The blade aimed for the beast's limbs, guided by an ancestor's perfect form. The sword sang. One clean arc, a colossal arm fell, a roar of agony. The monster struck back, a blow meant to crush. But it wasn't just Kanagi anymore. Another ancestor surfaced, a phantom of pure speed. The attack met nothing but air. Spirit after spirit, power stacked on power. A new soul ignited impossible strength. He caught its flailing tentacles, heaved, and slammed the beast into the earth. The ground itself shuddered. In a flash, a bow was in his hands. A volley of arrows tore through its hide like it was paper. The real assault had just begun. Raging tempest, dragon's breath, glacial shard, a maelstrom of skills unleashed. A desperate strike from below. Kanagi's eyes blazed with golden light. The archmage awakened. Raw lightning seared down, charring flesh and bone. One final leap. He hung suspended in the air. Hinoi's spirit took complete command. His hand gripped the hilt of Hizaki's broken blade, channeling the founder's signature one-handed style. Giru Tachi, wave, cutting blade *. A flash of silver. The demon was split in two, its rampage silenced. As the halves crashed down, a weary, triumphant smile touched Kanagi's lips. But he wasn't alone. From a silent branch, a single raven had witnessed everything. Miles away, above the glittering city, a man stood on a skyscraper. The wind tore at his coat as he answered his phone. His face hardened. The monster was dead already. Who got to it? Which top guild responded? He demanded. But the voice on the line hesitated. Sir, the raven's footage shows. A pause. An academy student. He did it alone. Silence. The man, Chihara Midori, the world's strongest awakened, finally spoke. I want to meet this student. The next morning, Midori held court from a throne of fresh monster corpses. As he casually dialed the academy director, he didn't waste time. That S-rank monster from yesterday. I wasn't the one who killed it. My raven puts the kill on a Kanagi Manado. The name gave Midori pause. Wasn't that the name of the kid who failed the hunter exam for 3 years straight? A slow, dangerous smile spread across his lips. Director, I'll be needing a small favor. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the air crackled with whispers. Everyone remembered. That suffocating aura from the day before. The pressure that froze them in place. And now, they were hearing the impossible. Murmurs echoed everywhere. Who was this hero? Who could slay such a beast? But their gossip was just noise. Kanagi stumbled across the campus, his body a wreck. He collapsed against a tree, shaking uncontrollably. Their excited theories buzzed around him, unheard. His victory was a secret. His agony was a silent scream. Then a sharp impact. A careless shoulder knocked him off balance. He hit the ground hard. The student sneered down. An S-rank? You? Don't make me laugh. You're pathetic. If he only knew the truth. The irony was a poison. He'd won, yes, but only as a vessel for the Founder's overwhelming power. Now, the strings were severed. The price had come due. The recoil burned through his veins, a torment threatening to swallow him whole. His arms gave out, trembling. He couldn't push himself up. Then, a voice cut through his mind, sharp, mocking. Hinoi, didn't you swear you'd surpass us? The words were a challenge, a deliberate taunt. Get up, boy, this is just pathetic. The insult struck a nerve deep within Kanagi. His promise. He clenched his jaw, fighting the fire inside. He pushed, he rose, he stood. Asterisk, I will. Asterisk, he vowed silently. A dry laugh answered in his head. That's better. Show me that fire. The ancient spirit's attention shifted, his gaze sweeping over the students with a dismissive sigh. These so-called awakeners. They're no better than ordinary humans. Pathetic shadows of the warriors from my time. Hinoi's thought was a cold certainty. If the tower appeared now, they would all perish. Kanagi's world was crumbling. But that crushing despair was shattered in a single moment. The air crackled. A crushing pressure slammed down nearby. He saw it in Hinoi's spirit form a flash of pure, unfiltered shock. But the spirit hid it instantly, concealing the truth. A professor's voice broke the tension, shouting Kanagi's name. He steeled himself for the final blow, the expulsion letter. Every step felt like a march to his own execution. 3 failures. 3 times, they called him worthless. This was the end. No more second chances. But those weren't the words he heard. The professor pointed to the field. Re-examination. Now. Kanagi's mind went numb. The world stopped. Faces crowded the classroom windows, staring. Whispers erupted through the crowd. A re-examination? It was unprecedented. Impossible. On the field, every eye in the academy was locked on him. Kanagi sank into a sprinter's crouch, his muscles coiling like springs. His body screamed, but his will was unbreakable. First test, the 100-meter dash. The same student who'd knocked him down started talking trash, his voice dripping with scorn. Failure. The word echoed as the pistol cracked. The crowd gasped as one. A blur, a shockwave of air. He was already across the finish line. The timer flashed, 1.2 seconds. The academy record of 2.7 seconds wasn't just broken, it was annihilated. Next, the 30,000-meter run, done in 1 minute and 17 seconds. Another legend shattered. And for every test after, it was the same story of absolute domination. Push-ups, sprints. Every physical test was a joke. He didn't just break the records, he annihilated them, doubling every last one. The crowd of students could only stare in stunned silence. Even Kanagi was shocked, wondering if this was some blessing from the founders. But Hinoi just shook her head, a proud smile on her face. This is all you. Miles away, in the headmaster's office, Midori's eyes narrowed, scanning the impossible new data in Kanagi's file. The headmaster sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. His physical scores are monstrous. Frankly, they're unbelievable. But the real problem has always been his magic. For 3 long, agonizing years, every assessment was identical. Mana levels, absolute 0. A complete void. Nothing there to even measure. That single damning fact had branded him a hopeless case. From the corner, however, Midori's secretary just smirked. She knew the real show was just about to begin. Back on the sun-baked training grounds, the final challenge awaited. Kanagi stood before the machine that had defined his failure. The mana measurement test. The professor's voice was a distant drone. Channel his mana, spin the massive fan for 30 seconds. The record to beat, a staggering 4,022 rotations. As Kanagi placed a hand on the cold, unforgiving metal, the ghosts of his past rushed in. This same test, this same humiliation. He remembered the desperate strain, the raw, burning effort he had poured in for nothing. He remembered the fan, utterly motionless, not a twitch, not a single tremor. It was the curse that had caged him his entire life. But this time was different. It had to be. This wasn't like before. For the first time, he felt it, a raging torrent of power, roaring through his very soul. A spark ignited in his right foot. It spiraled upward, becoming a hurricane of pure energy that consumed him. A perfect circuit, and in that instant, he understood. His breath was the key, the throttle to an engine of unimaginable power. He could control it. He could command it. He could unleash it all, right from the palm of his hand. The professor gave the signal. Kanagi let it all go. Instant chaos. The fan became a screaming blur. The counter went insane. Digits flashed, a meaningless stream too fast to process. A gale tore across the field. Students shielded their eyes from the blast, the numbers now impossible to see. The speed just kept climbing. Higher, faster, beyond every known limit. Then, with a shriek of tortured metal, the machine exploded. The fan blade ripped free from its housing. It tore through the air like a silver guillotine. Screams erupted. Students dove for cover. The blade hurtled straight for the main academy building. A thunderous crash echoed as it smashed directly into the headmaster's office. Inside, a storm of debris. The headmaster hit the floor, deadly shrapnel flying past his head. He collapsed, a trembling heap on the ground, utterly paralyzed by shock. But Midori's secretary, she was frozen in place, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated awe, frozen by the carnage she had just seen. But Midori, he didn't even flinch, completely unmoved by the chaos. A quiet chuckle rumbled in his chest. In the boy, he saw an undeniable reflection of himself. Midori's words echoed in his memory. There had only ever been one other. Just a single soul before Kanagi had ever produced a score that shattered the scale itself. And that person was him. The professor stood frozen, his mind refusing to accept the impossible reality unfolding before him. He finally choked out the words. Kanagi had passed the hunter examination. The room exploded. A tidal wave of shock and cheers crashed over the students. This was never just about passing. Kanagi hadn't just broken every standing record. He had annihilated every single expectation they ever had. Staring down at his own hands, a tremor ran through Kanagi's entire body. For years, he was the magicless boy, the failure, the outcast. And now, this impossible strength had been dormant inside him this whole time. From the edge of the crowd, a slow, knowing smile crept across Hinoi's face. This was exactly as he had foreseen. In that instant, Kanagi felt that his entire world had just been rewritten. He had offered his body to the Founders, and in return, they had awakened something ancient, a potential buried so deep, he never even knew it existed. Hinoi couldn't suppress a low, satisfied laugh. This kid, he mused, was playing an entirely different game. Marked by the faded crest of nothingness, it was as if destiny itself had just been given the signal to begin. For a moment he had awaited for over 100 years, but before that thought could even settle, an overwhelming presence slammed down upon them. The air shattered, a shockwave erupted. The pressure was suffocating, stealing the very air from his lungs. His mind reeled, unable to pinpoint the source of the blast. But Hinoi knew. He recognized that monstrous energy instantly. It was the same one from Dawn, and there, materializing from the very atmosphere he dominated, stood the legend himself, Midori. Kanagi's heart seized. It was really him, the strongest hunter alive. Midori's feet met the floor, his gaze already locked onto Kanagi. His voice was calm as he acknowledged Kanagi's exam performance. They were words of praise, but Kanagi was frozen, unable to force a single sound from his throat. Then, Midori laid down a new challenge, an additional test. His demand was simple, utterly impossible. Land just one hit on me, the world's strongest hunter. With those words, Kanagi's entire world stopped turning. This was Midori, a man of only 23, a prodigy who became a full-fledged hunter at the impossible age of 9. And now, that living legend stood before him, his legacy casting a shadow that swallowed everything, a man whose power was unrivaled in all of history. In an instant, thousands of demons turned to ash. His power was an absolute, so crushing that other hunters couldn't even meet his eyes. 10 years ago, he single-handedly erased the pandemonium outbreak from history. And 5 years ago, he annihilated the Kyushu disaster by himself. This man was a walking cataclysm, and as he spoke, Kanagi's world started to crack. But inside him, Hinoi was electric, thrumming with anticipation, howling for Kanagi to just let go of the reins. And still, Midori stated the terms with a terrifying calm. Kanagi had 1 minute, 1 minute to land a single hit. It didn't matter if he won. It didn't matter if he lost. There would be no consequences. Midori would attack only once every 10 seconds. A handicap so profound, he had the audacity to call it fair. There was nothing to be afraid of, nothing to second guess. Every skill was allowed. Any weapon was his for the taking. Midori, however, would use nothing at all. To prove his point, a universe of weapons materialized from the void. He gave Kanagi a simple choice. Choose whatever you desire. Legendary blades, mythical artifacts, summoned in a heartbeat. The sight was so impossible, it made a mockery of the challenge itself. A thick fog of disbelief rolled in, consuming Kanagi's every thought. So this was real, a one-on-one fight with the living legend, Midori. The reality of it was a physical weight, crushing him. Doubt coiled in his gut, a cold, venomous thing. Any weapon, is that really okay? The words slipped out, a desperate plea for some small mercy. For an answer, Midori simply lifted a katana, his grip casual, almost bored. A sharp crack echoed. He had snapped the hardened steel with his bare hands, as if it were a dead branch. Then, he spoke. His voice was calm, measured, and utterly empty of ego. My body is sharper than any blade you could possibly choose. Kanagi's mind went silent. But before he could process it, a familiar rage ignited from within. Hinoi was done waiting. Move, the voice roared in his head. Let me deal with this arrogant trash. It couldn't stomach that suffocating, absolute confidence. The fury was a physical force, a searing heat. To talk like that, Hinoi's voice was pure poison, is unforgivable. A tidal wave of raw power surged through Kanagi's senses. Hinoi was clawing its way to the surface, ready to unleash hell on earth. And in that storm of chaos, a horrifyingly clear thought struck Kanagi. The pressure rolling off Midori, it was on the same level as the Founders. Against a power of that scale, victory was a fantasy. But he was all out of time for fear. Because in that very moment, the arena flooded with students, a hungry circle closing in on the two figures. Without warning, Midori's countdown began. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. The test was on. Kanagi. He gripped his sword. He lunged, a charge fueled by nothing but determination. Has he lost his mind? Hinoi screamed. He's charging in alone. This isn't a fight. It's a slaughter. But Kanagi heard nothing. His world narrowed to a single target. He knew this was a fool's errand. But if he was going to forge his own legend, he had to do it with his own two hands. No more hiding behind the borrowed power of the Founders. His blade cut the air, a silver arc screaming toward Midori. Midori simply tilted his head, the steel missing by a whisper. Kanagi answered with a storm of strikes, a relentless flurry. His opponent never even put his phone away. So, Midori's bored voice cut in, "What's your social handle? Because this little show you're putting on is about to blow up online." The crowd stared, stunned into silence. He was dodging every single strike, effortlessly, all while scrolling his feed. But Kanagi's assault didn't let up. Then, a student's eyes shot wide. He saw it, a subtle shift in Kanagi's stance. Kanagi's sword came up, poised for an overhead blow. A feint. The vertical slash was a lie. A blur of motion. A low sweep at the legs. A high slash for the throat. 2 strikes in a single heartbeat. The execution was flawless. Kanagi's mind reeled. His body moved on its own, a perfect weapon. He felt no exhaustion, no strain. He could only wonder, is this the true power of the Founder? His thoughts shattered. A single finger pressed against his forehead. It was Midori's. He was about to flick him. A casual voice cut the tension. Your 10 seconds are up. Kanagi's body reacted. He threw himself aside as a wave of force obliterated the ground behind him. Kanagi stared at the crater. At the absolute devastation. A chilling thought struck him. If that had connected, his head would be gone. Midori glanced at his own hand, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He'd felt no killing intent from the kid. Had he misjudged his own monstrous power? Raw panic seized Kanagi. I'm gonna die. This man is in a completely different league. In desperation, he closed his eyes, reaching deep inside for that feeling, for the memory of his other, stronger self. He found it. A cataclysmic aura exploded from his body, forcing Midori to take a step back. Kanagi shot forward. His speed wasn't just increasing, it was multiplying. The onlooking students were losing it. They're moving too fast. Even the cameras can't track them. Midori's expression hardened. Kanagi's entire presence had shifted. This wasn't the same person from moments ago. Is there some condition to unlock this power? Or has this kid been hiding his true strength all along? Another 10 seconds vanished. His time was up. Midori decided the next touch would be an education, not an execution. He crouched, a finger coiled to flick again. But the attack changed. A lazy, open palm met Kanagi's chest. The force was a thunderclap, launching him through the wall behind. Kanagi coughed, spitting a spray of red. But beneath the agony, a wild, electrifying thrill surged through him. He was still standing. He was actually fighting the world's strongest hunter. The man he was yesterday, that fragile, worthless version of himself. would have been nothing but a crimson smear from a tap like that. A broken, bloody smile stretched across his face. This pain was progress. He was stronger now, but reality crashed back in. This power wasn't nearly enough to pass Midori's test, so he threw technique to the wind. A desperate roar ripped from his throat as he charged, channeling his all into one final, reckless assault. A blur. In a heartbeat, Midori was gone from his sight. Now, he was at his side. Kanagi's body locked up, momentum erased by sheer disbelief. I've seen everything I need to. Midori's voice was a quiet verdict. He leaned in. Your 30 seconds are over. A single, precise chop struck the back of his neck. The world fractured, then dissolved into black. As Kanagi's form collapsed onto the cold stone, Midori gazed down. A genius, without a doubt, but he is utterly unlike his comrades, and that one, single difference, meant everything. The power Midori had sensed, Kanagi had no idea how to even touch it. He turned to his secretary. We're done here. Such a colossal disappointment. But as he turned to leave, a hand tightened on a sword's hilt. An oppressive, suffocating power exploded from behind him. Midori went rigid. His eyes darted back to see Kanagi's body engulfed in a raging storm of raw energy. A new voice, a different soul. It spoke from Kanagi's lips. Looks like the stubborn kid finally took a nap. Now, it's my turn to have some fun. A single, heavy step forward spiderwebbed the floor. How about we keep this dance going a little longer? Lost in the abyss of his own mind, Kanagi's spirit could only watch in terror, a prisoner in his own flesh, screaming silently as this thing pulled his strings. But on the battlefield, a slow, predatory grin crept across Midori's face. There it was. This was the presence he had been hunting for. Is this some new hidden skill? Or am I facing someone else entirely right now? It didn't matter. He knew only one thing for certain. Kanagi had just become a monster. In a flash, Hinoi shot forward. A raw, vicious laugh echoed through the chamber. Don't you even think about zoning out on me, Midori's instincts shrieked. The awkward, clumsy fighter was gone. This speed, this raw power, it was a completely different dimension. And then, cold steel screamed past Midori's cheek. He dropped, the slash narrowly missing. The second swing was already coming, forcing Midori to leap back, creating distance. Disbelief etched on his features. He watches Kanagi's stance shift, his sword already poised for the next strike. The blade screams. Midori ducks. A split second to spare. Steel shrieks against the wall behind him. Inside, chaos erupts. Students dive for cover, their screams echoing in pure terror. This isn't a spar. The threat is real. He sees it in Kanagi's wild, unpredictable swings. And yet, within that storm, he feels a pattern, a current he can read. It's ancient, a lost art of the sword, a relentless torrent of steel that cannot be stopped. He raises one hand. The storm stops. A low chuckle escapes his lips. So this is what it takes to challenge an S rank. His hand rises once more, a familiar, dismissive gesture. Time to end this little game. He smirks. It's only been 40 seconds, then Kanagi is gone. He reappears, inches away. The blade falls. You won't get the chance, Kanagi bellows. Midori hurls himself backward, escaping by a whisper. A true laugh rings out this time, full of genuine amusement. Now times this times is more like it. The students are frozen in stunned silence. They can't believe their eyes. The untouchable Midori is being pushed back. Kanagi's voice slices through the silence. You're boring me. Stop holding back and fight me for real. If you keep looking down on me, he snarls, I'll make you kiss the pavement. Without warning, Kanagi explodes forward. Midori just smirks, a silent challenge burning in his eyes. With one contemptuous kick, Midori flicks a single pebble at the weapons rack behind him. Instantly, the entire arsenal floats into the air. He launches himself upward. Kanagi is blindsided as Midori plucks a gleaming sword right out of the sky. A wild grin splits Kanagi's face. Finally, he roars. You're finally getting serious. They collide. A whirlwind of destruction. Steel on steel, fist on flesh. Below, the students can only stare, minds shattered by the sheer spectacle. They seize every weapon they can, only to watch them disintegrate from the force of the blows. But deep within Kanagi's soul, the founders watch Hinoi finally unleash his power. They are in utter disbelief. That Midori could actually match that monster's pace. The old man's spirit growls, itching for a fight himself. But another founder snaps, silencing the tactless old fool with a sharp rebuke. The great wizard, however, is silent. His eyes widen. He sees Kanagi's true purpose. He's absorbing Hinoi's every move. He's not just fighting, he's learning. He sees it now, Hinoi dropping his center of gravity, coiling for an attack from below, and he knows what comes next. He barely registers the attack before his own blade crumbles to ash in his grip. The cheap steel splintered in his fist, worthless. White-hot rage seared through Hinoi's veins. But on the other side, Midori, he was laughing, a wild, joyous sound that embraced the carnage. A chilling truth settled in his gut. No more blades. Was a firearm his only path forward? A predator's grin stretched across Midori's face. Only 10 seconds left, he bellowed. What's your move, hero? The clock is ticking. Hinoi's gaze shot to the side. He saw it. He bolted toward the building, not for safety, for a sword. He tore the sword from the coward who had sacrificed Kanagi. In that instant, a shadow fell over him. Midori's fist flew like a cannonball. The wall behind him detonated. A thunderous crash of pulverized concrete and twisted steel. But Hinoi was gone, reappearing in a flash, right in Midori's face. Steel met flesh. Their mid-air battle reignited, a whirlwind of deadly strikes and desperate blocks. This is magnificent, Midori roared, his voice electric with pure ecstasy. Don't you dare let this be the end. Far below, a new sound pierced the chaos. The students watched in terror as the building groaned, threatening to collapse. Their duel spilled onto the rooftop, a stage set against the sky. Midori's secretary watched the utter devastation, her gaze chillingly serene. Midori landed with a thud, his hand wrapped around the frame of a colossal industrial fan. Metal shrieked, concrete fractured beneath his grip. With a primal roar, he ripped the entire unit from its moorings and aimed it at Hinoi. A surge of raw power. He launched the weapon. It tore through the air, a screaming blur of lethal metal. But Hinoi was waiting, a sudden, shocking response. His single blade became a flash of silver light. He met the assault with his time's dice-style sword art asterisk, the makeshift projectile, disintegrated into 1,000 useless pieces. A wide, manic grin stretched across Midori's face. Not bad. Hinoi gave no answer, only action. He thrust his blade straight for Midori's heart. It struck true, and shattered against his skin. Midori simply raised an open palm. His voice was a chilling whisper. 60 seconds are up. He thrust his palm forward. The blow sent Hinoi plummeting toward the ground. A curse tore from his lips, but before he could react, Kanagi was there, a sudden weight against his back. He shoved Hinoi clear, sending him back toward the other founders. As Midori's killing strike descended, Kanagi met it with an impossibly gentle, deflecting touch. The lethal force was simply turned aside. Hinoi and Midori could only stare, stunned into silence. A sharp crack of snapping bone broke the stillness. Kanagi's hand was broken. He didn't even flinch. His eyes were furnaces, burning with pure resolve. His one good hand crashed into Midori's jaw. From inside the storm of their battle, this war between titans felt like it would rage forever. A desperate, brutal conflict for a prize no one else could comprehend. It was a whirlwind of destruction, a battle of equals. Every strike was met with a perfect counter. The air crackled with raw power, yet Hinoi knew the exchange had lasted only seconds. He watched, pride flickering in his eyes. Kanagi wasn't just fighting, he was forging victory from impossibility. But for Kanagi, the world stopped. His fist, inches from the target, was caught in an unbreakable grip. A cold wave of frustration washed over him. He had poured his entire soul into that attack. It wasn't enough. And then, the impossible happened. A slow, knowing smile spread across Midori's face. He took Kanagi's fist and pulled it into his own chest. A willing impact. The highest form of respect. You pass. Midori's voice cut through the silence. Before another breath was drawn, their strength vanished, and both fighters collapsed. Confused murmurs echoed through the students. None of them could grasp what they had just seen. Midori struggled to his feet, cradling Kanagi's limp form. He called out, his voice strained but steady. Ren, it's time. In a flash, his secretary was at his side. The result, sir? She asked, her voice level. Midori glanced at the boy. He made the cut. A rare note of intrigue touched his words. This one is different. His gaze then fell to Kanagi's arm, twisted unnaturally. I seem to have broken his arm. Heal him. Of course, she replied without hesitation. But the students could only stare, their reality completely shattered. The whispers began, a ripple in the stunned silence. They couldn't believe it. Had Kanagi actually done it? Then, the dam of disbelief broke. A single voice became a roar. Cheers erupted, a tidal wave of pure hype. Kanagi had landed a punch on Midori. The sound dragged Kanagi from the blackness. As he opened his eyes, Ren's healing light was already knitting him back together. Stay still, she commanded, her voice tight with focus. He obeyed, his own voice a dry rasp. Thank you. A rare, genuine smile touched her lips. You passed. Congratulations. Passed? The word felt alien, impossible. He shot up, ignoring the fire that flared through his body. I did it? I hit him? Before he could process the victory, a shadow fell over him. Midori was there. An amused smirk played on the master's lips. He didn't waste any time. A pass is a pass, Midori declared, his voice silencing the arena. I'll admit, halfway through that final barrage, I stopped holding back. Midori's eyes, normally a blank slate, held a flicker of genuine respect. Your skill, he began, his tone turning serious. The way you dodged my strongest assault, your movements were beyond impressive. Take pride in this, kid. You earned it. Kanagi looked down at his trembling fists. The boy who always failed was gone. He met Midori's gaze, shock replaced by a core of steel. He didn't waste a second celebrating. His focus was already on what came next. So what comes after passing? The question hung in the air, sharp and hungry. Ren looked between them, utterly bewildered. For the first time, Midori himself looked uncertain. He was searching for an answer that wouldn't come. Later, a deep quiet fell over Kanagi's home. He helped his mother in the kitchen, the simple routine, a world away from the day's brutal chaos. "So, how many are we expecting?" she asked, her voice light. Kanagi paused, the weight of it all crashing down on him. "Just one, I think," he finally managed. A proud smile lit up his mother's face as she replayed the day in her mind. "This was a huge deal, you know," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "You didn't just pass the hunter's exam. You captured the attention of Midori herself." She met his gaze, her faith in him absolute. "I always knew you had it in you. Anything you set your mind to." Kanagi stood in silence, letting her belief soak into his bruised spirit. The warmth was a comfort, until her expression warped into pure panic, a new worry etching lines on her brow. "Wait, someone that famous is coming times here, asterisk?" She laughed, a nervous, high-pitched sound. "They'll think they've stumbled into a kennel." Kanagi sighed, the ghost of a smile on his lips. He quickly put her fears to rest. "Mom, she's not like that. She won't care." After the last plate was put away, and the kitchen finally fell silent, he retreated to his room and collapsed onto his bed. But sleep refused to come. His mind was its own battlefield. His gaze fell to the simple card Midori had left. A cold wave of doubt washed over him. Why? Why couldn't she see the truth of what happened? Why was she so reckless with her choice? The roar of the arena echoed in his memory, a stark reminder of his failure. The image surfaced, uninvited. Ren had Midori pinned, his grip twisting her leg until it finally gave way. He could still hear it, Midori's sharp, agonized scream as the pressure became unbearable. Even then, through the blinding pain, Midori had stared right at him, gasping out something about a promise. Ren claimed Kanagi had agreed to become his comrade if they won, but Kanagi, he had no memory of making such a deal. He'd denied it, flat out. Ren's patience had vanished. His grip on Midori's leg tightened, a silent, brutal threat. Midori had hissed that there were too many eyes watching, too many ears listening. He urged Kanagi to meet him at his home that night, where they could speak freely. He swore he would lay out all their options and reveal the identity of their true enemy. The true enemy? The words rang hollow. Kanagi couldn't imagine who that could possibly be. The Founders had already destroyed the tower. The duty of modern hunters was straightforward. Kill the monsters spilling from the dimensional crack. Was there something else? A truth buried beneath the surface? The question chased him into a shallow, restless sleep. The peace didn't last long. Hinoke's frantic shout ripped him from his dreams. Hinoi and the Founders stood over him, their faces grim masks. Disoriented, he demanded to know why they were there, what was happening. Hinoi's answer was a blade of ice. He said they were merely finishing a discussion. A discussion? In his room? As he slept? Something was terribly wrong. Kanagi hugged himself, a tremor in his voice. "So, who's it going to be?" Before Hinoi could answer, the piercing chime of the doorbell shattered the silence. "Midori," Kanagi breathed, clinging to the interruption. "We can talk later." He spun on his heel, moving for the door. Shadows consumed the hallway. Ice coiled in his stomach. And then, everything just stopped. His mother, a broken shape on the floor, a scream, trapped in his skull. "Mom?" He bolted forward, his heart trying to tear its way out of his chest. He skidded to a halt. Someone was at their kitchen table. That man. The stranger was casually eating the dinner she had prepared. He hummed, a pleasant, sickening tune. He ignored the trashed room, ignored the woman unconscious on the floor. A cruel smirk played on his lips. "You should really teach your mother some manners," the man said, his voice slick with contempt as he gestured with his fork. "And if you're trying to impress a guest, you'll need to do much better than this." A glacial cold seized Kanagi's heart. "Who the hell are you?" Kanagi snarled. "What did you do to my mother?" The man didn't even flinch. His voice became a low rumble. "Watch your tone, boy." He leaned back, an image of pure, untouchable power. "The name is Hitani Goru, S-rank hunter, a colleague of your dear friend Midori." Hitani made a lazy gesture toward the back room. "Get your bags. We're moving you to the base." In that moment, something inside Kanagi broke. No thought, no fear, only rage. His fist flew at Hitani's face. But Hitani was smoke. He vanished, reappeared right behind him, a low hiss in his ear. "Are you really trying to fight me, boy?" The world went silent, and in that silence he heard her voice. A promise she made after his father's death. To raise him alone, proud and strong. The memories rushed back. Her shoes, the soles worn to paper, a silent story of her sacrifice. "You need new sneakers," she'd always insist, while her own fell apart. And just this morning, that proud smile when she congratulated him. The promise of his favorite tonkatsu for dinner, A promise now lying broken on the floor, just like her. A fire ignited in Kanagi's eyes. He turned, his voice a low growl. What did you do to my mother? From the doorway, Hinoi's eyes went wide. He knew that aura, a phantom from a forgotten age. An S-rank. Hinoi ground his teeth. He was done with this guy. This cheap copy of Midori. It was time to end this. The founders shared a look. They had seen his fight with Midori. This was different. Everything they thought they knew about the boy was changing, right now. Hitani just laughed, a sound full of scorn and cruelty. That look, it's almost cute. His hand came up, swinging in a lazy, dismissive arc. Kanagi didn't flinch. A mountain of stillness. The slap closed in. A hand shot out, caught it clean. In one fluid motion, Kanagi used Hitani's own force to send him flying. The old founder's pipe nearly dropped from his slack-jawed mouth. He knew that move. A memory from old hunts, when they fought as brothers. In a flash, Hitani was flying, launched through the window. He crashed through the backyard wall in a storm of splintered wood, but he twisted, landing without a whisper. Hitani rose, casually dusting his shoulders as he stepped back inside. His mind reeled. That impossible throw. It couldn't be. Asterisk, Aikido asterisk? His thoughts flashed to Kanagi's duel with Midori that very afternoon. He'd felt Kanagi's crushing aura, seen his blade's mastery. But this was something else, a hidden power he had completely missed. Hitani let out a low whistle. I'll give you this. You're built tougher than hockey. Kanagi's patience evaporated. His voice dropped, a low and dangerous growl. Answer me. What did you do to my mother? Her muffled sobs from the next room were a blade twisting in his gut. He could see it, the venom burning through her veins. Hitani's only reply was a hollow, grating laugh. You're completely in the dark, aren't you? He mocked, a cruel grin spreading across his face. The truth? Your mother was an obstacle, so I gave her something to help her rest. His smirk was sickening. If she's strong, she might just wake up, with a few minor complications. The fire in Kanagi's eyes died, leaving only ice. I don't understand. That chilling calm made Hitani pause. A flicker of confusion. Why, Kanagi's voice was dangerously steady. Would you attack the family of a potential ally? Hitani scoffed. Ally? The word dripped from his tongue like poison. He vanished. A whisper. A blade descending from behind. Kanagi twisted, cheating death by an inch. The assault was a relentless storm. Strike after strike. You were never one of us, Hitani hissed between blows. You're just a puppet, dancing on their strings. The words cut deeper than any steel. When we take those you love, make them our leverage. You will have no choice but to break. Hitani's smile was a cruel slash, so utterly naive. There was no time to process it. A foot stomped down, pinned. A silver arc sliced his cheek. Was I right? Hitani sneered, creating distance. Searing fire erupted across his face. His hand shot to the wound. Black, corrupted veins were already spiderwebbing from the cut. Hitani grinned, raising a hand. Glistening, venom-laced needles slid from his fingertips. Too late, he whispered. It's already made a home in you. His power was a living arsenal of death. My body can create dozens of unique toxins. This one is a personal favorite. Asterisk. Phantom bug's poison. Deadly vision. Asterisk. Hitani sighed, the sound dripping with boredom. This entire mission is such a chore. He flexed his poisoned fingers. If they truly let me off the leash, I could flood a 5-kilometer radius with a fatal neurotoxin. He shrugged, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. But we can't have that kind of fun here, can we? His gaze went cold, locking on. Still, this simple poison will be more than enough to end you. 1 minute. Join them, or it's over. The deal is brutally simple. Hitani holds the antidote, refuse, and the poison will claim him. He can feel the ice spreading through his veins. For anyone else, this would be the end. An inescapable death sentence. He glances down at the black veins crawling up his hand. A quiet whisper escapes. Valentine, god of medicine. Are you with me? The founders, within his soul, all turn to Valentine. Her face is a mask of pure, unfiltered shock. He offers a faint, confident smile. Sorry for the sudden call. Later, could you teach me how to break this poison myself? Her jaw hangs open. She manages to stammer out a single, yes. Furious, Hitani unleashes another wave of toxic mist. What is this nonsense you're mumbling, he screams. He evades it with impossible grace. That Aikido technique I just used. It belonged to Kudu Huma, the god of hands. Within him, the ancient master is reeling. Asterisk. He copied my art perfectly. After seeing it just once? Asterisk. The roll call continues. Hinwai, the slasher of 10,000 armies. Shimamur Kalkus, the blue spear of destruction. And Margaret, the heavenly bow. I didn't just study the records. I memorized their very souls. His gaze locks onto Hitani, cold and sharp. The founders you once revered are now a part of me. Hitani's face twists in disbelief, but there is no fear in his eyes. Only pure, unbridled rage. He roars, I will show you the true meaning of pain. Haitani lunges, a blur, poison needles gleam. I sidestep, a hair's breadth from death. The attack misses. His strike shatters a nearby tree. Bark blackens, leaves crumble to dust, life snuffed out. He doesn't stop. He's on me again, a whirlwind of malice. Kneel, he screams, beg for your life. I might grant you an antidote to dull the agony. He sneers. Once this poison consumes you, there is no coming back. Your mind will shatter into madness, but I remain still, calm. I watch his corrupted hand get closer, closer. At the last possible second, I pivot. My palm meets his chest. I unleash Time's St. Wantok's fist asterisk. Haitani chokes, blood spraying from his lips. Even Wantok, inside me, is stunned by the raw force. He's launched backward, crumpling a steel light pole on impact. No time to recover, no mercy. I'm on him instantly, following up with Time's Earson's feet of light asterisk. The kick sends him skipping across the asphalt like a stone. A gasp from within my soul. It is Earson. He is in awe of this newfound power. But through the dust, Haitani staggers to his feet, wounds already closing. Before he can even process it, I'm there, right in his face. He lunges, a storm of steel. Haitani's needles fly, but Kanagi weaves through the deadly barrage. Venomous shards shatter against his relentless advance. He counters. Asterisk, sharp beak, corral, asterisk. The blow slams into Haitani's gut. Kanagi doesn't stop, turning Rowan's own power against him. He unleashes the devastating Time's Dragon's Claw asterisk. Deep inside, the real Rowan is frozen, watching in disbelief. Utterly stunned, Kanagi seizes him. He calls upon another power, activating Time's Laylax Flipper asterisk. Haitani is thrown, a helpless ragdoll tossed through the air. His mind races, desperate to understand. This is impossible. The poison should have clouded his mind, destroyed his nervous system by now. But Kanagi isn't just moving. He's stronger, unharmed, unstoppable. Kanagi raises his hand, gathering the Magus of Truth. He unleashes Time's Melta, Silentius Times right in Haitani's face. A blinding flash of energy erupts, shocking every single person watching, especially Hanoi. He turns to the other founders, his voice laced with awe. Did you see that? He explained that the moment Kanagi won, he began to perfectly replicate their techniques, every last one, from their martial arts to their deepest magic. A dangerous light gleams in Hinoi's eyes. I don't care if his power comes from the crest of nothingness. That boy is the most fascinating thing I've seen in centuries. The founders could only nod, their faces etched with shock. A slow, predatory smile spreads across Hinoi's face. We should train him. Imagine the power he could wield, under our guidance. He would become the strongest hunter alive. But at that very moment, in the heart of the city, cloaked figures vaulted across the skyline. Faster, one of them hissed. Nemo's entire guild is moving on Kanagi. We have to secure the asset. Before they even get a chance, a deeper shadow detached from the darkness directly behind him. All this noise, a low voice murmured. For what? The man's blood ran cold. It was Midori. Midori's tone was dangerously calm. If there were 15 of you, then that makes you the last one. A single finger traced the air near the man's forehead. A flick. The rooftop met his face with brutal force. Midori activated his link. Asterisk, Raven's call asterisk. Ren's voice was immediate. I've arrived, she stated flatly. The perimeter is secure. No other hunters detected. Her next words, however, stopped him cold. Someone else beat us to it. Midori remained silent. He listened as Ren explained. The intruder was Hitani, an S-rank hunter, the infamous master of poisons. He came for Kanagi and was completely dismantled. Midori's eyes drifted across the urban canyon. There, on an adjacent rooftop, a body lay sprawled like a discarded toy. Hitani, broken and unmoving. An S-ranker, neutralized so easily. Just what kind of monster had done this? Moments later, they were inside Keigi's house. Midori clapped his hands, a brilliant grin spreading across his face. His gaze locked onto Kanagi, his eyes alight with praise. I am genuinely impressed. I never, ever expected that you would be the one to defeat Anne. His expression turned serious. The poison, were you exposed? Kanagi scratched his cheek, a sheepish look on his face. No, we're clear. My mom and I, we're both fine. Hinoi let out a sharp, cynical laugh, his arms crossed tightly. He cut in, his voice like ice. You'd be a corpse by sunrise if not for Valentine. The moment her name was said, Valentine groaned, her body slumping from pure exhaustion. But Hinoi wasn't finished. He gave her a curt nod of grudging respect, synthesizing an antidote in 5 seconds. That's inhuman speed. Valentine just shrugged, dismissive. Hardly, she muttered. When the creator of the poison is standing right in front of you, you just need a few blood samples to reverse engineer it. Simple. The words spun in Kanagi's mind, pieces of a puzzle he couldn't assemble. But a darker question surfaced, one he couldn't push away. He finally gave voice to the thought that haunted him. Hinoi, was he lying? When he said he was on your side? The warmth vanished from Midori's face. Every word was a lie. He waved a hand dismissively, noting how countless people try to use his name for their own ends. With the betrayal dismissed, his sharp gaze fell on Ren. "Is it done?" he asked, his voice a calm command. In that instant, she appeared at his side, offering a single, silent nod. "All damage has been repaired," she confirmed. Kanagi's eyes flew wide, his brain refusing to catch up. He whipped his head around, staring at his house, and he saw it. The shattered window, the crumbled wall. Both were perfect, as if the battle had been nothing but a nightmare. A brilliant, knowing smile spread across Midori's face. "Now then," he said smoothly, "shall we go inside and discuss your future?" Kanagi stood frozen, a statue in his own yard. A tidal wave of exhilaration and an icy current of dread washed over him. The next morning came far too soon. A sleek black car idled by the curb, waiting. His mother stood with him at the gate, her face a careful mask of composure. "Are you sure you have everything?" she asked, her voice trembling just enough to notice. Kanagi shook his head, trying to sound braver than he was. "I'm fine, Mom. You worry too much." She watched the boy she'd raised, unable to believe he was leaving for a world like Midori's. Midori's promise echoed in her memory, a solemn vow not only to watch over Kanagi, but to personally forge him into an unparalleled hunter. For Kanagi, that promise was a wildfire of excitement. For his mother, it was a cold seed of fear. She hid it all behind a fragile smile. She pressed a lunchbox into his hands. "You didn't eat breakfast," she said softly. "Make sure you eat this." He knew food was the least of his concerns now, but he took it without protest, a final, silent comfort for her. Her voice sliced through the tension, raw with a mother's fear. "Will my son be in danger?" Midori's answer was a single, brutal truth. Yes. She didn't just speak. She bled her story, confessing how Kanagi's life had been a constant, agonizing fight. Giving him to Midori was the most terrifying act of trust she had ever performed. But still, a mother's heart knows only fear. A cold dread twisted in her gut, yet Midori's voice was unshakable, a fortress of certainty. He swore an oath, to temper Kanagi until no weakness could be found. In the face of that iron resolve, she finally, truly, released her son. The silence in the car was a heavy blanket. Ren's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. She shot a look at Midori. "Was that smart?" she whispered, making a promise like that to her, especially when none of them knew what horrors were waiting in the dark. For a fleeting moment, the promise felt like a mountain on Midori's back. His gaze found the rearview mirror. He saw her, still standing there, a frantic storm of last-minute advice tumbling from her lips. She was telling him how to wash his clothes. So simple, so painfully normal. Reminding him not to sleep without a shirt, insisting he'd catch a cold. That fierce, ordinary love. It incinerated every last trace of Midori's doubt, forging his will into something unbreakable. He made a silent vow to that reflection. He would not let her down. At that very same moment, Kanagi forced down the rock in his throat, choking out a final goodbye. But as his fingers brushed the door handle, his mother's voice cried out one last time, "Come home for New Year's." That final, fragile hope hung between them as they pulled away. "You okay, Kanagi?" Midori's voice was quiet. Kanagi could only shake his head. "I had to. Put it all away." Midori let out a long breath, leaning his head back. "Don't," he said, his voice rough. "Do what you need to do. Eat, sleep, whatever it is. Just let it happen." Kanagi's eyes unfocused, the world outside turning into a meaningless blur. And then he saw it. The lunchbox his mom packed. It sat on the seat, a quiet monument to everything he'd left behind. His hands trembled as he reached for it. Her final words echoed in his mind, a fresh, sharp pain as he lifted the lid. His breath caught. Tucked into the pork cutlet was a small, handwritten note. "Good luck." Such a simple gesture, and it shattered him completely. The walls he'd built around his heart didn't just crack, they crumbled into dust. For a long, silent beat, he was frozen. Her face flashed in his mind, every sacrifice, every quiet moment of love. A new oath began to form in the ruins of his grief. An immense gratitude fought against a tidal wave of sorrow as he finally took a bite. Every flavor was a memory. Each piece was seasoned with the salt of tears he refused to shed. A few feet away, Ren and Midori sat in a shared, unspoken understanding. They traded a look that said everything. This was his burden to carry, his trial to face, as the world sped by, unseen. Then, the car rolled to a stop. They had arrived. Kanagi's breath left him. He stared up at the impossible building that clawed at the sky, a fortress of steel and shadow, the anti-prophecy headquarters. "Welcome home," Midori said, his hand clapping down on Kanagi's shoulder. Only the chosen ever see the inside of these walls. The weight of those words was crushing. This was his new reality, his new prison, and his one and only hope. For one, breathtaking second, the world simply ceased to exist. His path was finally clear. But inside, hidden eyes were already watching. A man's silhouette stood stark against a window. His gaze landed on them, a silent, crushing weight. He never turned around. His voice cut the stillness. They've arrived. A girl with a face of stone glanced over her shoulder. Her expression was a perfectly crafted mask. All this for the new guy? A younger man offered a faint smile. It's not every day we get a new ally. But another, arms crossed in defiance, was far from convinced. His doubt was a physical presence. First, we find out, he stated, his voice devoid of warmth, if he's even worthy of the anti-prophecy. Outside, the world around the headquarters was a dizzying blur. He stood frozen at the entrance. His mind was a maelstrom, unable to process the impossible scale of this place. A single question burned through the noise. The anti-prophecy unit, what in God's name is that? And a darker thought followed close behind. Could this all be connected to the Ichihara Guild? Ren saw the tempest gathering in his expression. I know it's a lot to take in, she said gently. I'm sorry I couldn't explain everything sooner. I couldn't tell your mother the whole truth. It's complicated. She let the weight of her words settle. This is a top-tier national secret, and with that one sentence, his world came crashing down. They started toward the main building. Midori suggested he drop his bags at the dorms first. Ren reached for his luggage. He just shook his head, insisting he could carry his own weight. But before he could even take the next step, a sharp voice sliced through the air. Stop right there. The command froze him solid. He looked up. It was the young man from the window, now looming over them from above. Without any warning, the man declared, I'll be the one to bring you up to speed. And then, he leaped, a flash of movement, a vicious kick aimed right at his face. Instinct screamed. Arms shot up to block. The raw force of the impact shattered the concrete beneath him. A tremor ripped through his entire body. But he stood his ground. He refused to fall. A slow, impressed grin spread across the attacker's face. He acknowledged the defense. Not bad, he admitted, the praise feeling rare. Gasping for air, he finally voiced the question burning in his throat. Who are you? In one fluid motion, the man pushed off, landing silently on the ground before him. The name's Hanada Hikotaru, he announced, a cocky smirk playing on his lips, member of the anti-prophecy unit. And as of today, your comrade. The word echoed in the fractured silence, leaving him completely stunned. But there was no time to hesitate. Hanada's mission was to break him down to his core, and the truth was a freight train, ready or not. Meanwhile, Midori sat, the very picture of unnerving calm. He simply gestured for Ren to pour his tea. Ren obeyed with a silent, knowing nod, filling a cup as the sound of brutal impact echoed. Midori's eyes, sharp and unwavering, missed nothing. His voice sliced through the chaos. Hanada, why are allies at each other's throats? Hanada never missed a beat, explaining the assault's dual purpose. First, to welcome Kanagi into the fold of the anti-prophecy unit, and second, to test his mettle. The revelation hit Kanagi like a physical blow. An introduction? A test? This was their idea of a welcome party? Before the thought could even form, Hanata was a blur, pure precision. Another kick sliced through the air, aimed for his head. Instinct took over. Arms snapped up. A perfect block. The force rattled his bones, but his feet were planted like stone. In the eye of the hurricane, Hanada began his lecture on the origins of their unit. Kanagi heard the words, but his soul screamed that this was a trap. You don't spill your deepest secrets while trying to cave someone's skull in. The violent dance continued. Then Hanada paused, mid-strike, an eyebrow cocked. And you are? No fear in his voice, just pure steel. I am Kanagi Manado. From the sidelines, Midori watched, the tea in his hand long forgotten. He saw it all. An endless crucible forged around a single boy. First the academy, then his own tests. Even an S rank. And now this brutal, relentless trial. He turned to Ren, his voice tight. Will they ever let him breathe? Ren's eyes remained locked on the fight. It is the price of his destiny. Ren's reply was cold. Greatness is never given, it is taken. Hanada's kicks became a storm, a relentless barrage. Every strike designed to break bone. But Kanagi was a fortress. His guard, an unbreakable wall. Then, a voice cut through the thunder. Boy, what is a hunter's purpose? Kanagi's answer was instant. A razor's edge. To purge the abominations that crawl from the cracks. To be the shield that holds back the night. The faintest smirk touched Hanada's lips, a flicker of approval. Correct. In the end, we are simply exterminators. A brutal, necessary truth. Then the storm stopped. Hanada lowered his stance. The air grew thick, cold. But what of the other monsters? His voice was low. The ones who don't come from the cracks? The question hit Kanagi harder than any fist. A flicker of doubt. The first crack in his iron defense. Other monsters? What are you talking about? A cold, knowing smile bloomed on Hanada's face. His face darkened, revealing a brutal truth. The world faced a threat far greater than mere dimensional cracks. He spoke of scars carved into history itself, the pandemonium, the castle of 10,000 demons, a living nightmare from 10 years ago, and the great Kyushu outbreak just 5 years past. Kanagi's blood ran cold. He knew those names, legendary catastrophes, world-altering dimensional breaks, wounds the world still bled from. But before a single question could form on his lips, Hinata vanished. A flash of pure violence. Instinct screamed. Kanagi's arms snapped up. A desperate block. Barely holding. The impact sent him digging a trench in the earth. Tough, Hinata noted, a cold smirk on his lips. So you know the official story. Of those little incidents. His eyes promised Kanagi something more. That soon, he would learn the horrifying truth. Everything would be revealed once his training at the academy began. Kanagi dug his heels in, finding his footing. He fought for every breath, his lungs burning. No time, none. In a heartbeat, Hinata was above him, a descending shadow blotting out the sky. Kanagi's mind went white. The speed was impossible, unthinkable. Hinata's leg fell like a guillotine. A bone-shattering axe kick. Adrenaline flooded his veins. Kanagi hurled himself aside, a desperate tumble. Hinata's foot cratered the ground where his skull had just been. The resulting shockwave slammed into a nearby tree, shearing it clean in half. Kanagi choked on a breath, his mind reeling from the raw, casual power. Then, Hinata's entire demeanor changed. He stood straight, the air turning to lead. His voice dropped, deadly serious, as he unveiled a chilling truth. Calamities like the Tower of Malevolence. From 300 years ago, they were never disasters. They were invasions, full-scale assaults, attacks from another dimension. The words hit Kanagi like a physical blow, a truth too heavy to bear. His world was shattering around him. This wasn't a history lesson, it was a prophecy, a terrifying promise of what was coming. Hinata stepped closer, his eyes hard and unyielding. He then confessed a deep, gnawing fear. A fear born from a single, terrifying question. Why were the awakeners of today so much weaker than the legends of the Tower era? So few now could even dream of touching the power of the original founders. And that simple fact, he confessed, haunted him. Fear and a desperate need for answers warred inside Kanagi. Finally, he found his voice, asking the only question that mattered. Then what are we supposed to do? Hinata's answer was immediate and absolute. That is precisely why the anti-prophecy unit exists. He explained that the chosen few who can see the future, who can foresee these world-ending calamities, they don't share that horrifying truth with the world. That knowledge is a burden carried only by the elite, the ones with the power to stare down destiny. And as Hinata revealed, those elites were the anti-prophecy unit. The name alone made Midori and Ren swell with undeniable pride. And for Kanagi, everything suddenly made terrifying sense. They didn't just fight monsters, they fought fate itself. Then, Hinata's eyes bored into him, words that would rewrite Kanagi's entire life. Starting today, you're one of us. For the first time, a real smile cracked Hinata's stone-faced demeanor. You're the first, he admitted, to ever block my kicks twice in a row. He offered his hand, a gesture of pure respect. Kanagi took it, sealing the deal. As cheers erupted from Midori and Ren, Hinata's gaze drifted upward to the rooftops. Figures peeled away from the shadows, materializing from thin air. Hinata called up to the silent observers. Come on down. They just stared, their expressions unreadable. In a blink, they vanished, leaving Kanagi speechless. Way to make an exit, Midori scoffed. Always with the final boss routine. Hinata could only sigh. They just wanted to look at the new blood. He glanced at Kanagi. Looks like you left an impression. Hinata faced Midori. I've got it from here. A single nod, and she was gone. Silence fell between the two of them. Hinata helped Kanagi with his gear, then motioned for him to follow. Your room is this way. Thanks. It was all Kanagi could choke out. That night, in a room he could call his own, he knew the boy he used to be was gone forever. Kanagi's mind raced, trying to grasp the sheer scale of this organization. It was all about controlling prophecy in this world. Had the founders faced the same kind of crisis during the era of the towers? Was he now a pawn in some ancient, foretold war? The weight of it all pressed down, feeding his anxiety. But a voice sliced through the noise. You simply trained. Startled, he spun around to find Hinoi and the founders standing right behind him. He immediately bowed, apologizing for not seeking them out sooner. But Hinoi waved it off. Don't worry about that. We have already reached a decision. Hinoi's voice was firm. We, the founders, will train you to become the ultimate awakener, a warrior to rival even Midori. Under our guidance, you will become the strongest in history, our direct disciple. Kanagi's breath caught in his throat. You really want me as your disciple? Hinoi's nod was solemn. We do. A sly grin touched his lips. Though, it nearly started a battle royale amongst ourselves over who got you. Panic flashed in Kanagi's eyes. Please, don't fight because of me. Hinoi chuckled. That's how it began, yes. But after observing you, we've changed our minds. This is no longer about simply using your body for our own ends. To them, this wasn't just training. It was a fascinating, terrifying experiment, and Hinoi was about to reveal why. When Kanagi faced that poison user, he didn't just win. He had unconsciously stolen every single one of his opponent's techniques. His execution was still raw, still unrefined, but the speed at which he absorbed the core principles was nothing short of monstrous. Hinoi leaned in, his voice low. He needed Kanagi to feel the true gravity of his gift. Did he have any idea what this meant? He suspected it was born from his time's Crest of Nothingness asterisk, but that was only scratching the surface. Kanagi's real, frightening power was his speed of comprehension. Hinoi's words hung heavy in the air. This one trait alone eclipsed the natural-born talents of the founding masters. As that truth settled in the silence, Kanagi's world swam out of focus, his eyes burning. He could see them again, the cold, dismissive faces of his former teachers. The ones who cast him aside, the ones who looked at him and saw nothing but a talentless waste. In his entire life, not one person had ever expected anything from him. This felt like a dream he was about to wake up from. A hope built upon the ruins of a life spent being treated as less than human. He was the cast-off. 3 failures. 3 times they laughed. The whispers of his past still echoed in his ears. The biting, cruel laughter that followed him down every hall. Their voices, a constant echo in his mind, telling him to just quit. His own name felt like it was written in sand, washed away by the slightest breeze. Just another nobody, no one bothered to see. No one ever thought he had a future. He had learned to live in the shadows. But that was the man he used to be. This was real. Midori and Hinoi, 2 living legends, pillars of the hunter world, were looking right at him, truly seeing him. The sudden validation felt alien, a sensation his body refused to accept. A bitter question clawed at his throat. How could he deserve this light after a lifetime of only knowing the dark? For years, they were gods on a distant pedestal. He never dared to imagine they would one day put their entire faith in him. Hinoi read the violent storm of doubt in his expression. He stepped closer, a faint, reassuring smile touching his lips. A firm hand clamped down on Kanagi's shoulder, a solid anchor. "Steel yourself," he commanded, his voice a sharp edge. "Your feelings are a luxury we cannot afford." And then, they told him the impossible. Their very souls were now linked to his. A connection that became absolute the moment he fell asleep. This bond was more than just a feeling. It was a gateway to a training ground that existed beyond the borders of time and space. With that staggering reality laid bare, they revealed the brutal architecture of his new life. Afternoons were for the forge, hammering his body into a weapon with the anti-prophecy unit. But the nights, his nights now belonged to them. In the world of his dreams, the true training would begin. The very idea of a peaceful night's sleep was now a forgotten memory. He didn't care. He would walk through any hell they created. He agreed without a flicker of hesitation. Whatever they asked of him, he would deliver. The night finally surrendered to the harsh light of dawn. Inside the stark, communal bathroom, Hanada was splashing his face with cold water when the door slowly swung open. A quiet, exhausted greeting passed between them. But Hanada saw everything, the deep, dark circles under his eyes, the gaunt emptiness in his stare. Kanagi was running on fumes. He was a walking ghost, and with a shuddering breath, he confessed that the punishing routine was still wearing him down. Hanada knew the look instantly. He recalled his own first hellish days, the exhaustion that settled deep in his bones at the dorm. But this was different. Something else coiled just beneath the surface. A dormant power, wrapped around the boy like a waiting serpent. Curiosity flared. He had to know. Hanada moved. A blur of motion. A leg scythed through the air. But the boy's reaction was almost an afterthought. A simple, lazy tilt of his head. He spat a stream of water on the ground and kept walking. Never even broke his stride. He waved off Hanada's test without a second thought. "Not in the mood for games this early," he said, his voice flat. "I'm heading to the cafeteria. Later." Hanada stood frozen, the phantom wind of his own kick washing over him. Asterisk, "I'm faster today than I was yesterday." Asterisk, the thought screamed in his mind. Asterisk, and he dodged it like it was nothing. What is he? Asterisk. Inside the roaring cafeteria moments later, Hanada scanned the chaos, hunting for an open spot. He approached a table where a woman was methodically eating. "Excuse me," Hanada began. "Is this seat taken?" He motioned to the empty chairs. She offered a short, dismissive nod. That was the only invitation he would get. He slid into the chair opposite her and gestured for his quiet companion to take the seat beside him. That's when he recognized her, a comrade from the day before. But the camaraderie of the battlefield was gone. She was a fortress of ice, her words clipped and formal. Her message couldn't be clearer. "You are not welcome here." But he tried anyway, offering his name as a simple courtesy. The dismissal was instant, a cold front. She made it brutally clear his name meant nothing to her, a name she had no intention of remembering. Then, she lifted her fork, aiming it at him like a blade. Her declaration was cold and absolute. His name would only matter once he proved himself worthy. Until that day, there was only the mission. A mission to help erase a prophecy he'd been dragged into. But this wasn't some vague prediction. Its origins reached all the way back to 1945, when humanity unearthed the first book of fate, pulled from 3,000 meters beneath the Antarctic ice. They gave it a fitting name, the Book of Doom. Its script was crude, like a child's frantic scribbles, yet it painted a future of absolute horror. It claimed that in 80 years' time, the world would be consumed by an unspeakable terror, followed by a wave of world-ending disasters. The words were so terrifyingly specific, so utterly convincing. The world had no choice but to believe it was doomed. Later, as the engine hummed, she shattered the silence. Her eyes were sharp, pinning him down. Why do you think the world believed it? He paused, the question hanging heavy in the air. He looked over at this woman, his new partner, whose name he still didn't even know. But before he could ask, she cut him off completely. Her voice sliced through the air, sharp as glass. I don't need your name. I need your answer. He spoke as if their fate was already sealed, a quiet surrender in his voice. Her reaction was a blade. A cold, sharp laugh cut the air. Her eyes held the pity one reserves for a naive child. Let me be clear. If a single one of those prophecies comes true, she said, her voice like ice, this world is over. Her words landed like a tombstone. As the silence pressed in, he looked to Hinata, a new kind of fear twisting inside him. He had to ask, how many? How many prophecies are in that damned book? Hinata's answer was a whisper that shattered his world. Roughly. 200. 200. The number was a void, sucking the air from his chest. A single thought screamed in his mind. Are we already too late? But Midori's voice sliced through his despair. Don't you dare give up, she said, a dangerous pride glinting in her eyes. We've already stopped nearly 180 of them from happening. He could only stare, the sheer magnitude of their unseen war leaving him utterly breathless. His mind struggled to catch up, to process the impossible truth. Then why, he pressed, why does the entire world believe in one book? She began to speak, her voice taking on the grim tone of a war historian. It started with an explorer, a man named Bernard Russell. He was the one who found the Book of Doom. The moment his eyes fell upon the first page, the words materialized from the blank parchment. Hello, Bernard. But beneath that, a timestamp appeared, impossibly specific. March 17th, 1945, 11:35 in the morning, under a clear, sunlit sky, the exact moment he found it. That one, chilling detail was all the proof humanity needed to believe. By the time she finished, the history lesson was over. They were here. Tokyo's Sumida Ward sprawled beneath them. At its center, an intermediate-class dimensional rift bled into the sky. Guards moved to block their approach as they descended, shouting that the area was restricted. They blew past the warnings, a blur of motion, leaving the guards staring at empty air. He faltered for a second, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But Hinata was quick to wave him on. Midori began to outline the scale of the crises they faced. She listed them off. Cataclysms like the Third World War, the lunar shadow phenomenon, a world-ending pandemic, and the skyroot infestation were all just emergencies. Among them, the pandemonium outbreak, the one Midori personally neutralized, was a particularly nasty one. The Book of Doom is infamous, but it's only one of many such prophetic tomes scattered across the globe. The anti-prophecy unit's entire purpose is to collect that intel, decipher the omens, and strike before destiny can take its course. She then detailed the threat classifications they used. A Rank 3 threat, for example, was the annihilation of one or more major regions. Rank 2 signified a threat to an entire nation. And Rank 1? A planetary-level environmental collapse. And then, there was the special rank. A final measure. For when the world itself teetered on the edge of oblivion, he hung on every word she spoke. The true weight of their purpose settled in, a cold, crushing reality. Dread coiled in his gut. So this is it? His voice was tight, strained. It's all on us? Her expression was unreadable, like chiseled stone. Yes, she confirmed. This is the burden we bear. We are the anti-prophecy unit. And just like that, they were seen. Kisaragi and his squad moved to intercept, crossing the cordon. Their path was instantly blocked. To Kisaragi, they were just reckless civilians wandering into danger. Turn back now, he commanded, his voice absolute. This is a kill zone. His warning was met with an unnerving calm. Today's prophecy, she stated flatly, is a Rank 3 event. This dimensional crack in front of you. It may look like a simple intermediate B rank, but that's a lie. It's a Rank 3 cataclysm, codenamed Yellow Journal. Her gaze remained fixed on the shimmering tear in reality. It's about to expand. As if her words were the trigger, the fissure shrieked and ripped open. Kisaragi's head snapped back. Pure horror flooded his vision as the gateway tore itself wider. A torrent of abominations spilled out, a wave of twisted flesh and razor-sharp claws, each one more grotesque than the last. Engage, he roared. Hold the line. The retaliation was immediate. It was savage. The creatures swarmed them. His forces collapsed in moments. A complete slaughter. Ice shot through his veins, a curse catching in his throat. He could only watch as his B-rank hunters, and even his C-ranks were shredded like paper. Then, something else seized his attention. Something far, far worse had emerged. A crushing pressure stole the very air from his lungs. The unmistakable presence of a true boss-class threat. He saw the newcomers stride calmly into the chaos. Get back! Kisaragi's voice was raw with desperation, but the words died on his lips. The woman simply pressed her palm to the blood-soaked earth. Asterisk, Trismegist, asterisk, she whispered. The ground erupted. Vicious spears of pure mana shot skyward. A brutal, merciless execution. Lifeless bodies fell into growing pools of their own blood. Before the last corpse hit the ground, Hinata moved, a blur of impossible speed. A living storm tearing through the chaos. He carved a path of pure destruction. Every monster fell, each movement a perfect, calculated death blow. Kisaragi could only stare, his mind blank. He was an S-rank hunter, the pinnacle of human strength, or so he had believed. But this was a level of power he never even knew existed. He didn't know them, who they were, what they wanted. It was a complete blank. The woman's eyes fixed on Kisaragi, her voice like sharpened steel. Stay back. Her gaze dismissed him entirely. He was just another civilian in the way, a liability. Then his eyes caught it, an emblem on the back of her hand, one he recognized with a jolt. The realization hit him like a physical blow. His blood turned to ice. This was no random attack. They were government operatives, but there was no time to process, no time to even breathe. A monstrous hand tore through the dimensional rift. It ripped reality open, its roar shattering the air as a nightmare clawed its way into their world. Gilia Olir, a name that invoked terror far beyond any S-rank. It loomed over them, a titan of raw, unbridled fury. Its very presence crushed the air from their lungs, but the agents showed no fear, no hesitation. The woman moved, a flash of light, a blur of speed. Wait, it's too dangerous. Kisaragi's shout was swallowed by the chaos. She didn't hear him, or she didn't care. She and her partner attacked as one perfect unit, a synchronized dance of death against an impossible foe. Hinata's kicks were a blur, a tempest of strikes landing with bone-shattering force. And they did nothing. Absolutely nothing. The beast didn't so much as blink. Its hide was impenetrable, his attacks meaningless. He fell back, a look of shock on his face, as the monster charged the woman. She stood her ground, unmoving. Mana erupted from her palms, a blinding counter-assault already prepared. Then, in a blink, a shadow cut between them. It was Kane. He met the monster's charge with a single outstretched hand. The world exploded in sound and force. The beast simply ceased to exist, vaporized in a blast of pure power, leaving only a deafening silence behind. Hinata stared, his mind reeling. He knew that skill. That was the time's penetration shock asterisk. But that was impossible. Kane had just single-handedly erased an S+ rank monster, with one touch. This wasn't the man from yesterday. This power was new, monstrous. Did you have to use that much force? The woman demanded. But Kane understood what she didn't. When faced with an enemy, with absolute physical defense, you don't waste time on the armor. You destroy them from the inside out. A lesson from his new master, Wantak, the Fist Saint. The same man who taught him the basics of the times, penetration shock times, just last night. With the danger gone, Kane turned to her. I saved your life, he said, his voice calm. Tell me your name. Awe and disbelief warred on her face, before finally melting into a genuine smile. It's Ain. No time to think. Hinata pivoted, his focus snapping back to the carnage. His aura blazed, ready for the next wave. A fresh tide of horrors clawed its way from the rift. But the woman, she was a statue in the storm. She moved first, unleashing a torrent of her own power. Liquid silver coated her enemies, a beautiful, lethal sheen. One word, asterisk, Mercurius reject asterisk. The battlefield became a volatile inferno. In perfect unison, they carved a path. Kane's words echoed in their minds. He was right. To shatter the enemy, you have to rip out its heart. Her eyes hardened with chilling resolve. A single sharp glance was all she gave him. Hinata understood instantly. Together, they charged, straight into the gaping maw of the dimension itself. Kisaragi, he could only watch, frozen in raw disbelief. He knew what lay beyond that tear in reality was not their world. It was an alien place, a hostile realm, filled with dangers they couldn't possibly imagine. To enter it was to die. The thought hadn't even formed before they were gone. They plunged into the shimmering portal without a flicker of hesitation, and just like that, Kisaragi was utterly alone. The silence was a crushing weight, broken only by settling dust over the still warm bodies of A-rank beasts. And in that silence, a cold realization seized him. They weren't just hunters. The rumors he'd brushed aside, they had to be part of Time's organization. Meanwhile, on the other side, the world they entered was pure, suffocating malice. A tide of creatures, a living ocean of claws and teeth, was waiting. Akane's gaze swept over the horde, cold and precise. She saw them, the same monsters as before, only now there were thousands. Her hand rose, fingers outstretched. A silent order was given. A storm of liquid metal erupted, a barrage of Time's mercury javelins asterisk. They shredded flesh and shattered bone. Kane, still charging, witnessed the absolute devastation and finally understood the true scale of her power. In that moment, he saw it. He saw why they called her the master of area denial, the strongest crowd control specialist in the entire anti-prophecy unit. The lesser threats were simply erased. Now, only one remained. a colossal bear fiend that loomed over Akane. She prepared to finish it, but a blur of motion streaked past her. Hinata was already there. The bear swiped, its claws tearing through the air. Hinata was gone. He vaulted, landing on the ceiling above without a sound. Then he descended. A whirlwind of kicks battered the beast from every angle. Kane watched, captivated. Hinata moved like a river, fluid and unstoppable. The man was actually laughing. But then, Kane did something that stole the air from everyone's lungs. He charged the bear himself, unleashing the very same fluid barrage of kicks he had just seen, a perfect mirror image. He even shot a grin at Hinata. "How's my form?" Hinata froze, his eyes wide with shock. But the shock dissolved into a wide, impressed smile. Moving as one, they brought the giant down. They pressed deeper into the encroaching darkness. Akane felt at first a silence that screamed danger. The farther they went, the fewer monsters they found. They stepped into a vast circular chamber, an arena carved into the dungeon's heart. And then, it hit them. A crushing pressure, a wave of pure, undiluted killing intent. They were no longer the hunters. They were the hunted. A shadow blotted out the light, and with a ground-shattering roar, it landed. A creature from a nightmare. A minotaur cloaked in an aura of pure rage. This was no mere monster. Its eyes were scarred and milky white, a blind berserker. The system screamed a warning, a triple S-rank threat. Hinata and Kane froze, their minds buckling under the sheer, overwhelming presence, but Akane held her ground, her face a mask of stone. She almost seemed unimpressed. This is it? The master of this floor? Suddenly, the very air tore open as dozens of ethereal spears erupted from a new portal. "Hit it with everything you have," Akane's voice sliced through their terror. "Now, I'll handle the rest." Jolted by her command, Hinata began weaving his mana into a cataclysmic spell. Kane could only watch, a mortal witnessing a clash of titans. He was in awe of their power, their unyielding courage, yet a cold, undeniable truth settled deep in his soul. He knew, with a horrifying certainty, that it wouldn't be enough. Hinata's focus shattered at Kane's whispered despair. "You doubt us?" Even as he spoke, their barrage of high-level magic slammed into the monster's hide. The minotaur didn't even twitch. It simply swung its colossal axe in a lazy arc. The impact didn't just shake the ground, it obliterated it, leaving a gaping maw. The shockwave tore across the arena. But as the dust settled, their hope turned to ash. The beast stood without a single scratch. All that power, for nothing. Still, the team braced for the next onslaught. But as Kanagi raised his guard, a voice echoed in his mind. It was a cold analysis, praising Akane's raw, untamed talent. He knew that voice. It was Keelik, the spirit of his founder. The ancient alchemist lamented that a prodigy like Akane, one with such a pure spirit, flawless agility, and absolutely devastating strength, was about to be extinguished in this pointless struggle. Keelik conceded that Akane had given it her all, but this minotaur, it was on another level entirely. She had fatally misjudged the monster's physical resistance. It was a perfect 100%. Panic bled into Kanegi's voice as he demanded to know what he could do. Keelik only laughed, a cold, calculating sound. On the field, Hinata and Akane were being driven back, utterly overwhelmed. A desperate thought hit them. They needed a mage. Akane risked a look back at Kanagi, and she froze, stunned by what she saw. A strange, alien energy was pouring out of him. Kanagi had yielded. Keelik was in control now. The ancient spirit raised a hand, chanting words of forgotten power. "Asterisk, Mercurius asterisk," he whispered, aiming at the very ground the beast stood on. In a flash, liquid silver erupted, encasing its lower body in solid metal. Akane was paralyzed. It wasn't just that Kane was using her power. It was how he used it. He had warped her own art into an inescapable cage, completely immobilizing the beast. Keelik, still inhabiting Kane's form, leveled a gaze of pure disdain at her. "You amateur." He sneered at her simplistic methods. "Your technique is brittle, one-dimensional," he lectured, his voice dripping with condescension. "You have so much to learn." A true alchemist achieves mastery by commanding a substance in all three of its states. Even as he spoke, he was already forcing mercury through every vein of the minotaur. The liquid metal began to bleed from the monster's mouth, its eyes, its very pores. Then, he uttered a single word. "Asterisk. Boil. Asterisk." The mercury within the beast instantly vaporized. It was being flash-cooked from the inside. A poisonous mist choked the entire arena, turning the very air toxic. Akane could only watch, her reality completely unraveling. He used no raw strength, no overwhelming force. He simply weaponized temperature to erase his enemy. The minotaur convulsed in a silent, final torment, its own body now, a searing, pressurized prison. And through the horrific display, Keelik's voice cut through to Kane, chillingly casual. "I'm taking her as my student." Kane just shrugged, dismissing the world-altering statement as a joke. In one final incandescent wave, the boiling mercury vaporized the minotaur, leaving behind nothing but a smoldering, metallic slag on the floor. and in an instant, the boss was gone. The level 3 prophecy mission was complete. Akane remained rooted to the spot, her mind unable to grasp the impossible truth she'd just witnessed. Kane had just demonstrated a power that shouldn't exist, a skill exclusive to an awakener bonded with a crest. She knew his class. He was a summoner, just like Hiko, and yet, he had just wielded alchemy with a masterful precision that rivaled her own. Her awe curdled into cold, sharp suspicion. She stepped toward him, her voice tight. "Who are you?" But he only met her accusation with an unnervingly confident smile, extending a hand as if for the first time. Akane paused, her fury battling a desperate need for answers, before she finally, grudgingly, took his hand. "Oh, don't worry," she said, her voice a low promise. "I will never forget you." Nearby, Hinata was practically vibrating with excitement. Finally, Kane was getting the respect from Akane that he so clearly deserved. But outside the dungeon gate, Kisaragi and his team were watching in horror. Their unease exploded into panic as the dimensional gate began to fray and collapse. Just as the shimmering portal tore itself apart, the three of them burst through, landing safely at the very last second. Kane brushed a speck of dust from his shoulder. "So, is that a wrap?" He was met with a sharp, professional nod. All that was left was the debriefing at headquarters. But as they started planning their return, one thing was terrifyingly clear. This was only the beginning. Kisaragi stepped forward, relief and awe etched on his face. He spoke of his team, of the lives he now owed them. He made a solemn vow, their identities, the truth of what transpired here. It would die with him. Akane gave a slight, curt nod. She said there was only one detail he needed to include in his report, the emblem they found. For those who needed to know, that symbol would say it all. As the trio turned to leave, their mission finally complete, Kisaragi's voice called out a desperate offer of future aid. Akane paused, her back still to him. "Our paths will not cross again." Her tone left no room for debate. "Go back to your world. Forget this ever happened." The finality of her words struck him like a physical blow, and then he understood. They weren't soldiers. They were from a reality he had only grazed, a world he could never truly enter. May 11th. A crimson flash blazed through the streets of On Prefecture Village. A sentry caught the blur. Then it was gone. A trick of the light, a ghost, and then the sound hit, a deafening roar that tore through the sky, shaking the village to its core. Back at Anti-Prophecy HQ, silence reigned. The trio emerged from their transport, weary but intact. Akon broke the silence, thinking of the paperwork ahead. "We still have to file our report for HQ." A sharp chime from Hinata's phone cut him off. He read the message, his expression hardening. "We're being summoned," he said, a hint of confusion in his voice. "To the lab, an immediate summons, no debrief." Something was very wrong. Following the urgent summons, they found two figures waiting for them in the stark silence of the Anti-Prophecy HQ lab. One man stood on a raised platform, another watched from the empty seats below, radiating an unspoken authority. Without turning, the man in the seat spoke, his voice cutting through the silence. It was laced with ice as he addressed Akane. "You took far too long with a simple rank 3 disaster." Kanagi froze. He knew that voice. The red-haired man from before. Akane's fists clenched, fury boiling at his sheer arrogance. He wasn't in charge here. Who gave him the right to act like he was? Before things could escalate, Hinata stepped between them, his expression a calm, firm wall. He addressed the man on the platform. "Director Kurihara, why were we summoned?" The room's true authority had finally spoken. As the tension eased, the director activated a large screen. A file from the analysis team appeared. It showed an object like a piece of charred wood, glowing with a malevolent crimson light. "This," the director announced, "is a prophecy grimoire." He continued, his voice grave. "We recovered it from the heart of a volcanic region, and we have been trying to decipher its secrets ever since." Kanagi stared at the charred relic, his doubt clear. How could anyone read a book burned beyond recognition? But Director Kurihara simply adjusted his glasses, a knowing look on his face. "We've managed to extract fragments of the text," he revealed, using a combination of advanced AI and X-ray technology. "The full prophecy remains a mystery for now." He paused. "But the pieces we have uncovered point to something truly terrifying." What they unlocked was a single prophecy, and its target was chillingly specific: Japan. The air in the room turned to ice. Akon, more than anyone, went pale as a sheet. This wasn't some new interpretation. This was a prophecy that had never existed before. The director's voice sliced through the heavy silence. He reminded them their anti-prophecy division was the most advanced on Earth, a global network that saw everything, knew everything. For something to appear out of nowhere, it should have been impossible. But this was real. The red-haired man's eyes narrowed to slits. He saw it instantly. This wasn't a briefing, it was a deployment order. A flicker of respect in the director's gaze. "Sharp as ever," he admitted. "This is a mission for the main unit," he continued, "but they are currently unreachable." The pieces slammed together in Kanagi's mind. So that's why Midori wasn't there when they got back. The director's next words were steel. "You move out. Now. Your full briefing is being uploaded as we speak." Kanagi's world tilted. Another mission? So soon? But the red-haired man didn't even blink. "You'll get used to the pace," was all he offered. An icy dread coiled in Kanagi's stomach. He clenched his fists. The truth of it all, a crushing weight. This wasn't just a gate. The entire world was on the line. Suddenly, Suo's palm cracked against the table as he shot to his feet. His voice, thick with arrogance, filled the room. "I'll be taking command of this mission, with just 3 of my people." Akane's jaw tightened, a muscle twitching in her cheek. Always playing the commander. As they turned to leave, the director's final order cut through the air. He warned them to advance with extreme caution. They were walking into a situation of completely unknown magnitude. And he made one thing perfectly clear. If the prophecy actually begins to manifest, you are to hold your ground and wait for the main force. No exceptions. Inside the car, the silence was a physical weight. That cold knot in Kanagi's gut tightened. Too many variables, too many unknowns. From the driver's seat, Suo's voice finally broke the tension. "Get some sleep." He noted Kanagi was fresh off his first real mission. But Akane, her pride, a bitter pill, immediately shot back. "You don't have the authority to give me orders," she spat. But to her complete disbelief, Haneda and Kanagi were already slumped over, their breathing deepening into sleep. And just like that, Akane was alone, stubbornly fighting to keep her eyes open, a solitary guard on watch. But as the miles melted into the endless night, her own body betrayed her. She was out. Later, the sudden stop jolted her awake. The car was still. Akane's eyes flew open. The vehicle was empty. A spike of panic shot through her. She threw the door open to find the others standing at a cliff's edge, their gazes fixed on a strange, pulsing light in the abyss below. Her gaze followed theirs, and what she saw was a wound in the world itself. An impossibly vast magic circle bled across the earth, its scale beyond anything they had ever imagined. A deathly chill seized Haneda's soul. He finally understood. This wasn't just a mission. This was so much worse than they ever feared. The prophecy. It was happening right now. Skeletal figures clawed their way from the ground, each one sealed within a massive, pulsing crystal. Their ghostly glow bathed the clearing in an unnatural, sickening light. A terrible certainty settled in their hearts. They were already too late. These were the 23 villagers from the report. Their souls, now just fuel. Suo's expression hardened as a dark memory broke the surface. He'd seen this pattern before. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion vanished into thin air. A dimensional rift nearly tore the world in two. As the chilling thought crossed his mind, the circle's core erupted, vomiting raw energy toward the sky. The sight shattered their hesitation. Suo's voice cut through the chaos. "We have to move, now." The hiss of steel sliced the air as Haneda drew his blade. "What's the plan?" Suo's eyes were grim, his resolve absolute. "We stop this ritual, no matter what." Akane's voice was a sharp crack of protocol. "The director's orders. We were told to stand by." But the time for standing by was over. An immense pressure slammed into them from behind. They spun around and saw Kanagi, bathed in a corrupting dark power. He crackled with an energy that thirsted for a fight. The very air became heavy, suffocating. This wasn't the Kanagi they knew. He was on a whole other level. But even seeing that, Suo didn't flinch. A confident smirk spread across his face. He exploded forward. "Let's go!" he roared, the team charging right at his heels. Akane cried out after him. "Don't be reckless." They descended upon the glowing circle of death. That's when Hinoi and the mage caught a strange scent on the wind. A scent that was chillingly familiar. The kind of smell that always preceded death. Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently. Then, with a deafening crack, a colossal hand erupted from the ground right beneath them. Hinoi's eyes widened in pure horror. He recognized that smell now. He knew exactly what it was. It was the unmistakable stench of a forbidden art. The very same one prophesied in the ancient book of Scorching Heat. Hinoi's voice was grim. Long ago, during the Epsi period, there was an awakener named Bandu Shajima. He was the leader of the Dark Magus, and he was responsible for a great slaughter. The Onmyoji finally managed to strike him down, but not before an entire village was sacrificed in the fight. Shajima had harvested the blood of those fallen innocents to paint a magic circle, a dark promise, to guarantee his reincarnation 1,000 years later. His ambition was a void, to devour all existence and rule as the one true demon king. But in his final moments, he wove a final, forbidden spell. A promise soaked in the blood of countless souls, guaranteeing his return. And now, in this fragile new era, Shajima is reborn. A thing of unknown rank, a world-ending anomaly. His purpose has not changed. To bring about the final, scorching dawn, he stared at his hands, a scowl twisting his face in disgust. This vessel, it's pathetic. A pale imitation of the absolute power he once wielded. Was the ritual flawed? Not enough souls to fuel his glorious second coming? His eyes scanned the desolate, familiar wasteland. A flicker of cruel amusement touched his lips. Even after 1,000 years, this cursed ground hadn't changed. But his amusement twisted into a predator's grin as he saw them, the fools calling themselves the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Not heroes, just the final sacrifice he needed. He raised a hand. Dark energy coiled. Plate of yin, The earth shattered. A violent blast ripped through their charge. Kanagi's heart seized. Hanada, Akoni, swallowed by the chaos, but as smoke cleared, they were standing, battered, but alive. The relief was a poison. A sinister glyph now burned beneath them, an intricate web of pure darkness. This wasn't an attack, it was a cage, the forbidden art, death realm. From the glyph, hundreds of spirits clawed into existence. Spectral hands lunged, grasping, dragging Hanada and Akane into the abyss. They were trapped, drowning in a sea of ghosts. This monster, Shajima, he was a god of despair. Shajima savored the beautiful chaos, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Then, a spike of killing intent. From his blind spot, Kanagi, a silent blade screamed through the air, aimed straight for his back. Effortless, a blur. Shajima sidestepped the blow like it was moving through water, his smirk widening. Amateur. He stomped. Plate of yin, times erupted from the earth beneath his attacker. Dark energy consumed the spot. Shajima's eyes narrowed. Through the smoke, Kanagi stood, completely untouched. The retort was instant. A blinding flash. Thunderbolt Hadad. A wall of pure darkness rose from nothing, swallowing the lightning whole. The attack vanished, not a trace. For a second, Shajima looked almost impressed. A clever move. But the smoke hadn't settled. A new threat emerged. Suo, from the shadows, unleashing the time's chrysanthemum spell. A storm of razor-sharp knives. For a split second, surprise flickered across Shajima's face. Then he was gone, launched into the air. The blades whistled harmlessly below. He hung there, a perfect target against the sky. Suo just grinned. That was the plan. The first attack was never meant to hit. It was bait. Suo slammed his weapon into the ground. Now, for the real storm. Autumn skill. A rain of spectral blades fell from the heavens. But Shajima's expression was pure boredom. You call this power? It's just a shower of pretty lights. Shajima's hand twisted, a grotesque blade of flesh. Suo met it head-on. The shockwave vibrated through his very soul. In that single brutal exchange, Shajima's condescending smirk shattered. This man was a genuine threat. From the sidelines, Kanagi's heart went cold. Shajima's power was a bottomless abyss. This wasn't an enemy. This was a walking cataclysm, an existence they couldn't even comprehend. The pressure was more absolute than the founders themselves. As that horrifying truth settled in, desperate screams ripped through the battlefield. His friends, they were in danger. He whipped around, his blood turning to ice at the sight. Vile tendrils of times, black art times ensnared Akane and Haneda. They tore free, wounded, but their eyes blazed with defiance. They charged as one, a desperate gamble against the monster still locked in combat with Suo. They were closing in. Shajima didn't even glance their way. He summoned 3 skeletal horrors from the ground to intercept their frantic assault. A bone-white demon materialized in Haneda's path. He met it with a ferocious kick. A dull thud. The creature didn't even flinch. These monsters were harder than the minotaurs from the labyrinth. All the while, the duel between Shajima and Suo raged on. Their blows shook the foundations of the earth. Another skeletal guardian rose, planting itself before Kanagi. An impassable wall of bone. He was cut off from his friends. Shajima's cruel laughter echoed over the chaos. Look around you, he taunted Suo. Your friends can't save you now. But he had spoken far too soon. Suo's blade carved a red line across his shoulder. I don't need anyone's help, he snarled, leveling his sword. Stay back. I'll win this with my own power. Shajima just smeared the blood from his wound. A low, manic chuckle rumbled in his chest, exploding into a roar. Need anyone? He bellowed, eyes wild with madness. I don't need anyone to devour you all. In a flash, he was on Suo. Steel screamed. The attack stopped inches from flesh. Suo's arms trembled, buckling under the strain. He was being overwhelmed, a relentless, crushing force. Then, a voice cut through the chaos from behind. It was Kanagi, a blur of motion, charging straight for Shajima. A flicker of shock crossed the monster's face. Kanagi? Here? Impossible. He'd assigned a demon to deal with him personally. His eyes darted back, seeing the others still locked in their desperate struggles. But the space where Kanagi just stood was now occupied by the 2 perfect halves of the demon sent to kill him. Shajima's brief disbelief cost him everything. A fist connected. The impact was a sickening crunch of bone meeting unstoppable force. He was sent flying, skipping across the ground like a stone. Suo's eyes went wide. That single punch held impossible power. Let's finish this together, Kanagi said, planting his feet firmly. For a moment, Suo was completely stunned. The offer hung in the air, heavy with disbelief. Just moments ago, Kanagi was the one being protected. But now he stood victorious, offering a hand to the one who scorned him. For Suo, however, pride was a wall thicker than any shield. But his pride was a fortress. He spat Kanagi's offer back, his voice dripping with contempt. I don't need anyone's help. His words were ice. I am enough. Kanagi could only stare, dumbfounded by such lethal arrogance. Their standoff was shattered by a violent blur. In an instant, Shajima was on them. He unleashed Time's Magatsu's breath asterisk. A screaming torrent of pure destruction ripped through the air. Suo's blade met the blast. His arms shook against the impossible force, but Kanagi had no defense. The wave of power swallowed him whole. He flew backward, a broken doll in a hurricane. The impact was a symphony of splintering wood and shattering bone. Darkness bled into the edges of his sight, a cold tide pulling him down. And as the world faded to black, two figures emerged from the void. Hinoi, the mage. They were waiting. You have fallen, Hinoi explained, her voice a distant whisper. So we have brought you here, to the quiet space within your mind. The ghost of that agony still clung to him, a phantom of a body utterly broken. Still, Kanagi forced his spectral self to stand. Send me back, he pleaded, his voice a fractured echo. I have to return to the fight. But before a reply could form, a new voice filled the emptiness. It was deep, resonant, and absolute. Your part in this battle is done. Meanwhile, back in the living world, the war raged. Suo was failing. His defense crumbled with every one of Shajima's relentless blows. A cruel smile twisted Shajima's lips. It's almost funny, he mused, how much you and I are alike. Both of them arrogant, both believing they needed no one else to win their wars. With a monstrous grin, Shajima gathered his power, fueled by a bottomless hunger to consume everything. One overwhelming blow, a flash of light. Suo's blade exploded into 1,000 glittering shards. Suo staggered, his body screaming in protest. He willed a new sword into his hand. He lunged with the fury of a cornered animal. Shajima simply dodged, his ease a blatant insult. His body bent backward in a horrifying, unnatural arc. A low, rumbling chuckle vibrated in his chest. To him, Suo's desperate struggle was just a show, and from the cold silence of the spirit realm, Kanagi's astral form could only bear witness to the slaughter. The truth settled like a shroud. Shajima was in a different league. Hinoi's voice was a dead weight. Kanagi, you can't win this fight. The mage's words were sharp as glass. His precision, it's not human, it's terrifying. If only there had been more souls here to reap. If this place hadn't been so desolate. Shajima would already be a demon king. She turned to Kanagi, dread clouding her eyes. If he devours you, his power will become absolute. He will burn our world to ash. Her voice fell to a terrified whisper. Finding that grimoire, it was a terrible accident. Then, Hinoi's fear calcified into resolve. She stepped forward. She met Kanagi's gaze, her own now forged in steel. Lend me your body. Asterisk, we times will end this. To their shock, Kanagi refused. He apologized, but his voice was steel. This isn't a test. This is my life. This was a wall, he explained, that he had to shatter alone. A trial he knew he'd face in every battle from now on. His shoulders squared, his gaze never faltered. He met their eyes, his own silently pleading for their trust. The mage began to object, but the words died in his throat. Hinoi silenced him with a sudden booming laugh. He saw Kanagi, a flicker of pride in his eyes. You've already learned everything we could teach. Hinoi's heavy hand landed on Kanagi's shoulder. You made us a promise once, didn't you? That you would surpass every one of the founders. Hinoi's voice swelled. Now go. Show us what that promise means. Do it your way. Hinoi's words were the spark. A fire now raged in Kanagi's soul. He turned, eyes locking onto the storm of battle. Watch me, he whispered a vow to the legends at his back. No more hesitation. He was a blur. A streak of pure will, aimed straight for the heart of the chaos. There, Shajima and Suo were locked in a deadly dance. Suo was a wreck, broken, bleeding, barely on his feet. His eyes fluttered, seeing only pain. Shajima's blade connected. A sickening crack. Suo was blasted into the air. He tumbled, helpless. A broken doll falling from the sky. Below, Shajima coiled, readying the final blow. Suo shut his eyes, waiting for the end. It never came. Instead, a hand snatched him from the air itself. Kanagi. He'd caught Suo and his falling sword in a single, fluid movement. Suspended between heaven and earth, a new fight was about to ignite. He seized Suo's blade in a flash. With a powerful twist, he threw Suo back towards the ground, wrenching him free of Shajima's searing beam of energy. Suo slammed into the earth, the impact rattling his very bones. Shajima's eyes shot upward, locking onto Kanagi. He hung there, suspended like an angel of vengeance. Shajima roared, unleashing another blast of times, Magatsu's breath times, a torrent of pure ruin aimed right at him, but the sight that met his eyes chilled him to the core. Kanagi, calm and poised, fell into the stance for times Hinoi's one-handed sword-style asterisk. His focus was absolute. One elegant arc. The blade met the blast. It didn't block, it cleaved. The dark energy split perfectly in two. Then, with blinding speed, he closed the gap. He struck Shajima's arm. The limb fell away. A clean, silent cut. Shajima stared at the stump, his mind screaming in denial. He couldn't process it. He trembled, a raw scream of humiliated rage tearing from his throat. But Kanagi's face was a mask of cold iron. This wasn't the boy from before. His reply was ice. I am the one who will surpass the Founders. The mage turned to Hinoi, his voice a stunned whisper. Can he actually beat a dark magus? Hinoi didn't answer right away. His gaze was locked on the boy he'd taught. I don't know. But I know this. Kanagi is no fool. A thought ignited in his mind. A theory began to form. Something happened. Something must have changed in the car on the way here. A slow, dangerous smile crept across Hinwa's face. He felt a thrill of anticipation. Had Kanagi unlocked a power that even he couldn't comprehend? Su could only stare, his shock absolute. He watched Kanagi move with an impossible, lethal grace. Just moments ago, he'd spat on Kanagi's offer of help. And now, that same offer was the only thing keeping him from the grave. Kanagi's assault was relentless, a storm of steel pressing Shajima. Shajima warped backward, again and again, desperate for space. He snarled, countering with his dark art, pomegranate, A volley of pure energy screamed through the air, aimed straight for Kanagi. Kanagi weaved. He dodged. But they followed. Every blast was locked onto him. He leaped. He vaulted across the battlefield. The blasts were relentless, a pack of hungry wolves nipping at his heels. Then, a memory surfaced, a technique from the Founders. Aftershock. He slammed his foot into the ground, pouring power into the earth. A wall of solid stone erupted before him, catching the storm of energy just in time. Shajima's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. He didn't hesitate, launching another wave of attacks. But Kanagi was already reacting, commanding the shattered remains of his wall into a swirling shield of rock. In that brief moment, he saw his opening. Two skills merged into one. Kanagi vanished, reappearing directly behind Shajima. Blade poised for the kill. Shajima twisted away at the last possible second, a hair's breadth from disaster. The counter was instantaneous. Shajima spun, unleashing his times. Plate of yin blast times point blank into Kanagi's chest. The force of the impact sent a shockwave tearing through the air. Kanagi staggered back, but the blow that should have ended him was somehow absorbed. He vaults off a floating rock, a living projectile aimed straight for Shajima. Every movement is a page from the Founders' playbook. Shajima dodges, a flicker of movement. But Kanagi's barrage is a storm of techniques Shajima can't predict. Even from the sidelines, the Founders can only stare, stunned by the explosive growth, the relentless assault. But Shajima is far from beaten. A dark light fills his eyes as he invokes a forbidden art. Skeletons shatter and twist, fusing into a towering monstrosity of bone and rage. The colossal creature casts a shadow of death over the battlefield. Its aura is a suffocating wave of pure evil. A twisted grin spreads across Shajima's face. This is your end. The bone giant's hand, a weapon the size of a building, plummets toward Kanagi. From the distance, the Founders' voices crack with desperation. Kanagi, run! But he remains rooted to the spot, utterly still. He watches the crushing blow descend, his mind racing against time. A bitter truth settles in his heart. What he has now is not enough to win. Even if he burned every last drop of his strength, he knows it's not enough. He needs more. He has to shatter the very ceiling of his power. And then, a flicker of memory. The mage's wisdom, Hinoi's strength, the crackle of the times, shining flame asterisk, the perfect balance of Hinoi's one-handed style. He can see it now. Hinoi's patient instruction, the fluid arc of the times, waveblade asterisk, the countless slashes he practiced until his arms screamed. He never perfected either one alone. But what if he combined them? In the face of certain death, Kanagi begins to channel a brilliant, shining light. He pulls the fire into his palm, channeling Hinoi's very soul into the steel, a flash of blinding light. His sword is reborn as a blade of pure, roaring flame. The mage and Hinoi can only stare, their minds reeling in disbelief. What Kanagi just did, it defies every known law of magic. He grips the hilt of his new, impossible weapon. Kanagi stands, a silhouette of raw, incandescent power. A name echoes in his soul for this creation. Asterisk, blazing fire, cutting blade, asterisk. No hesitation. He explodes, a blur of motion toward the skeletal beast. His fire-wreathed blade carves an arc of death as Shajima stares, his reality shattering. He remembered Hinoi's lessons on the sword. He recalled the mage's intricate arts, but just copying them was a cage he was never meant to be in. Fueled by a desperate hunger for something more, he shattered his own limits, birthing the time's blazing fire-cutting blade asterisk. The sword erupts, a maelstrom of hungry flames, one clean swing, a blinding flash. He cleaves the skeleton in two. The slash doesn't stop. It tears straight through Shima in the same fluid motion. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd. To fuse two completely different magic systems, it was a feat no one had ever seen. The alchemist founder, however, watches with a calculating glint in his eye. He whispers a single word for what Kanagi now is. An irregular, a variable that could break the entire system. He had seen the boy's potential, but he never dreamed the boy could merge disparate arts as if they were his own. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If this is his power now, what is his true ceiling? And in the blink of an eye, the alchemist vanished without a trace. Hanoi was left utterly speechless, but the mage, she heard the unspoken threat in his power, and a cold realization dawned. They had dangerously underestimated him. For the first time, a sliver of fear pierced her iron confidence. Was it truly wise to unleash a monster like him on the world? And yet, Hanoi felt only a raw, electric thrill, hungry to witness the peak of this boy's terrifying growth. As Kanagi's feet finally hit solid ground, every muscle fiber screaming, his eyes shot open in disbelief. Shajima, the man he had just cleaved in two, was stitching himself back together from pools of his own spilled blood. A guttural, inhuman rage echoed from the reforming creature. Shajima snarled, "If that had been my head, boy, I might have actually died." Abyssal energy swirled, gathering in his palm. He condensed the darkness into a perfect sphere of annihilation, a times death ball asterisk. "Now, I'll end this." But his final word was stolen. A blur of motion, a whisper of steel. Su appeared from nowhere, his blade already at Shajima's throat. The head tumbled. The monster, caught completely by surprise, collapsed in a heap of flesh and bone. Su moved just as quickly to catch Kanagi, whose consciousness had finally given out. Holding the boy's limp form, a memory, long buried, resurfaced. His older brother had once carried him just like this. He could almost feel the biting frost of that night, huddled beneath a bridge. Snow had covered the world in a silent, cruel blanket of white. "I'll get us food in the morning," his brother had whispered, a promise as fragile as their breath in the air. As his younger self drifted into a fitful sleep, he remembered hearing the distant sounds of a grand parade somewhere far above. Music and laughter from another world. Others were celebrating life, while they were huddled below, forgotten and freezing in the dark. That gnawing emptiness in his gut, that memory. It was why he chose to walk this path alone. Shajima saw that void in him and tried to use it as a weapon. But that was before. His gaze settles on Kanagi's unmoving form, and a quiet truth takes root in his soul. He isn't walking alone anymore. And even if he were, he could endure it now. Fueled by that resolve, the dome of light fractures. Akane and Han dive through the breach. Their eyes lock onto Kanagi, still and silent. A chilling dread seizes them. A desperate check for a pulse, a shaky exhale. He's alive, just unconscious. Akane's head snaps up. The prison of light. It's folding in on itself. Her voice is sharp as glass. "We're out of time." Han's voice is tight with strain. What happens when that thing finally gives? Suo, whose knuckles are stark white against his sword's hilt. His answer is bleak. "It will grind us to atoms. We have one shot. We hit its core with everything we've got and try to blow it back." Suo's voice is a stone, hiding the doubt churning within. Because in his heart, he knows. In their current state, it's a suicide run, but it's the only move they have left to make. They plant their feet, steeling themselves for the end, and then, a flicker of movement from Kanagi. His arm rises as if pulled by unseen strings, an ethereal energy swirling around the blade. Suo's eyes widen. Impossible. In the silent chamber of Kanagi's mind, a new will awakens. Hanoi takes control. The body is no longer his own, just as their world shatters. They unleash their final, desperate attacks. At the storm's eye, Hinwa makes his move. Asterisk, one-handed style. Splitting cloud attack. Asterisk. Beyond the shimmering, collapsing wall, a figure races closer. A man with fire-red hair sprints toward the chaos, his two men fighting to match his pace. "Captain, the barrier is failing," one shouts. In that same instant, it explodes into light. They brace for impact, fearing they've arrived too late. But what they witness stops their hearts. A blinding pillar of pure, azure light erupts from Kanagi's blade, tearing a hole in the sky. The red-haired man's breath catches in his chest. He knows that light. It's the sign of a perfect sword strike, one forged from absolute, unwavering conviction. This is Tuo Makoto, captain of the Anti-Prophecy Unit. Staring at the awe-inspiring sight, a single question burns through his mind. Who on earth could have done this? A short time later, high above the mountains of Peru, Midori is on a call with Makoto. He's floored. The new kid actually managed to stop an unknown class prophecy. Meanwhile, back on the ground, in Japan, Makoto's call is no victory speech. He's already staring down the throat of a rank 1 prophecy. And this one is on an entirely different level. It's a beast unlike anything they've faced before. The call ends. Midori isn't inside the aircraft. He's sitting on top of it, the wind screaming past him. A small smile plays on his lips. He remembers when they were just barely surviving. Now, the anti-prophecy unit is growing stronger, even without him. He saw it all. The smirk vanished from his face. Because Makoto named the one who shattered the prophecy, Kanagi, the rookie, on the team for just 2 days. The line went dead silent. Who is he? Makoto's voice cracked. What is he? Midori's response was instant and chillingly certain. Kanagi is the final answer, the one who will bring silence to every prophecy. We always knew this day would come. We have been waiting for him for a very, very long time. That feeling you get around him, that pull of destiny, it's real. He is the one. A hollow scoff echoed from Makoto. You're betting everything on him? How can you be so sure? He's a complete unknown. There was no debate, only a simple command. See for yourself. Makoto's tone shifted, sharp with urgency. Midori, I need you back here. Now, we need you on the front line. We're facing an equal. And without you, we're losing. A dark chuckle answered him. My apologies, Midori said, the words dripping with anything but. Then, another voice cut in. It was Ren. His voice was strangled with pure terror. A grand prophecy. It's manifesting. Right now. It's a beast. A super-ranked disaster. The source of the self-destruction plague. It's Ishtam. The monstrosity surged forward. Makoto, just hold the line. Midori's voice cut through, calm and steady. I'm ending this. His hand blurred. A torrent of time's divine wind turbulence times erupted. At that very instant, miles away in a sterile hospital room, Kanagi's eyes shot open. He gasped, bolting upright in bed. A nurse, startled by the motion, hurried to his side. Easy, easy, she soothed. You're finally awake. She explained he was in the anti-prophecy infirmary. He'd been completely unconscious, ever since the mission ended. Just unconscious? Kanagi's thoughts were a haze. The darkness had been absolute, a bottomless pit, so deep he hadn't once crossed over into the spatial realm to train with the Founders. You're safe now, the nurse reassured, drawing back the thin privacy curtain. Just call if you need anything. As the curtain slid open, his gaze fell upon a lone figure, Sue, seated in a chair nearby, arms folded, just watching him, silent. How long had he been sitting there? Was he watching over me this whole time? Kanagi's eyes swept the quiet room. No sign of Hinata or Akane. Where are they? Kanagi's voice was a dry rasp. Sue's gaze never wavered. Training. That last fight, the memory was a raw, gaping wound. He was useless. Suo's voice was a ghost of what it was. Your power. It was just too much. Kanagi froze. To hear that from Suo, of all people, it was impossible. But before the truth could sink in, the fragile piece shattered. Suo was on his feet, a desperate fire burning in his eyes. Who are you? It's barely been 2 days since you arrived. His voice rose, sharp with accusation. You took down a rank 3. You stared down a potential rank 1. And that times fusion spell asterisk? I've never seen magic like that in my life. He loomed over Kanagi, his shadow a suffocating blanket. So tell me how you got so strong. I need to know. The air thrummed with the frequency of his desperation. Before Kanagi could form a single word, a new voice sliced through the tension. Are you the one they call Kanagi? Kanagi turned, his simple nod confirming it to the man in the doorway. Beside him, Suo flinched, color draining from his face. Brother, why are you here? Makoto strode past him, his eyes seeing through him as if he were nothing more than air. Kanagi watched the brutal dismissal, his own voice quiet. You're his actual brother? The words were barely out, a blur of motion, a flash of steel. Makoto's blade was drawn. It split the air, stopped a breath from their throats. A silent, deadly warning that left them both reeling. Pure instinct. Kanagi moved. His mind screamed. Asterisk, what is this? A test? Asterisk. Makoto's face was a mask of stone. The captain's own eyes widened. A mere trainee had just dodged his strike? Then, Makoto's expression softened, a silent confirmation. It was a test, and Kanagi had passed. With no further preamble, he introduced himself as the captain of Suo's very own squad. I am Su Makoto. The name hit Kanagi like a physical blow. It was true. This was Suo's older brother. After a silence that felt heavy enough to crush bone, Makoto made the announcement. Because of Kanagi's unprecedented fight against the rank 1 threat, he was being temporarily assigned to his elite squad. Kanagi was speechless, but Suo was broken. Ice-cold envy twisted in his gut. He was his brother, his own flesh and blood. An honor he, the Times Real Time's brother, had never once been offered. Makoto brushed it all aside. He ordered Kanagi to follow for an immediate briefing, turning his back on his own family. Suo's fists clenched, knuckles white, a silent scream of rage. His nails bit into his palms, drawing blood. Elsewhere, in the sterile glare of the training grounds, the anti-prophecy unit's last 2 members pushed their limits. Akane, a storm of steel, weapon after weapon. Haneda, an unmoving wall, deflecting every single blow. They pushed, they bled, they sweat, but a crushing weight hung in the air between them. Kanagi's new power was a mountain they couldn't see the top of. Still, they fought on, chasing a shadow that grew longer with every step. The door bursts open as Midori ambles in. Brought some chocolate back from Peru, he says, a lazy grin plastered on his face. But the air in the room is frozen solid. They blow right past his offering, their gazes like daggers. How long? They demand, their voices tight with a chilling intensity. How long are you in Japan? Midori blinks, caught off guard. 1 week. That's all they needed to hear. Then train us, they command. A solid wall of desperation and resolve. This wasn't a request, it was a demand. A refusal to be left in Kanagi's dust. The sudden fire in them was staggering. Midori had never seen this blaze in their eyes before. A slow, dangerous smile curls his lips. Fine, let's do this. But what about Sue, he asks, looking around. The question barely hangs in the air. The door slides open again. It's Sue. His face is carved from stone, his will absolute. I'm in. Elsewhere, in a long, echoing hall, Kanagi keeps pace with Makoto, matching his powerful stride without effort. Back in the training room, another voice shatters the tension. They turn. It's Suo. His face holds the same desperate hunger as theirs. His voice is low, weighted with a heavy truth. Kanagi. He was scouted. My brother. He handpicked him for a temporary slot on his squad. The words hit them like a fist to the gut. In that instant, the chasm between them and Kanagi became terrifyingly clear. To be chosen by Makoto himself, that was a different world entirely, a realm they couldn't even touch. But for Suo, it was a personal failure, a harsh spotlight exposing every way he'd ever fallen short compared to Kanagi. It cemented his desperate need to become something more. At the same time, walking down that hall, Kanagi finally lets his curiosity show, asking Makoto about the meeting. Makoto's answer is short, their next assignment. They move out at dawn. As they walk on, Makoto stops. His voice lowers. He asks Kanagi if he's close to his little brother. Kanagi's mind flashes to their last fight, to Suo trusting him with his own blade. A real smile touches his lips as he confirms they are. Makoto's face is a mask of indifference, but underneath, a silent, crushing weight of worry for his brother settles in. That cold distance has led Suo to one soul-crushing conclusion. His older brother hates him. He doesn't care if he lives or dies, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The day Makoto visited, he didn't ignore Suo out of malice. The truth? He couldn't stand to look at his brother's wounds. But all Suo saw was a brother who refused to even look his way. He saw nothing but rejection, and that single devastating moment lit a fire inside him. A fire that drives him to the brink, to get stronger. All for a single glance from Makoto. On the other side of this tragedy, Makoto never wanted Suo to be stronger. He only ever wanted him to be safe. This profound misunderstanding is the core of Suo's obsession with surpassing Kanagi, because in his mind, that's the only path to earning his brother's acknowledgement. And one day, he'll be strong enough to take down Makoto himself. In another room, the quiet words hung in the air. Kanagi pushed, knowing a raw truth was just waiting to break free. And then, Makoto's iron mask finally fractured. He admitted it, a quiet confession. He cared for his little brother, more than anything. For a fleeting moment, a real warmth filled Kanagi. But on the training grounds, the air was cold with tension. Suo was bearing his soul, the very core of his ambition. But to Akane, it was all a contradiction. He talked of eclipsing his brother, of carving his own name into history. But every word was a love letter to the man he claimed to want to defeat. As she sparred with Hinata, the final piece of the puzzle slammed into place. Akane voiced the simple, brutal truth. When you strip it all away, he's just a kid who wants his big brother to look at him. Hinata saw a tragic poetry in the words. But for Suo, hearing that truth spoken aloud ignited a fuse. A sudden, blinding rage swallowed him whole as the briefing continued elsewhere. Kanagi was learning the 3 laws that forged this squad. The first, be swift, end the fight before it starts. The second, relentless offense, give them no room to breathe. The third, conquer your weakness. It is the only enemy that matters. Across the entire Counterforce division, Makoto's squad was a myth, the undisputed gods of battle. Their very structure screamed efficiency, a minimum of 7 members, a small, elite scalpel for an impossible surgery. Their directive was terrifyingly simple. They only hunt threats of rank 1 or higher. The chopper blades tore through the sky. Makoto's squad was now in motion, a guided missile aimed at a walking apocalypse. Inside, a squad mate named Jakaru leaned back, grinning. He dropped the fact casually. You know, 90% of this team's firepower. That's all the captain. The rest of us are just here for the show. Since Kanagi was just a temp, no one expected him to pull his weight. But that wasn't his focus. While Jaru laid out the facts, Kanagi's attention was elsewhere, his thumbs flying across his phone. Jaru called him out on it. Kanagi apologized, explaining he had to check in with his friends. Jaru's brow furrowed, confused. Check in? What do you mean? Kanagi was messaging the anti-prophecy group. The founders had been on his case to finally make contact. In the middle of their grueling training, a notification chimed. They saw his name, read the message, and the world stopped. For Suo, it was a punch to the gut. What the hell was Kanagi thinking? They rushed the phone to Midori. He saw it instantly. The message wasn't one piece of advice, but 3, each one a custom-built key. The sheer detail, the roadmap to power Kanagi had just handed them. It left Midori deeply impressed. With a ghost of a smile, he held out his hand. So, do we take the path he's offered, or do we turn away? They saw it for what it was, a challenge, and they accepted. Especially Suo, his rage now a cold fire. Kanagi hadn't just given advice, he'd poured salt in their deepest wounds. Back on the chopper, Jakaru clapped Kanagi's shoulder. Heads up, we're here. A swipe of his hand cleared the frost. Through the small circle of glass, Kanagi saw a world reborn in ice. An endless, desolate sea of snow. Colossal crystal spires jutted from the earth, like the shattered bones of a dead god. This was their target, a rank 1 prophecy. Its name, Frozen Earth, a cataclysm threatening to entomb the world, a creeping death of ice, devouring the land faster with every passing hour. If they failed here, an endless winter would consume everything. Nothing would be left, no one, and this was just one front in a much larger war. 17 disasters like this, erupting across the globe, all at once. Worse, many struck the heart of our most crowded cities. Millions of lives, trapped. Vice Captain Kashi's voice sliced through the tension, cold and sharp as the ice outside. Listen up, his tone was steel. There's no time. The reports are clear. This curse of ice, it's moving faster than anyone predicted. At the front, their leader stood firm. Makoto's command cut through the chopper's roar. The chopper can't get us any closer. We jump now. He turned, facing his squad before the plunge. His gaze met every soldier's. Our first priority, protect the innocent. His fist shot up, a cry against the storm. Our code, the 3 rules, with me. A single roar answered, a unified promise thrown into the frozen hell below. Kanagi's voice joined the chorus, but his mind was elsewhere. He saw his last battle, the useless man he was then, the man he couldn't afford to be now. He'd been nothing but a burden, saved by Hanoi. Again, this mission was his one chance. He had to be stronger. He watched the veterans, their every move a lesson. He would absorb it all. He had to. The ramp dropped. They plunged into the abyss. This time, it would be different. A silent vow echoed in his soul. He would finish this mission himself, his first rank 1. The time was 10:17 in the morning. Boots crunched on frozen ground. They had landed. The air wasn't just cold. It was a weight that stole the breath from their lungs. Jakaru, an awakener, was already shaking uncontrollably. His defenses, the cold was tearing right through them. Kashi's breath plumed. The reports were wrong. This cold, it's so much worse. This has to be the anomaly. He faced the squad. This entire area is a dead zone. We'll set up a base camp halfway there. At that, something flickered in Makoto's eyes, but his face remained a mask. Breaking the silence, Kanagi stepped toward Jakaru. The times frozen earth, times prophecy, Kanagi asked. Is it in any of the records? Jakaru shook his head. You won't find this one in a book. The anti-prophecy unit, he explained. We saw this coming. We have our own methods. There are countless prophecies, but this is the first time one of our own has ever pinpointed a rank 1 threat before it fully emerged. And that explained everything. Why Makoto's squad, the absolute best, was on the ground. This wasn't just critical. It was unprecedented. Kanagi had his answer. And the truth was a weight far heavier than the crushing cold. But Kashi's hawk-like gaze missed nothing, not even the slight tremble in his hands. She'd told him fear was a tool, sharper than any blind confidence. But he couldn't afford to let that tool be turned against himself. A heavy hand clamped onto Kanagi's shoulder. It was Jakaru, his voice a low growl that mirrored Kashi's warning. You're with the deadliest squad in the anti-prophecy unit. Look the part. Kashi's voice snapped like a whip. Jakaru, this is a live operation. He instantly straightened. My apologies, Captain. And then, Jakaru's hand flew up, his entire posture changing in an instant. Contact, 2 o'clock. Range is about 200 meters. Kashi gave a terse nod, and simply wasn't there. She reappeared a second later, perfectly composed. Her report was delivered with a chilling stillness. 30 hostiles confirmed. Estimated rank, S+. They were Ice Gargoyles, Thai tribe. That was all the confirmation Makoto required. His command was a single, ruthless word, eradicate. The unit moved like a single organism. A synchronized wave of destruction surging toward their targets. Their teamwork was a flawless, deadly dance. Kanagi could only watch, his perception slowing to a crawl. Back in training, they were just clumsy kids. But this was a hunt, a battle between predators on an entirely different level of existence, and it finally hit him. These weren't just soldiers, they were living weapons. A fire ignited in his spirit as he turned to Makoto, his voice solid. Permission to engage? Makoto offered a simple nod. He saw them as nothing more than S+ nuisances to be cleared. The moment he got the signal, Kanagi launched himself forward. His foot slammed into a monster's skull, but instead of a crack, a deafening explosion echoed. Crystalline shrapnel tore through the air. Kashi became a blur, weaving past a blinding energy beam. He yelled a warning through the chaos. Careful! There are some heavy hitters in this mob. In that same instant, Kanagi's blade ignited, consumed by roaring flames. He unleashed his time's Crimson Severance asterisk, and the creature was vaporized in one searing, brilliant arc. The sight stopped Chikaru dead in his tracks. A Fury-class skill? From times him asterisk? That level of power was unthinkable. A slow, dangerous grin spread across Kashi's face, but Makoto was already finishing the fight. A flash of steel, a single, clean cut. The rest of the pack disintegrated like ash. His gaze, however, lingered. He focused on Kanagi's still smoldering blade, so that was the source of that odd blue flare from before. Interesting. The last monster crumbled to dust, and a stark silence fell. The team quickly established a perimeter. The scent of rations was a strange comfort in the biting mountain air. As they ate, Kashi broke the silence. "Chikaru, what's the radar showing?" Chikaru glanced at his screen. "We're clear. No boss signatures within a 10-kilometer radius." The lingering tension in the air seemed to dissipate. Kashi let out a long, slow breath. But was the threat truly gone? The team settled in for the night, but two figures were missing. A question hung in the air. Where were Kanagi and the captain? Far from camp, cloaked in darkness, Kanagi was a lone silhouette against a crackling fire. Every ounce of his focus was on the mana between his hands, trying to force his spells to merge. He had to repeat the miracle, the one that had saved them before. Raw mana swirled, and a shadow fell over him. The captain. He'd appeared from nowhere. "Burning the midnight oil, kid?" The voice shattered his focus. Kanagi almost jumped out of his skin. Not a sound, not a single footstep. Makoto moved like a phantom. Once Kanagi's heart stopped pounding, Makoto sat on the log beside him, firelight glinting in his eyes. "First time sleeping under the stars?" he asked, the quiet getting to you. Kanagi forced a confident tone, insisting he was fine, but the captain's next words blindsided him. Makoto let out a long sigh. "God, I'd kill for a smoke back home." Kanagi's jaw dropped. The captain? The unwavering pillar of strength? It didn't compute, but that was nothing. Makoto's next confession sent a chill down his spine. "Honestly, I'm dying for a hit of my cat." Kanagi's mind short-circuited. A times hit asterisk? Of his times cat asterisk? Was that some new designer drug sweeping the back alleys? The strongest hunter alive was talking about getting wasted. "Your... cat? Sir?" Kanagi stammered, his voice cracking. A slow grin spread across Makoto's face. He pulled out his phone, thrusting the glowing screen at Kanagi. "Here, see for yourself." Kanagi peered closer. "So, what's his name?" "Aribe," Makoto answered, his voice deadpan. Kanagi squinted at the screen and saw at the unmistakable eyes of a tiny, fluffy demon. He pushed the thought aside. "You must really miss him, huh?" Makoto snorted. A bitter laugh. "Not even close." He described Aribe not as a pet, but as a furry agent of chaos. Shredded furniture, unspeakable messes, a true menace to society. And yet, after detailing every last one of the cat's war crimes, Makoto's voice dropped to a near whisper. "He's still damn cute, though." He turned his head, his expression lost in the shadows. "Just like my little brother." Suo, the name hung in the air. Kanagi had never seen the captain so utterly shattered. He said nothing, letting the crackling fire fill the heavy silence. A flicker of fragile hope returned to Makoto's voice. He admitted that all he ever wanted was to talk to Suo, just once, the way they were talking right now. As an only child, Kanagi couldn't truly understand that kind of pain, but he offered the only thing he could. "Maybe, you should just treat Suo the same way you treat your cat." The simple truth struck Makoto like lightning. A genuine smile, the first one Kanagi had ever seen, spread across his face. "Yeah, maybe you're right." He swiped through his phone, then held it out again, a video playing. What Kanagi saw made his jaw hit the dirt. There was the stoic captain, cooing and baby-talking to the tiny demon. A loud, unrestrained laugh escaped Kanagi's lips. Makoto grinned. "See what I mean? You really think that's a good idea?" But the humor in his eyes vanished, replaced by a quiet, intense sincerity. He locked eyes with Kanagi. "So, will you train with me?" And in that moment, a new path forward began to form. Kanagi hesitated, the protest dying on his lips as Kashi appeared, her gaze sweeping over them, urgent. "Back to camp. Now," she ordered. A sharp reminder they moved out at dawn. Makoto offered no protest, but as the darkness deepened, so did the danger. A lone figure moved through the snow, unseen by Makoto or his crew, a ghost in the blizzard. He walked with a chilling calm, dressed for a summer day in the middle of a frozen hell. When a patrol finally intercepted him, his words were ice. He had a purpose here. He was here to fulfill the prophecy of this place. In his grasp, a small, plain book. "This," he announced, "is a mission of the highest order. A lone awakener, walking straight toward the very same mountain that held Makoto's fate." In the supposed safety of camp, Kanagi found no peace in sleep. His spirit was pulled back to the dreamscape, back to the Founders. Tonight's lesson, the bow. This wasn't a test of muscle, but of mind. He strained against a bow that felt like solid rock. Margaret's voice, his only anchor. She pushed him past his limits, demanding everything he had. Sweat streamed down Kanagi's face. Margaret's voice cut through the strain. Is it painful to hold that focus? They were forging his mind into a weapon. Hinoi's roar shattered the calm. Why isn't it a sword day? The mage shut him down with a single, cold glare. She reminded him his turn was yesterday. But through all the noise and chaos, Margaret saw it. A flicker of surprise. Kanagi was a statue, unmoving. The change was absolute. A universe away from the boy who couldn't focus when they first began. His voice was low, unwavering. It's this team, he said. I'm fighting alongside people who are incredible. They make me want to be more. His entire world narrowed to a single point on the target. He released. The arrow flew, silent, deadly. It slammed into the bullseye with a deafening crack. A perfect shot. Margaret's eyes widened at the flawless strike. The tension shattered. Kanagi collapsed, gasping for air. Don't you dare forget that feeling. Margaret's voice sliced through his relief. That's enough for today. The second the session ended, Hinoi's eyes blazed with that familiar hunger for a fight. His blade was already out. On your feet, Kanagi. Our turn. But the duel was not to be. As their spar was about to ignite, a voice from the waking world tore Kanagi from his dream. His team was shaking him. It was time to move. Before they left, Makoto gathered the team, his face a mask of grim determination. Listen up, he said, his voice low. Today, we hunt the boss from the prophecy. Today, this ends. A new threat descended from the canopy. A living storm of blue feathers. A massive flock of birds. The squad surged forward as one. No hesitation. In Kanagi's mind, the ancient founders chuckled. With this team's raw power, one mused, this mission should be simple. They had no idea how wrong they were. The mage's eyes narrow. A veteran founder shifts. Unnerved. Something is wrong, a chilling presence that seeps into his very marrow. This is no mere battle. The last of the fodder has fallen. The path ahead is finally open. Makoto's command is sharp, cutting through the silence. Jikaru, scout. The reply is a choked whisper, laced with pure terror. Contact, roughly 2,000 meters out. It's a boss, and it's charging right for us. His voice cracks, heavy with a suffocating dread. 10 seconds until impact. The world freezes, trapped in the final moments of calm. A colossal shadow rips through the gloom. Calamitous, the forgotten god, descends upon them. Its face, a portrait of absolute, unhinged fury. The sheer pressure of its existence threatens to crush their lungs. They'd killed monsters before. This was a god of prey. Makoto's voice shatters the fear. Engage. They move in perfect sync. A single living weapon aimed at a deity's heart. Jikaru's chains erupt, binding the behemoth. Kashi is a phantom of steel, his blade, a silver flicker from every direction. Then, the cold shock of disbelief. Their assault leaves nothing, not a single scratch. Their perfect strategy, the key to all their victories, shatters against its hide. It means nothing here. And in that moment of despair, the god coils to retaliate, but its head snaps up. A new presence, a new threat. Kanagi, a falling star of vengeance, his sword aimed for the kill. In that one instant, he carries the weight of all their hopes. He remembers Akane's grace, Hinoi's power, the lessons for the perfect vertical strike. He puts it all on the line. He unleashes everything he has. His first strike will be his last, all of his power, focused into one point. Kanagi unleashes time's crimson, sun/asterisk, a torrent of searing flames screaming toward the god. But the fire dies against its flesh, utterly ignored. The god counters instantly. Its blade swings, a blur of motion that sends Kanagi plummeting back to the earth. The sickening crash echoes. For a frozen second, Jikaru is sure he just watched Kanagi die. But he lives. A massive ice crystal, a fluke of the battlefield, broke his fall. Kashi, still locked in combat, understands now. This is why it's the number one. Her eyes find Makoto. It's all on him now. He is their only chance. Makoto draws his blade. In the same breath, Jikaru's chains snare Kanagi. He rips him from the battlefield, his voice a low growl. Stay back. We'll only be in the captain's way. As they pull back, the god attacks Makoto with world-ending force. The force of the blow alone sends a concussive shockwave tearing through the cavern. Kanagi screams, certain Makoto is gone. But then, astonishment. The god's blade stops dead, inches from Makoto's face. He hasn't moved. The enraged god swings again. Again, Makoto meets the blow. He doesn't even flinch. There is no hesitation. Just a blur, a devastating counter-slash. The boss's arm thuds to the floor, severed clean. Hinoi's eyes blaze with pure awe. Let me in. I want a piece of that. But a cold dread floods Kanagi. Absolutely not, he barks, his voice tight with raw fear. Unfazed, Makoto towers over the crippled beast. His voice is calm, almost a whisper. I wanted you all to get some experience, a taste of what a true boss fight feels like. But the lesson is over. I'm ending this now. At his command, the crew scrambles back as a protective barrier shimmers to life. The moment it forms, the very air crackles with immense power. Makoto's sword ignites, channeling the time's red dragon's roar asterisk. A vortex of raw flame erupts from the blade. He fuses it with a blinding flash of time's crimson light asterisk. The inferno surges, a tidal wave of utter annihilation. It doesn't just burn, it vaporizes nearly half the creature's body in a single, silent instant. Kanagi can only stare, his own flame sword now feeling like a flickering candle in a hurricane. That technique, it was his own. But the scale, the sheer destructive force, it was on another plane of existence entirely. He knew with a bone-deep certainty that without their barrier, they would all be less than ash. A quiet, hollow whisper escapes Kanagi's lips. An apology, not for the monster, but for his own powerlessness. It is our duty to protect this world. Then, from the settling dust, something stirred. The creature lets out a bizarre, shrieking cry, like a dying cat. A wave of stunned silence washes over them, followed by a collective, uneasy grimace. Kanagi's eyes were locked on the fight. This wasn't Hinoi's rigid by the book style, this was something else. Every one of his movements was fluid, precise, and lethally efficient. He was on a completely different level. Awe struck him. He had to learn from this man. Just then, Makoto's blade sang through the air one last time. The beast was cleaved clean in two, but in that single moment of victory, a blinding flash tore across the battlefield. Searing pain. Makoto looked down. His arm was gone. He spun around, only to see a gaping, bloody hole punched straight through Jakaru. Kanagi's world shattered. His head snapped from side to side, trying to process the sudden, silent massacre unfolding around him. One after another, his comrades were being torn apart. Crimson painted the cold ground. They were dropping like puppets whose strings had been severed. He saw Jakaru collapsing and lunged forward to catch him. But with his last ounce of life, Jakaru shoved him back. Hard. Kanagi stumbled, his eyes wide with a horror his mind couldn't accept. The men he had just fought beside were now just bodies, crumpling to the earth. Even as the light faded from his eyes, Jakaru's face was a mask of pure, soul-crushing regret. It struck from a blind spot, a single miscalculation that cost him everything. He was falling. A whispered apology to his captain left his lips as the world rushed up to meet him. Asterisk, just let them see. Show them where the real monster is hiding. Asterisk. By some miracle, Kashi was untouched. But the light carved through the others, their screams silenced. It punched through their bodies as if they were nothing. Makoto gripped the stump of his arm, blood pouring between his fingers. Scatter, he roared, his voice pure agony and command. Use the terrain for cover. That's a skill. Go now. There was no hesitation, only the desperate scramble to survive. Kashi glanced back, screaming a name at a man on the ground. Get up, we have to move. But he didn't rise. His eyes were locked on their captain, on the blood staining the earth. The beam that took Makoto's arm, nothing could have stopped it. Barriers had shattered like glass. This power didn't just destroy, it annihilated. Then, another blinding flash. The beam shrieked straight for Makoto's heart. He launched himself away, escaping death by an inch. Kashi could only watch, a cold dread seeping into her soul. The boss was a whirlwind of death, unleashing one relentless attack after another, and the wounds they'd inflicted were already sealing themselves. They had one shot at this. One final, overwhelming assault to end it all. She whipped her head toward Kanagi, their last hope. He was on his knees, his weapon fallen, his eyes vacant with shock. Kanagi knelt among the bodies of his fallen comrades, his voice a fractured whisper. He reached out to the founder. Valentine, please, can you bring them back? A look of profound sorrow crossed her face. I'm so sorry, Kanagi. That is a power beyond even my own. The last flicker of hope in his eyes died, followed by a long, shuddering breath. He then called out to all the founders. I thought I could handle this alone this time. He was wrong. Now, I need your strength once more. There was no hesitation. Manhwa stepped forward, and a new power flooded Kanagi's body. Meanwhile, Makoto pieced together the attack. It was silent, invisible. It had completely bypassed Jakaru's radar. Jakaru's perception was their shield, but one that only extended for 3 kilometers. This meant the strike came from much, much further. A single, impossible attack. One that not only took Jakaru's life, but also his own arm. This was all the proof he needed. Their hidden enemy was at least his equal. He would not let Jakaru's sacrifice be for nothing. Makoto pushed. He would shatter his own limits, right here, right now. Power he had no right to wield surged through him. He focused it all into a single point. His senses screamed, stretching far beyond the 3-kilometer threshold, and through all the interference, across the impossible distance, he found his target. His knuckles are bone white on the hilt, their faces flicker behind his eyes. Every single one, gone. Their last moments have become his burning resolve. For them, he cannot fail. Crimson light bleeds down the steel of his sword. He unleashes what little he has left. The ground cracks. A torrent of fire rips through the ruins, a wave of annihilation scouring the battlefield. And through the smoke and fading embers, the caster is finally revealed. It's him, the boy who simply appeared, standing there, untouched, in his casual clothes. A slow, mocking smile spreads across his face. Not bad, he says, for the captain of the so-called strongest squad. But Makoto can only stare, his heart a stone in his chest. That attack, his final, desperate gambit, was completely devoured. The boy scoffs. You know, if you still had your left arm. That little fire show might have actually scratched me. He raises a single hand. Orbs of pure void coalesce around him, a spell he calls Time's Darkness *. He takes one, deliberate step forward. An orb shoots out, silent, lethal. Makoto's sword flashes to meet it. A wall of ice erupts. Glacial shield *. The moment it shatters, he vanishes. Flash step, *. He reappears behind the boy, his blade arcing for the neck, but the steel never finds its mark. A blinding, world-ending light. It's the same attack that took everything from him. Flesh and armor are torn from his torso, but the boy, he stands untouched. His voice is a chilling whisper. I saw that coming a mile away. Then he gestures to Makoto's mangled body. You're the one who's already dead. A spark hits gasoline. A raw, guttural roar tears from Makoto's lips. He summons every last shred of his will, pushing beyond the agony. He lunges. His blade screams through the air. The boy doesn't even flinch. A simple sidestep, a brutal, punishing kick. It connects, right in the gaping, bloody wound. But it was a trap, all of it. The kick created the only opening he would get. Makoto smashes the flat of his blade against him. The impact sends the boy hurtling toward the earth. Makoto watches, gasping for air. A thought cuts through the haze of pain. That beam attack. Why hasn't he used it again? Its power was absolute, overwhelming. There had to be a limit, a cooldown. And then, it clicked. The boy can't just fire it at will. That power has a price. In a battle of pure endurance, they might actually be on even ground. Down below, the boy lands gracefully, but his ragged breathing confirms everything. He scoffs. Evenly matched? Take a good look at yourself. The state of his body was a brutal truth. One arm gone, a hole where his ribs should be. And yet, Makoto had long since erased the word disadvantage from his vocabulary, because there were only 3 rules that mattered, the rules of the Makoto squad. Their faces flash in his mind. A final, desperate strength surges through him. A fire ignites in his soul, burning away the fear. This ends now. Win or die. His will forges into steel. Flames erupt around his body. He cauterizes his own wounds. The agony sharpens his focus as the bleeding halts. Through a haze of pain, he bellows their squad's 3rd rule across the blood-stained earth. Overcome your weakness. With that oath, he unleashes Time's Scarlet Blaze *. From across the battlefield, the boy's eyes narrow. He understands now. Makoto is burning his own life force for this one final attack. A grim smile curls his lips. He'll match that bet. He pours his own life into the devouring shadow. Makoto feels them beside him, his fallen comrades, their spirits his last shield. He glares at the beast. His voice, raw with grief and power, echoes across the chaos. You dare look down on my squad? But this war is being fought on more than one front. Desperate, Kanagi begs his patrons for more power. A chilling transformation begins. His hair bleeds to white. Hinoi is in control now. The last squad members turn to run. Their escape route vanishes. The boss stands in their way, severed arms regrowing in a grotesque spectacle. Kashi's heart hammers against her ribs. A cold dread floods her veins. She knows, she can't win this alone. Her gaze snaps to the rear, a desperate cry tearing from her throat. Kanagi! But the kneeling figure, is that even him anymore? The fight seemed to have bled right out of him. He watched his squad get slaughtered, and something inside him simply shattered. And who could blame him? He was just a rookie, barely more than a kid before all this. And yet, she watched, stunned, as Kanagi staggered back to his feet. In a blinding flash of defiance, he launched forward. A thunderous kick slammed into the boss. The impact sent it flying. And on the other side of the chaos, Makoto's duel raged on. A storm of steel and shadow, a brutal, relentless exchange. Makoto gripped the hilt of his shattered blade. He unleashed a desperate Time's Scarlet Light *. His foe twisted away just in time. The crimson energy seared the air, a clean dodge, but a cold dread began to sink in. This fight was slipping from his grasp. Makoto's fire, his darkness should have devoured it completely. But it was returning, clinging to him, burning him again, and on top of that, there was a limit to how long he could command the abyss by force. He could feel that limit screaming. Panic flared. He hurled a desperate barrage of shadow orbs at Makoto. Makoto moved like lightning. He weaved through the storm. He saw the opening. He lunged. One clean arc. The arm was gone. In a single instant, the tables had turned. But even with one arm, the man lunged, ramming his knee directly into Makoto's injured limb. Makoto's world shattered as he hit the dirt. White-hot agony flared with each slow, deliberate footstep that approached. A shadow washed over him, immense and final. An arm? The voice mused, dripping with contempt. A small price to pay, especially since I already tore a hole straight through your gut. A low, chilling chuckle filled the silence. You know, I truly expected better. I read your entire strategy from the moment you moved. I knew you were always going to close the gap. That decisiveness has always been your greatest weapon, Makoto. You always commit to the most savagely efficient path. Not a single wasted motion, not a shred of doubt. But that very same strength is your most crippling weakness. It makes you so predictable, and that is why you're dying at my feet. His hand reached not for a blade, but for a satchel. He produced an ancient, leather-bound book, holding it out like a death warrant. Your story was over long before this fight ever started. The color drained from Makoto's face. That crest, the Book of Doom. The man opened the tome, its pages whispering like ghosts. He spoke as if stating a simple fact of the universe. Your order exists to defy fate, to shatter the prophecies. Did you honestly believe an order wouldn't exist to ensure they come to pass? The words hit Makoto harder than any physical blow. A whole organization dedicated to ensuring the world ends. How could he not have known? The man's smile was the final, cruel twist of a blade. As for who I am, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. They call me the 12th of darkness, the harbinger chosen to deliver the final prophecy. Makoto's reality fractured, the words impossible to grasp. Why, he choked, the word a ragged tear in his throat. Why are you so determined to burn it all down? The apostle just stood there. He nonchalantly turned a page in the ancient book. A cruel smirk played on his lips. If I told you the reason, do you think you could ever forgive me? The mockery shattered what little composure Makoto had left. He exploded forward, his blade screamed through the air. It bit deep into the apostle's shoulder. A flicker of hope. Makoto knew this was it. The man's mana was gone. His body was broken. This had to be the end. To be sure, Makoto unleashed everything he had left. Asterisk, Crimson Dragon's Dominion asterisk. This would burn him to ash. But across the ruined earth, the apostle, blood gushing from his wound, was smiling. No, he whispered, his voice a death rattle. This is your time's end. And with that promise, he lifted a small vial to his lips and drank. A cataclysmic explosion of light erupted from his form. Makoto saw only white. Then, through the glare, a fist. Impact. The world became a violent, spinning blur. He was thrown like a rag doll. The dust began to settle. Makoto forced himself up, vision clearing, every nerve screaming. The apostle stood before him, pristine. Every wound he'd just inflicted had vanished. In an instant, every wound vanished. His enemy stood renewed, a mocking grin on his face as he boasted about the potion. An artifact, a relic of impossible healing. Makoto clenched his jaw, his one working arm forcing his sword upward. One last time, he roared. Asterisk, scarlet light blade, asterisk. A crimson crescent ripped through the air. The man just waved it away. Swirling times darkness orbs times devoured the attack, then unleashed a storm of their own. Ice flooded Makoto's veins. That artifact, it shouldn't exist. Such power belonged to nations, not individuals. Its existence could shatter the balance of the world. How did a simple organization acquire it? A savage kick slammed into his gut, stealing his breath. His world became a blur of pain as he hit the ground. His lungs screamed, every gasp a ragged, useless rattle. The victor loomed over him, exhaling in smug satisfaction. He thought the fight was done, but lying in the filth, Makoto's vision swam with ghosts. A time before all this, his friends' smiling faces. Trembling fingers reached for his sword. He could hear Kanagi's voice, teasing him about his brother. The memory felt so wrong in this place of death. And yet, a broken, bloody smile touched his lips. One last spark. His fingers tightened on the hilt. He raised the blade, one final act of defiance. A beam of pure darkness seared the air. The hand holding his last hope was simply gone. Goodbye, Makoto, the man sneered, his voice thick with triumph. But he was wrong. As the killing blow descended, a figure exploded through the crystal wall behind the villain. It was Kanagi, and with him stood the Founders. They came for one thing: vengeance, for the man who dared to harm their disciple. Makoto's gaze found Kanagi. Relief washed over him, but something else followed. This was not just his master. An ancient, suffocating pressure poured from him. The villain froze, choked by an aura of absolute power. The man he had dismissed as a mere boy, the one he'd treated as a helpless pawn, now stood before him as an apex predator, an entity that was the very definition of death. Raw panic flared. The villain snarled, pressing a blade to Makoto's throat. Don't move! One step, and he dies. The words were still in the air. A flash of light. His arm hit the floor. His eyes widened. He hadn't even seen the blade move. From across the chamber, Kanagi lowered his sword, his expression unchanged. The sheer force of that one impossible strike had already shattered the blade's edge. The Founders stared. One swing, and the sword is ruined? One of them whispered, stunned. It didn't matter. The alchemist founder stepped into the light. With a flick of his wrist, a dozen new blades materialize for Kanagi. His eyes are glacial, burning with a promise of vengeance. He gives one command to the legends behind him. Erase it. But as they surge forward, the creature's mangled stump convulses, bubbling back to life. Hananoi's breath caught. That's reversal asterisk, the mage founder stated, her tone laced with ice. A forbidden art, one she believed no modern awakener could ever wield. Her eyes narrowed, piecing it together. The artifact he's using, it's reversing time on his own body, a constant mend, a relentless rewrite, until its finite power shatters. The words hung in the air. Kanagi's arrow screamed through the void. It found its home in the man's skull, a flawless shot, an undeniable kill, but the flesh just knitted itself shut, leaving not a single scar behind. Staring at the impossible, one of the founders demanded, "Mage, what will it take to put this thing down?" Her answer was a death sentence. "We have to kill him." Over and over, until his soul itself breaks. The creature answered with a flood of pure darkness. Kanagi simply drew another arrow, light against the encroaching shadow. He let it fly. The spell surged forward to devour it, but the hallowed shaft tore straight through the abyss. It struck home, one in the chest, another through the head. A dry, hollow laugh echoed from the archer founder. "You thought mere shadows could snuff out my legacy?" The wound sealed in a blink. He retaliated with a storm of his own, orbs of absolute darkness, but Kanagi was already gone. He moved like a ghost, a whisper of the founder's ancient speed. He evaded. He closed the gap. A vicious kick shattered the creature's jaw. He wrenched its arm, twisted it, and slammed his palm into its chin. In that one moment of impact, a founder saw it. A flicker, a flaw. He can't use his. He can't fire his time's annihilation beam, times while his own orbs block his line of sight. A fatal design flaw, one they could break him with. It made every one of his ultimate moves utterly predictable. Kanagi surged forward, burying a fist in his gut. The blow sent him crashing into the broken ground. The founders watched, their eternal patience wearing thin. How many times must they execute this man, only for him to stand back up? With the enemy grounded, Kanagi turned. He walked toward the crumpled form of Makoto. Makoto stared up through a veil of pain. "Kanagi? Is that you?" The face was his friend's, but the voice was alien, ancient. "No, we are only borrowing this body. We are the founders." A gentle, warm light bloomed from Kanagi's hands. Valentine's preservation, He placed his hands on Makoto's shattered arms. The healing began. Muscle and bone started to weave back together. The founder's voice was grim. "We are running out of time. This has to end now." Makoto watched his friend's back turn, moving with a terrifying, unfamiliar resolve. It wasn't him. In that instant, Makoto understood. He was witnessing a war between legends. Across the crater, a figure began to stir. The enemy staggered to his feet, a mask of pure disbelief on his face. His magic, his absolute control. How was it being undone so effortlessly? There was no time to think, no moment to recover. Kanagi was on him. A spear of pure energy materialized in his hand. It plunged straight through his heart, a burst of agony, then nothing. He reformed. He was cut down again. And again. A merciless, unending loop of death without a moment's peace. A founder spoke through Kanagi, his voice a unified command. "Mage, if we leave the spear embedded in his heart, would that be enough to finally end this?" Pointless. The spear passes through him, a phantom blow. Sinew and bone weave back into place. But before he is whole, a shadow falls. Kanagi. A heel crashes down. Brutal. He's driven back into the fractured earth. A chilling thought surfaces in Kanagi's mind. If I turn him to dust, what part reforms first? The answer. A single twitching hand. It crawls, it grows until he stands complete once more. His lungs scream for air. This isn't a battle, it's an execution. But his pride still burns. He refuses to fall to a mere boy. A new strategy forms. Kill the other one, Makoto then escape. He bolts, a blur of pure desperation. But Kanagi is already there, a patient predator guarding his friend. A cold, almost bored smile plays on his lips. Too slow. Kanagi's eyes change. Hinoi is here now. The blade moves with ancient purpose. A storm of steel. The monster becomes a rain of flesh. Even scattered, a strange peace settles over him. He felt no fear of death. He was, after all, merely an instrument of the prophecy, a sacred duty. But then, his gaze drifts upward. His faith shatters. In Kanagi's eyes, he sees only a terrifying abyss. His body painfully knits itself back together. He clings to the prophecy, a desperate mantra against the rising dread. Fear will not break his purpose. A trembling hand plunges into his bag. He reaches for one final, forbidden tool. He never touches it. Kanagi moves. A flash of steel. An arm hits the floor. The artifact skitters away. It activates. A brilliant cage of golden light erupts, swallowing Kanagi whole. The absolute prison, sand cage of time, The change is instant. His unnatural healing sputters out. He stares, horrified, at the bleeding stump that will not mend. A ragged breath of relief. He thinks he's survived. But far away, the founders' faces are etched with worry. They scramble for a new plan, for any other way. Their enemy's greatest weapon, his regeneration, is sealed. The one-armed villain, safe outside the barrier, starts to gloat, sneering that not even his master could break such a perfect prison. The message is clear. Kanagi is trapped, helpless, yet a single bead of sweat traces a path down the villain's temple. He announces his retreat, turning to flee. The thought dies in his throat. Hinoi's voice cuts through the silence, a sharp command. Watch. An impossible weight crashes down behind him. He whips around. His eyes widen in pure terror. Makoto is on his feet. Steam rises from mending flesh as his body continues to heal itself. How could one man hold such monstrous power? How did he become this? The answer lies in his past. A childhood spent training under the world's greatest swordsman, Midori. But even then, Makoto was an anomaly. He was the prodigy who surpassed the master. He defeated Midori. That one loss forced a humbling realization upon the legend. Midori urged him to leave, to find someone who could truly push his boundless potential. Following the advice of the world's strongest, Makoto set out on a new journey, a relentless hunt for a true master, for anyone who could help him transcend his limits. He hunted down the greatest masters alive, and one by one, he surpassed them all. Swordsmanship, arcane arts, even pure speed, the discipline was irrelevant. In less than 1 month, they would all admit defeat, with nothing left to teach. But one, as a final lesson, gave him a new target. He pointed him to the most feared sword of the age, Hinoi Ichika, sister to the legend, Hinoi himself. Icha was the last master Makoto would ever need. 3 grueling years passed under her watch. Then one day, steel ringing against steel, a question he could no longer contain finally broke free. He spoke of a myth he'd read in a forgotten text, a sword art named Time's indomitable asterisk. The name alone stumped even a genius like Icha. Its mechanics were beyond her comprehension. A sacred art, she explained, meant only for Hinoi, the founder of their entire style. But for Makoto, who had seen the words with his own eyes, it wasn't a legend, it was his destiny. But his path forward was about to crumble. Icha finally admitted a devastating truth. She had nothing left to give him. He had mastered Hinoi's one-handed style to perfection, yet his soul screamed for more, to climb even higher. For the first time, his master saw no path forward. She couldn't fathom how he could possibly get any stronger. He was a flower bud, she told him, packed with unspoken potential, a vessel of terrifying power, honed by ceaseless training. But she feared it was a bloom he might never see in this lifetime. Her final wish for him was a prayer born of desperation, that one day, a warrior greater than he would finally emerge. And now, in this very moment, it was happening, right here, right now. His world narrowed to a single point, Kanagi. The man's sword was a blur of impossible angles, a dance of death and beauty. Icha's words echoed from the past. This kind of chance. You only get it once. He refused to let it go. A silent promise burned in his soul. Makoto raised the mangled stumps of his arms, bringing them together. The motion froze them. The founders stared, confused by the broken man's bizarre posture. Even Kanagi, deep in his own fight for survival, felt a jolt of pure terror for his captain. Exposed, defenseless, right next to the enemy. Then, it started. A familiar, ferocious aura exploded from Makoto, the same power as Kanagi's blade. Miles away, at the Anti-Prophecy faction's compound, Midori stopped dead. A crushing pressure slammed down, shattering her spar with Suo, and then the world blew apart. Dust and smoke filled the air. As it settled, a jagged hole gaped in the reinforced wall, and Midori was gone. Back on the battlefield, the enemy's arrogance evaporated. This broken thing. This armless man. How could he unleash such power? A cold dread seized him. He knew it in his bones. He was about to be unmade. Hinoi's voice, calm and clear, cut through the noise, speaking to Kanagi. Every person is a flower, waiting for their moment to bloom, he began. They only show their true brilliance when they reach their absolute peak. For some, that peak is physical power. For others, it's spiritual awakening, or the final mastery of a technique. Makoto has just found his. For Makoto, this was the moment he passed into legend. From behind Kanagi, Hinoi's voice was a low, urgent command. Burn this into your mind. You will not look away. And in that instant, Kanagi understood. He felt the true weight of this battle as power erupted from Makoto's very soul. His arms rose, hands closing around an invisible hilt. His eyes burned with a will that could not be broken. He was about to unleash Hinoi's lost one-handed style, the ultimate technique, asterisk, indomitable asterisk. The same move he once only read about in a forgotten book. The enemy's shadow armor was a perfect, absolute defense. It meant nothing. He was cleaved in two by a blade that did not exist. A final, chilling thought echoed in the enemy's fading consciousness. Is this how it all ends? As the two halves of his foe began to separate, Hinoi could only whisper, his voice choked with awe. He forged a sword, from nothing but his own spirit. Makoto stood, swaying, his mind reeling from the impossible power he'd just commanded. Yet, through the haze, one truth cut through the chaos. This was who he was always meant to be, a true swordsman. He thought of them all, every face a pillar of his strength, his family, his friends, his comrades, the people who believed in the weak, scared boy he used to be. Every painful memory, every scar, was the price for this single perfect moment. If this was the end, if this was the cost, he paid it gladly. A final vision filled his mind, his little brother's smile, the warmth of his cat. A silent apology formed in his heart. "I'm sorry, I can't make it home." As his strength finally shattered, his world faded to black. He sees Kanagi walking toward him, offering a hand with a reassuring smile. Seeing this, Makoto understands that this death might not be the final chapter. His legacy could live on, passed to the next generation through Kanagi. He grasped Kanagi's hand, offered a final thank you, and collapsed. As the cage dissolved with its master's defeat, Kanagi rushed toward his captain. He felt a deep, resonant connection through the crest of nothingness. Around them, their comrades lay silent and still on the cold ground. But just as Makoto was about to join them in death, a green streak tore through the sky. Midori had arrived. He caught Makoto's falling body just in time, but it was too late. Makoto died in Midori's arms. At the age of 23, his war against the darkness user was finally over. Clutching Makoto's body, Midori was consumed by despair, his mind refusing to accept the reality before him. He was thrown back to a memory, a day during training when he had asked Makoto why he became the captain. As Midori recalled, within the entire anti-prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest, right behind him. And if Makoto ever truly went all out, no one would stand a chance. Midori had asked him then, with all that power, "Don't you think it's better to just fight alone?" The question caught Makoto off guard. He turned to Midori, his voice a low murmur. You don't see me as a team player?" But the truth was, this team was Makoto's entire world. He searched for the words, struggling to explain how deep it all went, and then a familiar voice crackled through the comms. His name echoed from the guild's security feed. It was Jikaru, his voice electric with excitement. "Captain, you are not going to believe this. Kuzushiro just crushed that level 2 assignment he's been grinding." Kuzushiro's face filled the screen, beaming with pride. "I wanted you to be the first to know, Captain." Then Jikaru, vibrating with raw energy, leaped back into the frame. "We have to celebrate. Lunch is on me." Watching that effortless joy between them, Midori finally saw it, a bond that was completely beyond his understanding. Makoto's expression softened, his eyes fixed on his friends. "This," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "this is why. These people, they are my reason. If I were to fall on the battlefield," he confessed, "I could die happy, just knowing they were right there beside me." The memory shattered. Only the cold, brutal present remained. Midori cradled his friend's broken form, a hollow void where his heart should be. "You got your wish, Makoto. You fought for them until your last breath. So many had fallen, so much was gone, but two of them, two were still breathing." A single tear carved a clean path through the blood and grime on his face. He gently closed Makoto's vacant eyes. "Rest now, Captain. Your duty is done." It was a weight Midori knew he could never carry. But Makoto, he never hesitated, not even once. An honorable end. But for Kanagi, there is no honor, only the cold earth beneath him, as the legendary founders tower over his shattered form. A suffocating darkness presses in on him. It bleeds into the edges of his vision, a tide of nothingness threatening to swallow him whole. The mage murmurs the grim truth. Kanagi has taken the full weight of this failure onto himself. The station's ruin, his own weakness, it's crushing him. Every founder standing here knows this pain. They have all felt the sting of losing comrades, of watching friends, family, simply fade away. They remember that hollow ache as the last of their own fell, and for some, like Hinoi, that wound never truly scarred over. The scars on their hearts remained a constant, bitter reminder. Hinoi steps forward, his shadow falling over the kneeling boy. He calls Kanagi's name. The response is a ghost of a voice, empty, defeated. "I don't want to fight anymore." The words are a confession, a surrender from a shattered soul. He was certain, if he had just let them handle it from the start, if he had only stayed out of the way, maybe then, everyone would still be alive. He finally sees the lie he's been living. He wasn't getting stronger for them. He was just an empty vessel for the Founder's power, and he failed. Hinoi opens his mouth to speak, to deny the poison in those words, but his voice can't reach him. Kanagi is drowning in the deafening roar of his own failure. He can still feel it, that handshake. The memory of Makoto's grip is a brand, searing itself into his mind. A promise, a legacy, a sacred trust, that he has utterly and completely betrayed. Tears streamed down the Founder's faces, but Kanagi's next words would shatter their very existence. He declared a new vow. Surpassing the Founders was no longer the goal. He would eclipse them completely, with every breath left in his body. In that very instant, a blinding pillar of light tore through the heavens, consuming Kanagi in its radiance. From this day forward, he would never again let a comrade fall, His spirit, reforged in loss, now burned 1,000 times brighter. His resolve was unbreakable. 1 month later, Nagano Prefecture, Mitaki Mountain, the air splits. Suo and Kanagi clash in a storm of raw combat. Suo's fists flew, a relentless barrage. Kanagi weaved between them, untouched. He saw an opening, a counter, a precise times penetration attack asterisk. Suo's guard shot up. The blow was blocked, but the force shattered the air behind him, a devastating shockwave. Kanagi's eyes widened. Suo hadn't just blocked it. He'd redirected the times penetration spells times energy, effortlessly. In that flicker of shock, Suo struck. But the old Kanagi was gone. He flowed into times Aikido asterisk. Suo's own momentum became his cage. Airborne, Suo snapped out a kick. A perfect intercept. Kanagi answered with a crushing kick of his own. The blow was about to land. The fight's end. A sharp voice cut through the air, freezing them both. It was Icha. How had it come to this? The memory of their squad's annihilation was a wound that refused to close. It left a deep, bleeding scar on the entire anti-prophecy unit. It all began at the funeral. Grief was a crushing weight, a blanket suffocating every soul in the room. But Suo was a statue, frozen before his brother's photograph. Later that day, Kanagi was walking down the quiet hall when he saw Suo step out of Makoto's room. In his arms, a stack of books and a small cat. Kanagi's breath hitched. He knew that creature, a Reb, the one Makoto always talked about. Suo looked up, his face a mask of disbelief. How could Kanagi know about his brother's pet, when he, his own flesh and blood, had never even known it existed? Before he'd crossed that threshold, Suo knew nothing. Not the small cat, not the worn books, not the favorite clothes. There's not a single hidden thought his brother carried. He was a stranger to him. Meeting his brother's ghost for the first time and the things he'd left behind, Kanagi's gaze fell to the journals in Suo's arms. A silent testament Suo was about to carry away. But these were no ordinary diaries. They were a final message, left by Makoto for his brother. A contingency, for the day he didn't come home. Every grueling training session, every deadly mission, it was all there, scrawled onto those pages. But that wasn't all. Suo discovered something else etched between the lines. After every entry, every single day, Makoto's last thought was always of him. He'd written wondering how Suo was doing, worrying if the weather was too cold, celebrating every small victory in his younger brother's life. Alone, in the crushing silence of that room, reading those words, the dam of his composure finally broke. Suo collapsed to the floor, drowning in the unspoken love his brother had left behind. And then, it hit him. Every letter, every word his brother had ever written, it was all for him. The weight of that truth was a physical thing, crushing him as he confessed it all to Kanagi. Kanagi could only add to the weight, revealing Makoto always spoke of two things, his little brother, Suo, and their cat, Oribe. That was all it took, for the dam to finally break. Through a torrent of tears, Suo made a vow, his voice choked with grief but burning with a new fire. From this day on, he would become so strong that Makoto would never have to worry again, not even from beyond the grave. With that single promise igniting their souls, they sought out Hinwai Ichika, desperate for a teacher. She met them with a wall of ice, her gaze sharp with suspicion. But that wall shattered the moment they uttered Makoto's name, revealing a truth that struck her to the core. Suo was his brother, and Makoto was dead. The words hit Ichika like a fist. A flash of agony crossed her face before being locked away behind a mask of steel. Then, as if moved by a single will, Suo and Kanagi bowed low, begging her to reforge them into living weapons. And now, in the present, Ichika watches the two boys she once knew, a glint of pride in her eyes. They were no longer boys. They were monsters of her own making. Especially Suo. His growth wasn't just impressive, it was terrifying. So, what about me? Kanagi chimed in, hungry for his own praise. Ichika shot him a withering glare. Teach you? I have nothing left to teach you. You're a natural prodigy who soaked it all up like a sponge. A smirk played on her lips, her voice dripping with taunting praise. Frankly, you should be teaching me a thing or two. With a swift kick, a wooden staff shot across the ground, stopping at their feet. A wild grin split her face as she declared, "Enough talk. I am the blade. Now, come and try to break me." They moved as one, a blur of motion. Suo lunged forward. Kanagi dropped from above. With every clash of wood on wood, every bruise that formed, Kanagi's resolve turned to steel. This pain is nothing. This trial is everything. He would become the strongest awakener the world has ever known. Half a world away, on the rain-slicked streets of London, a lone figure in a hat and coat slipped through the encroaching darkness. He turned into a dead-end alley, a shortcut to oblivion. A voice sliced through the silence, speaking a single name, a name belonging to one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, Katra. The apostle froze, the voice instantly recognizable. He'd been found. It was Midori, and his demand was delivered with the cold finality of a death sentence. Your base location, the names of your comrades. The words hung in the air, heavier than any spoken threat. Speak anything else, and it will be your last. Katra's answer wasn't a word, but an action, a grotesque, heart-shaped pike materializing in his hand. He leveled the weapon, a sneer twisting his lips. Then come and take them. A violent spray of crimson painted the alley's entrance. Moments later, Midori emerged from the shadows without a single scratch. His allies from the anti-prophecy group waited just beyond the light. He didn't even break his stride. He tossed them a book and turned, already walking away. His voice was ice, a simple statement of fact. 7 remain. That was the 5th book. 5 of the feared 12 apostles of the apocalypse, reduced to nothing more than a memory. And Midori, their silent executioner, was already moving toward the next. Deep inside a fortress carved from defiance, the anti-prophecy unit operates in the shadows. A battered ancient book rests on the table, another prize from Midori. It is presented to Io, an elder whose eyes hold the crushing weight of ages. She is the superintendent, the very soul of this rebellion. The man, Gen, who delivered the artifact stands at attention, his posture ramrod straight. He confirms the source, from Midori, ma'am, but his next words fall like a guillotine's blade. These are the prophecy books, belonging to the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. As the superintendent's aide, Gen's words are a death sentence. At his side, his partner Shiki observes, her gaze sharp and piercing, already dissecting the book's nature without touching it. Her voice is level, offering a terrifying theory. These might not be separate books, but fragments of a single, butchered tome. Io's fingertips trace the leather cover as pages turn with a dry whisper. Her quiet voice fills the entire room. Hunting apostles, retrieving their books. These are only symptoms. They are not the disease. She raises her head, her gaze locking them down. The real crisis is that Midori has broken his leash. He's a phantom we can no longer track. Makoto's death didn't just wound him, it hollowed him out completely. For the first time, a flicker of concern crosses Shiki's stoic face. Superintendent, what is your command? A serene, almost chilling smile touches Io's lips. Leave Midori to me. The finality in her tone is absolute. When he finally tires of his war, I will have tea waiting for him. Gen and Shiki share a loaded glance, seeing their chance. With Makoto's squad gone, a critical weakness has opened in our formation. It's a vulnerability they cannot afford to ignore. Allow us to build a new team. Give us the authority. The audacious request hangs in the air as Io's smile vanishes, leaving only a profound, calculating stillness. At that very moment, across the city, in the heart of Tokyo, a Rank 2 prophecy dubbed The Rebellion explodes into raw chaos. Its vile energy floods the streets, unleashed by its master, the dreaded god of down. The anti-prophecy unit clashes with the god's legion, a thin wall against an endless storm. They are being utterly broken. Each foe is a mountain. Each victory is bought with a pound of flesh. Their cries become ragged with desperation. A single name becomes their prayer, their last hope. Captain Hibiki, the commander of the Hibiki Satsuna squad. She cuts through the chaos, a pillar of calm in a hurricane of death. To her, these foot soldiers are just a mind-numbing, tedious task. With a lazy, sideways glance, she looks to Akane, the squad's greenest member. Feel like taking out the trash? Akane's answer isn't spoken. It is unleashed. Tismagista asterisk. A colossal, shimmering sphere of liquid mercury forms above. Get back, she orders, her voice like ice. The silver tsunami descends, swallowing the battlefield in a flash. The god soldiers are frozen, their legs encased in the heavy metal. And then, her true artistry in destruction begins. She breathes the next word. Asterisk, gasification asterisk. The mercury vaporizes into a lethal fog, stealing the air from their very lungs. But she's not done. A flick of her wrist, and the gas turns liquid once more. Except now, it's inside of them, filling their lungs, their hearts. The next spell is immediate. Asterisk crimson heat, asterisk. The mercury in their blood boils. Screams die in their throats, choked into a final, gurgling plea. For the grand finale, she makes it solid. A forest of silver spikes bursts from their bodies, tearing them apart from within. The battlefield is suddenly, terrifyingly silent. The squad can only stare, their minds shattered by what they just witnessed. The squad was paralyzed, speechless. A field that had been teeming with enemies was now empty, wiped clean in an instant. A crisp snap of her fingers cut through the silence. Akane turned, a placid smile on her face. Problem solved. A single, slow clap broke the spell. It was Hibiki, stepping forward. To manipulate all 3 states of matter, weaving them into 4 distinct attacks with just one skill. Truly impressive. She lifted Akane's chin with a delicate touch. Such a waste, having a monster like you as a temporary hire. Hibiki's gaze burned with ambition. When you're finished with this little training exercise, you are joining my squad. Permanently. A brilliant, genuine smile finally broke across Akane's face. I'll definitely consider it. The squad erupted in a hushed frenzy. No way. Is she seriously considering it? She's an absolute beast. And cute. We have to recruit her. But their daydreams were cut short by their captain's icy pragmatism. Hibiki's mind was already on the future. With her power, our missions become trivial. The second Hibiki was gone, Akane's phone was pressed to her ear. Kanagi, her voice was pure business. Lesson 7 is complete. I've achieved full mastery over the 3 states of alchemy. Send the next phase. On the other end, Kanagi let out a grunt of confirmation. He was a little preoccupied, fighting off a thieving cat trying to make off with his lunch. Yeah, I'm sending it. But someone else was listening, and their reaction was anything but casual. The founder alchemist's eyes went wide. She's already cleared? Lesson 7? Kanagi? Just what kind of prodigy did you stumble upon? He asks the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, a request that is granted without hesitation. Kanagi relays the news, and Akane's voice fills with gratitude. But it shifts in an instant, a competitive fire igniting in her tone. Hanada, she reports, has already conquered Lesson 8. And speaking of Hanada, over in Saitama Prefecture, a Rank 2 prophecy is ripping Tokurizawa City apart. The target, an earthing beast, led by a monstrous sphinx. Hanada is on site. He faces the monster. He unleashes Time's lightning kick *. One blow. The boss is simply gone, erased. With that one overwhelming strike, his 8th lesson is officially complete. The captain of the elite Todoroki squad is left stunned. He can only shower Hanada with praise for his absolute dominance, offering him a spot on the team right then and there. But like Akane, Hanada isn't rushing his decision. He needs to think it over. He asks Akane for her thoughts, but she just laughs, her own competitive spirit blazing to life. It doesn't matter which squad you pick, she declares, a challenger's grin spreading across her face. Because I'm still going to crush you. Kanagi, listening to their call, feels a wave of pride. These weren't the same friends he'd known before. They were evolving into monsters, and their rapid growth ignited a fire in him. That settles it, he says to himself. I need to get back to my own training. But just as Kanagi's resolve hardens, a familiar whine shatters the moment. It's Suo, complaining that the cat, Oribe, is cuddling with Kanagi instead of him. His petty grumbling is a world away from the life and death stakes they face, and as he tries to wrestle the cat from Kanagi's lap, Akane's voice cuts through the static, her tone suddenly ice cold. Hey, have you two heard the rumors about a new squad being formed? Kanagi was clueless. So Akane laid it bare. They were building a new squad. They were scrambling to fill the void Makoto's unit left, and its captain would be the hunter with the most kills, the greatest glory. Kanagi didn't even flinch. He dismissed it as just another power play. But Akane's eyes saw something more, a hidden current beneath the surface. Who becomes captain is irrelevant, she said, her voice a low murmur. The real question is whether you are going to build your own squad. He nearly scoffed. She couldn't be serious. But her face was a mask of ice. The world fell silent as the gravity of her words crashed down on him. Kanagi's voice was a ghost. Why? Are you asking me this? The truth spilled from her, a dangerous secret blazing in her eyes. There's a hunger growing in the anti-prophecy faction, a desperate search for a power that can rewrite destiny itself. The words struck him, stealing his breath. Akane pressed her advantage. It's a power I seek as well. She leaned in, the space between them crackling. They're all searching for a true leader, someone with an iron will. Her eyes bored into his, holding him captive. And I believe that leader is you, Kanagi. The moment hung in the air, thick with the destiny she had just dropped at his feet. A sharp call shattered the silence, her captain, summoning her. She gave him one last, heavy look, then turned away. The conversation was finished. But for Kanagi, left alone in the silence, a new chapter had just begun. The lone wolf was gone, replaced by the weight of a crown he never sought. Elsewhere, Icha pressed Suo for news on Kanagi, and he relayed the rumor. They wanted to make him a captain. Icha didn't doubt it for a second. If Kanagi wanted the position, he could seize the role effortlessly. Suo nodded in agreement. Lost in his own world, Kanagi sought wisdom from the founders, only to find them just as lost, unable to offer him any real advice. Their entire existence had been in service to another, yet they knew nothing of leadership. The mage founder, Hinoi, saw the bitter irony. He declared them useless mentors, completely failing Kanagi in his moment of need. Desperate, Hinoi turned to Rion, the founder of military strategy, and pleaded for his insight. Rion, however, refused to intervene, claiming the timing was wrong. Because someone far more qualified, he stated, is already here to guide him. Before the cryptic words could even settle, his concentration was shattered. A wooden spear slammed into the ground, mere inches from his feet. He snapped his head up to see Icha striding towards him. Stop wasting time in your head, she demanded. Your training isn't over. A crazed smile stretched across her lips. Come on, try that flash step on me. Kanagi's lips curved into a grin. He launched himself from the rock. In a blink, he was gone times flash. Step times flowing seamlessly into times ripple step *. He lands without a whisper. Icha's breath catches. She can only stare. Who? *, what times is he? In all her years, She's never witnessed growth like this in just 6 months. It breaks all known rules. A memory flickers in his mind. Hinwai's brutal training. The endless, soul-crushing failures just to grasp the basics of times. Flash step asterisk. A dry, knowing laugh escapes Kanagi. But before he can drown in the past, a sharp spike of killing intent rips him back to the present. Icha. She lunges. Her wooden staff now hums with raw power. He twists away, a hair's breadth. The staff obliterates the boulder behind him. A clean slice. The massive rock falls apart in 2 perfect halves. Sue's jaw hangs open, but Icha is far from finished. Her eyes are burning embers. I don't care if you're lost in thought, she says. I'll force times you to get serious. The smirk on Kanagi's face evaporates. He is listening now. He sinks into his stance, and deep within him, Hinwai finally understands. Rion's words echo. She is the one. The guide Kanagi was destined to meet. The great mage sees it clearly now. Icha wields a strength unheard of in this modern age. The kind of power that could only flow from his own bloodline. But that's impossible. I never had children, Hinoi thinks to himself. It must be from my brother's line. He had to concede Icha was the genuine article. After all, she was the one who forged a monster like Makoto. In his eyes, she was a true living successor. But as that very thought crossed his mind, a technique he had never seen before erupts from her time's skyfall asterisk. This was an art that shouldn't exist. A searing bolt of lightning screams for Kanagi's heart. He dodges. The air sizzles where he stood a moment ago. The sheer, unbridled power of that single attack. In that instant, Kanagi understood. This wasn't a spar. Icha was trying to kill him. She surges forward, a phantom of motion. Her blade ignites with her time's purgatory sword times technique. A devastating slash tears through the air, aimed to cleave him in 2. Hinoi watches, his blood pumping with pure adrenaline. He knew what he was witnessing. This was something new. Ika hadn't just mastered the old ways. She had reforged them into her own terrifying legend. The duel intensifies. Kanagi slips past the strike. Icha's eyes widen in genuine shock. It was a technique he had never encountered. And still, he found a way to evade it. She praises his form. That one-handed sword style of yours. It's almost a perfect mirror. A beat. A mirror of the founder himself. Her words strike Kanagi harder than any physical blow. And before he could form a reply, Ika twists the verbal knife. But you're worried, aren't you? Wondering if you can ever become as strong as Makoto. Kanagi's world shatters. She had just given voice to the one fear that was eating him alive, and as he stood there, completely exposed, Suo. The words struck him. Kanagi's knuckles turned white, his grip on his sword suffocating. He saw it again in his mind's eye, Makoto's overwhelming power, a captain beyond compare. It was a ghost that haunted him, the question that echoed in his soul. Could he ever hope to be that great? But then Ika's voice cut through the noise. You don't have to be him. Her voice cracked like a whip. Focus! Energy flared around her. Her blade became a blur. Asterisk, Tengu dance asterisk. A maelstrom of water erupted from her swing. This technique, she began, was born from masters who chased the founder's shadows. They built upon their legacy. Our techniques will never truly match the originals. The gap in power is just too vast. But that never stopped them from trying. Inch by inch, they closed that gap. And in that moment, something clicked for Kanagi. Ika admitted she never knew the full extent of Makoto's legendary status. But from what I saw, he had to have been an unbelievable leader. You won't be like that at first, she conceded. But the talent is there. You have the potential to reach that summit. The tip of her wooden sword leveled at his chest. So stop chasing his ghost. Start walking your own path, the one he left for you. Her words were a lightning strike. He felt the phantom pressure of Makoto's handshake, the crushing weight of that promise. Before, he was just a shadow, a pale imitation trapped in yesterday. Now, he had to face tomorrow. He had to forge his own legacy. For the first time, a faint smile graced Icha's lips. And to protect that future, she declared, her voice cold as steel, I will forge you into a living weapon. And so, the crucible was lit, a trial of sweat and steel. They broke themselves daily, only to be reborn stronger. 2 weeks later, deep within Anti-Prophecy headquarters, the seasoned captains Hibiki and Todoroki reviewed the data. They scanned the list of captain candidates, their eyes locked onto 2 names. A direct submission from the superintendent herself, Kanagi, and Icha. Murmurs rippled through the hall, an unconventional choice to say the least. But beyond the fortress walls, a shadow stirred. A low voice hissed into a burner phone. The assets are inside the gates, it confirmed. Infiltration is a success. The squad captain exam begins in 3 days. The figure's hand tightened around a dark, foreboding tome, the Book of Doom. And when the dust settles, the voice vowed with chilling certainty, I will be the one leading the anti-prophecy. The serpent in their garden was none other than Eva, a disciple of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Eva commands a horrifying power, asterisk, heavenly demon, asterisk. She doesn't just kill, she erases, ripping her targets from existence itself. But that power serves a hidden purpose. First, she'll seize command of the new squad, the anti-prophecy's most elite unit, and from within its very heart, she will burn the organization to the ground. At the same time, Midori's crusade against the 12 apostles continues its bloody march. The body count is staggering. More than half their number have been utterly annihilated. To face Midori now is to embrace death, and they know it. So they've turned to a more sinister strategy. Sabotage from within. Their creed is absolute. They will sacrifice everything and everyone to see the prophecy fulfilled. 3 days pass. Raw power crackles in the air above the anti-prophecy's grand training field. The selection for the new captain is about to begin. The candidates stand assembled, a sea of predators hungry for command. The instructor's voice shatters the silence. There will be 4 trials. Only 4 of you will see the final stage. This entire exam is a war for points. First place in any test claims a full 3 points. Second place earns 2. Third place, just a single, worthless point. When the dust settles, the hunter with the highest score will earn the right to command the new squad. High above, the superintendent watches, his sharp gaze missing nothing. The instructor's command booms across the field. "Show me you are worthy of this power." A single deafening roar is his answer, and deep within that crowd, Ava's scheme is set in motion. All eyes were fixed on the arena floor. 8 candidates stood ready, each a champion in their own right. Koki, the pride of the Yagurama squad, Akihina of Yorizuya, Sonobe of Yashima, Hagi, the beast of the Kakab squad, Sakazaki, representing the formidable Tarzaki, the stone-faced Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Jiru, the prodigy of the Hibiki squad. But a viper was coiled among them, Ava, one of the dreaded 12 apostles, a wolf hiding in plain sight. And then there was the wild card, the special recommendation. Kanagi. He stood apart from the rest, utterly alone. His captain Icha was nowhere in sight, oversleeping again most likely. But her words were seared into his mind. "If you don't win, I'll personally make you wish you were never born." That threat was all the fuel he needed. He refused to be eliminated, not before she arrived. Kanagi took a deep breath, centering himself. Miles away, Icha was a blur, rocketing toward the training grounds. Clinging to Sue's back, she pushed the beast harder. "Faster!" she screamed into the wind. Every second felt like an eternity. She couldn't miss his moment. She wouldn't. She knew Kanagi was going to win, and she'd be damned if she missed the shock on everyone's faces. Back on the field, the tension was a razor's edge. The first trial began. A simple test of mana measurement, but what came next would shatter all of their expectations. A storm of raw mana erupts from Kanagi. The measuring device shrieks for a second before it shatters into a million pieces. He didn't just take first place, he broke the entire scale. Akihina of the Yoruya squad, frozen in 5th place, can only stare. His mind refuses to compute. Power on that level, it's not supposed to exist. From his 3rd place perch, Sakazaki watches, his focus absolute. Sonobu, holding a firm second, narrows his eyes. They both recognize it. Kanagi isn't just a recruit, he's a breaking point in the system. Sakazaki murmurs to himself, "You see this every now and then. An irregularity, a variable that shatters the curve. A true prodigy of either overwhelming physical force or pure, untamed mana." His gaze locks onto the source of the devastation. That one's a mana genius, without a doubt. Just like Shikami, the one sitting in 7th place. The scoreboard flickers, the new rankings burning into the screen for all to see. At the very top, Kanagi, with 3 points. The instructor's voice slices through the stunned silence. Now for the second test, hand-to-hand combat. The real trial starts now. One-on-one, a pure contest of skill. Victory is worth 2 points. The instructor opens his mouth to announce the first match. But a hand slices through the air. It's Shikami. He gets to his feet. His finger extends, a spear aimed directly at Kanagi. "I want him." A wave of whispers crashes through the crowd. Shikami is the undisputed god of close-quarters combat. The other irregular, they all fear. His past is a grim fairy tale. When he was only 2 years old, he was consumed by a dimensional breach, a monster's den. But that's not the terrifying part. Trapped in a stroller, surrounded by death, the infant didn't just survive. He exterminated every last monster. By himself. His own mother watched, breathless, as her baby became a living legend to protect her. But in the stands, another war was brewing. Hibiki's voice cracked like a whip, his finger aimed at Todoroki. "You're rigging this. Putting Shikami in a pure hand-to-hand fight? That's a dirty move." Todoroki just laughed, a sound laced with pure arrogance. "What's wrong with playing my trump card? My single strongest piece?" His grin stretched wider. Shikami isn't just strong. He's a monster born with a sage's magic and a giant's body. He leaned forward, his voice a proud, booming whisper. "I've been honing that boy into a perfect weapon since he first came to me, and to this day, not a single soul has ever defeated him in a battle of pure strength." A cold dread washed over Hibiki. This match, could it be over in a single blow? He was about to face a man whose name was a legend, a man whose close-range fighting was rumored to be invincible. Down in the arena, the signal to begin echoed, followed by a heavy silence. Shikami advanced on Kanagi, his face an unreadable mask. "Tell me," he started, his voice a low growl, "are you really the one guiding Hanada?" Kanagi's gaze was distant, as if seeing the founders themselves. "I am only the messenger," he replied, his voice calm as a still lake. Shikami scoffed, utterly unimpressed. "What is that supposed to mean?" He pressed on. "Someone is clearly pulling Hanada's strings, coaching him from the shadows. A kid who is, by every metric, already a once-in-a-generation talent." His voice was laced with venom. "Let's be perfectly clear, your help was never needed. Hanada would have achieved all of this alone." Kanagi remained unmoved. He met Shikami's burning gaze, and a slight knowing smile touched his lips as he simply agreed. It was a silent victory that enraged Shikami more than any argument ever could. Rage consumed him. Shikami lunged, unleashing time's violent bite asterisk. Flesh twisted, muscle swelled. He became a monster, a blur of impossible speed, aimed straight for Kanagi. Kanagi dropped. The beast's fangs grazed his throat. Claws followed, scything through the air where he'd just been. Watching from the sidelines, Todoroki's lips curled into a predator's grin. This was the monster his money had bought, a swing meant to shatter worlds. Kanagi was like water, flowing effortlessly around the storm. A fraction of a second. He sank into the time's kudu stance asterisk. His hand shot out, a steel trap locking onto Shikami's wrist. A guttural roar. He didn't lift. He times through asterisk. The beast met the earth, and the world broke. A shockwave ripped through the arena. Stone and soil exploded outward. Everyone shielded their eyes from the blast, and as the dust began to settle, two figures were suspended in the air. The other fighters could only gape, their minds refusing to process the scene. Kanagi hadn't landed a single blow. He'd simply guided the monster's own momentum. And yet, Shikami's own power had been turned against the arena, leaving nothing but a crater. Even Kanagi himself glanced at his hand, a flicker of awe in his own eyes. But Shikami only snarled, twisting respect into a challenge. That throw should have shattered every bone. Instead, Shikami landed on his feet, not a single sound. A ripple of disbelief washed over the crowd. How could anyone stand on that ruined, cratered ground? Akina's fingers danced across his keyboard, data streams a blur. A cold smile touched his lips. This was always the intended outcome. Shikami's physical enhancement isn't natural. The durability of his body, it's far beyond any normal awakener. Shaking off an impact that would cripple anyone else, Shikami charged again, all fury and force, and Kanagi knew. Just deflecting this rage wouldn't be enough. He had to end it. He needed more. He reached deeper, tapping into his founder's power. He met the monster's charge with a single, simple kick, but that one impact became 100, a storm of strikes from a single point. He unleashed the times penetration times technique. Asterisk, luminance kick, asterisk. A relentless barrage of light hammered Shikami, helpless and suspended in midair. The entire squad watched, frozen in shock, as Shikami crashed into the earth, utterly broken. The instructor was a blur of motion. He called the match before a killing blow could land. "The winner is Kanagi." That was 2 more points on the board. The squad was dead silent. He hadn't just beaten Shikami, he had completely dismantled him. This was the same man Akihina dismissed as a mere irregular. And speaking of Akihina, his fingers flew across the keyboard. He had never, ever calculated for this level of raw combat mastery. His initial plan was to simply let this anomaly fail on his own. But now, Kanagi was no longer an anomaly. He was a threat, a direct threat to everything. The world bled back into view. Shikami's eyes cracked open. Looming over him was Kanagi. A gentle light poured from his hands, knitting Shikami's shattered body back together. "Don't move." Kanagi's voice was a dead calm, a chilling echo of the storm he'd been. "I'm just fixing what I broke." Healing? Shikami's thoughts fractured. A demon on the battlefield, a god of mana, and now a healer? It was impossible. This man shouldn't exist. In a choked whisper, Shikami asked, "Is there anything you can't do?" For an instant, the godlike power in Kanagi's eyes flickered out, replaced by ghosts. The faces of his lost squad, the Makoto unit, flashed behind his eyes, and the unbearable weight of his failure to save them. The light in his hands died with the memory. "That's all the mending I can do. Get up." At that moment, a thunderous crash ripped through the arena. Kanagi didn't even twitch, his gaze already locked onto the source. It seems the final match. He is hitting its climax. The final match? Shikami scrambled up, pure panic seizing him. "How long was I unconscious?" It felt like hours. He thought he'd missed it all. Kanagi's reply was unnervingly placid. "About 5 minutes." He explained that after their fight, the others started simultaneously. The other bouts ended in an instant. 2 pairs, 2 decisive victories. But those 2, Kanagi nodded toward the chaos. Akihina and Hagi are still at it. Neither is giving up. They yield nothing. A storm of clashing steel. Every blow is a killing blow. Hizagi lunges. A streak of pure speed. A vicious counter sends Akihina reeling. "Is that it?" she mocked. No secret power? No ace up your sleeve? Her voice dripped with contempt. You have no real gift. And you have the nerve to call yourself a captain? Akihina dug his heels in, his eyes unwavering. He met her venom with ice. I was never made for the main stage. His voice was quiet, deliberate. A captain who banks on one flashy gimmick is a weakness. They're just marching their squad into an early grave. His words carried the burden of harsh lessons learned. A real leader survives any hell. They find a way to win any fight. To increase the chance of survival for every last member, even if it's just by 1%. A fire burned in Akihina's eyes. That is my duty. To make sure what happened to the Makoto squad is never repeated. The name lingered in the air, a cold specter. Kanagi flinched, the sound striking an open wound. To speak of his dead comrade so casually, Shikami's eyes narrowed. You better watch your mouth, Akihina. But the battle rages on. Hizagi explodes forward, unleashing her times, discipline of the whirling chain asterisk. Her blade becomes a maelstrom. A screaming vortex of energy hurtles toward Akihina. He raises his sword, bracing for impact. The force is catastrophic, shattering the ground as he is violently blasted away. Shi Lungus, a final, decisive strike. But as her fist nears his face, Akihina raises a single hand. I forfeit. A whistle slices the air, ending the match. Hagi is declared the victor, but her face is a mask of stunned disbelief. A teammate has to physically hold her back. She's trembling, not from exhaustion, but from pure, undiluted rage. He didn't even fight. He denied her a true victory. Akihina, however, remains completely unmoved. He just mutters that it ended faster than he'd expected. Why waste the energy? He's conserving his strength for the battles that matter. But as he steps off the stage, the ghost of a smile plays on his lips. He knows. He could have broken Hagi without a second thought, but showing his full power now would be an amateur's mistake. Not here. Not with Kanagi watching his every move. And with that, the second stage of the exam, the brutal trial of hand-to-hand combat, comes to a close. Kanagi sits at the top of the leaderboard with 5 points. Tsunobu isn't far behind, holding strong with 3. The instructor announces a 30-minute recess, a brief calm before the third examination begins. Then, he drops the bombshell. In the upcoming round, the 4 participants with the lowest scores will be eliminated, no exceptions. As the break starts, a heavy silence blankets the group. Kanagi's focus, however, is gone. His mind is on Icha and Su. They were supposed to be here. They're still gone. Just outside the anti-prophecy headquarters, Su finally stumbles to a halt, Icha draped over his shoulder. Fire burned in his lungs with every gasp, but he froze when she pointed him away from the training hall, straight toward the barren courtyard. What are you doing? He gasped out. Ika's voice was a dead whisper. I smell it, the ghost of an aura, the chilling, lingering signature of a life recently extinguished. Her senses painted a horrifying picture. This wasn't just some death. This was an awakener, erased by a power so absolute it left a wound in the very air. The words hit Su like a physical blow. An awakener. Eliminated. Asterisk here, asterisk, in their untouchable sanctuary? It could only mean one thing. The anti-prophecy headquarters had been infiltrated. This fortress, once their greatest secret, was now a tomb. Don't be a fool, Ika snapped. The 12 apostles have always been strong enough to find this place whenever they pleased. A cold dread, sharper than any weapon, cut through Su's exhaustion. But why? He stammered. What for? She ignored the question, her gaze fixed ahead. We just need to get to the training venue. But in her mind, the truth was screaming. A truth she kept locked behind her eyes. An aura that potent. The one who died here was no less than a squad captain. Yet there were no alarms, no official reports, not even a whisper. This wasn't an infiltration, it was an execution, and someone was covering it up. This was suddenly about more than just Midori. Icha, Su, and most importantly, Kanagi. They had all just become pawns in the same fatal game. They fight to avenge Captain Makoto, but even vengeance requires a pause. Lunch is a fleeting moment to bind their wounds. Rations are passed out, a poor substitute for true rest. Amid the quiet hum of exhausted hunters, Akihina is an island, lost to the world. The only light in his world is the glow from his laptop screen, while nearby, Kanagi and Shikami share a rare moment of calm. Then, his face lights up, a flash of recognition. Icha and Su have arrived. The air immediately turns to lead. Conversations sputter and die. Everyone knows that face. Icha, one of the legendary 5. An absolute elite of the anti-prophecy unit. A name whispered with the same awe reserved for Midori. As Su's gaze sweeps over the assembled captains, a cold knot of dread tightens in her gut. Icha's report was brutally clear. A captain was dead. But she counts them now. 1, 2, all 7 are here. Every last captain stands on these training grounds. Icha reads the confusion on their faces. A chilling smirk plays on her lips as she beckons Kanagi closer. There is something he must know. She lays the truth bare before him, a venomous whisper. His blood turns to ice in his veins. One of the captains standing before them is an enemy, an imposter, a member of the 12 apostles, hiding in plain sight. Icha's certainty is absolute. She could still feel it, the lingering residue of power back in the courtyard, an energy signature she would never mistake. The one who was struck down was unquestionably on the level of a captain. And yet they all stand here, a perfect 7. The contradiction hangs between them like a shroud. Logically, this scene is impossible. Unless the killer is now wearing the face of his victim. The implication is undeniable. There is a traitor in their midst. The realization settles, cold and heavy as a tombstone. A muscle feathers in Kanagi's jaw. Sue's sharp gasp says she feels it too. The one who just erased a captain-level hunter is standing among them right now. A cold terror snakes up Sue's spine. If they don't expose this monster, and fast, another one of them is going to die. If they let this poison spread, if they ignore this warning, they could be looking at the fulfillment of a prophecy, one that ends with the absolute extinction of humanity. But Icha's lips curl into a predatory grin. She offers a simpler, far more brutal path forward. Why not just eliminate them all, wipe the board clean and call it a day? Sue and Kanagi recoil as if struck. They shut her down instantly. This is a scalpel's work, not a sledgehammer's. They only need to find and destroy the one member of the 12 apostles. At the name, Ika's eyes flare with a feverish, burning light. The 12 apostles, you say? Her voice drops to a low, vengeful rasp. This is it. Our chance to finally make them pay for what they did to Makoto. After all, they were the ones who sent him to his grave. She locks eyes with Kanagi, her gaze like sharpened steel. You feel it too, don't you? The memories rush back, a fresh, bleeding wound. Makoto's laugh. Their fallen comrades. A low growl rumbles in his chest. I do. Sue's fists clench until his knuckles are bone white. The ghost of his brother, broken and gone, is burned behind his eyes. With their resolve reforged in grief and rage, Kanagi turns to their master strategist. Azure. What's the play? Azure, founder of the detectives, steps forward, his eyes dissecting the grim tableau. First, I examined the body, but the timing was a nightmare. They were trapped in the middle of an exam. He knew leaving wasn't an option. Still, Kanagi's mind raced, weighing every disastrous outcome. The lunch break, a sliver of a chance, but a sharp voice sliced through his thoughts. Azure's warning was ice. One wrong move, and the culprit knows we're on to them. The stakes were far too high. If this apostle is anything like the one from the snowy mountain, his voice was grim. It could easily wipe this entire place clean. The chilling possibility hung in the air. They had to be ready. The weight of that truth settled on him. Kanagi made his choice. The training ground, right after the test. But a new, colder thought surfaced. Is it possible, he asked, that even the founders can't sense any residual aura at the scene? That's when Pinocchio dropped the missing piece. He'd spent the last month training near a volcano, the very place he'd finally perfected his one-handed sword style. He laid out his theory. The volcano's overwhelming energy could be distorting the flow of chi itself, a natural cloak, the perfect cover, making any trace of energy impossible to find. As if on cue, Mage dropped another bombshell. If an aura can only be detected at point-blank range, then we're almost certainly dealing with one of the 12 apostles. Azure seethed, his frustration mounting as everyone else pieced his case together for him. He opened his mouth to argue. Hinoi silenced him with a single icy glare. Find the traitor, she commanded. I'll handle the rest. Back in the frigid interrogation room, a subtle look from Azure was the signal. Kanagi leaned in, his voice slicing through the silence. Forget the captains for a moment. What if the apostle infiltrated as one of us? For a fraction of a second, Ika's mask cracked, a sharp intake of breath. Then, she conceded, it's possible. If you're talking about the captain candidates, then yes. But her eyes narrowed, the steel returning. But that doesn't clear the current captains. He heard her words, but his mind was already on a new path. A plan ignited, a way to force the traitor into the light. All he needed was the next stage of the exam, a trial of pure strength, where no one could hide their true power. But minutes later, the instructor's voice echoed. The third stage of the examination will now commence. A pause. It will be a written test. The words struck Kanagi like a physical blow. They were herded into isolated booths. Cold walls, total isolation, no devices. His plan, so perfectly designed for a fight, shattered into a million useless pieces. The paper before him was a wall of text, the dense rules of the anti-prophecy. It was a language he couldn't read, a world he was never meant to be a part of. But surrender wasn't in his blood. He gripped the pen, his knuckles white. He would fight this battle too, no matter what it took. The instructor's voice cut through the tense silence, announcing the final results. Kanagi's name echoed, 0 points, an empty, mocking void. By contrast, Akihina claimed second place with a flawless score of 3. The cut was made. It was as swift as it was merciless. 4 more candidates were dismissed, their ambitions turning to dust, and Shikami was one of them. A hot wave of shame washed over Kanagi. The strongest fighter in the room, taken down by a written exam. The irony was a bitter pill to swallow. Then, a shadow fell over him as he wallowed in his failure. Shikami stood there, not with contempt, but with an unexpected glint of respect. "You fought well out there," he said, his words a sharp contrast to Kanagi's inner turmoil. In this, they were the same, both branded with the disgrace of a zero. But Shikami's eyes held a different kind of fire, a raw frustration aimed at Akihina's perfect score. Still, he swallowed his pride. He spoke the undeniable truth. "You're still number one." His voice was firm, a promise. "This isn't over. I'll be in your corner for the final round." His focus shifted, already seeing past this single test. But the real question is, what's next? After they name the new captain, that's when the real trial begins. The superintendent will be watching every single move we make. He'll be the one to decide if this new squad even deserves to exist. Shikami leaned in, his voice a low, strategic murmur. A squad needs an absolute minimum of 7 members. That means the new captain will have to convince at least 6 others to follow them. He looked Kanagi squarely in the eyes. "You need to start acting like a leader. Figure out who you want on your team, before someone else does." A heavy hand clapped onto Kanagi's shoulder, a silent pact. And then, Shikami made an offer that could change the entire game. He offered himself as the first recruit, subtly flexing his formidable physical power as proof of his worth. With a knowing smirk, he turned to walk away, casually tossing back, "Good luck with the rest of the exam." The second Shikami was out of earshot, Azure appeared at Kanagi's side, his voice a cold whisper. "We're returning to the scene." It wasn't a question. The chilling certainty in Azure's gaze told Kanagi all he needed to know. The detective had already cracked the case. Azure gave a curt nod, a silent confirmation of the thought hanging between them. "But a theory is worthless without a body," he said flatly. "We need proof that can't be denied." His eyes met Kanagi's, a dangerous fire now burning within them. "The time for reacting is over. We're taking this war directly to the 12 apostles." The mage then carefully recounted every dark twist and turn that brought them here, emphasizing how Detective Azure had forged Kanagi's raw instincts into a weapon of cold, hard logic. Hinoi grew impatient with the mage's long-winded tale, but she understood its purpose. It was a story to steel their resolve, a single candle lit against an encroaching, endless night. They reached the crime scene. Here, Azure was in his element, his sharp gaze dissecting every detail, missing nothing. Just as he'd thought, each clue clicked into place, painting the grim picture he had already envisioned. The victim's identity was confirmed, and with that name came the name of the killer. As the words left Azure's lips, a dreadful realization struck Hinoi. Their enemy had to be one of the 12 apostles, and if that was true, it meant he might now hold the Book of Doom, a cursed artifact spoken of only in terrified whispers. The last apostle under his control, his mage companion cut through the quiet. "So, what's our next move?" But as Kanagi opened his mouth, the world itself ripped apart, dragging him into an endless, swirling mist. He was somewhere else, and he wasn't alone. An old woman stood waiting. He asked her name. She just smiled, a simple granny passing through. But her eyes were ancient, and they probed him, asking about his work. Kanagi met her gaze, his voice a flat line. "There's been a murder. The killers stole a face, and their power. It's immense." The old woman's gentle facade cracked. "Then we hunt them. Now," silence answered her, thick and heavy. "The thing is," Kanagi's voice dropped, "we already know who it is. This isn't a guess. We have undeniable proof, and still, I can't make a move. Not yet." The granny's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why hesitate? You find the guilty party, and you eliminate them. That is the only logical path." But Kanagi slowly shook his head. "That's what anyone would think. But the problem is, we aren't hunting one target. There are 2 of them." His resolve was a chilling weight in the misty air. "It's far better to corner them both, and end this in a single clean strike. I'll handle it at dawn, but I'll need your help," Kanagi said, his eyes boring into the old woman. "Superintendent, do not interfere, simply watch." A faint smile touched her lips as she gave her blessing. She insisted again, her voice a gentle veil for her authority. "I am merely a passerby, an old woman who won't get in your way." But as she began to fade into the mist, Kanagi spoke his own name, a quiet declaration in the charged air. For a moment, her smile widened, then a tidal wave of power surged back into his very soul. He was in control again. Miles away, in a sterile command center, the assistant's voice was strained, questioning the superintendent. "Ma'am, is this truly wise, to just leave him out there?" The superintendent, however, remained perfectly composed. She dismissed the worry with a wave of her hand. "Kanagi is on the verge of a breakthrough. He has a plan. I can feel it." She claimed she was only there to witness what he would finally unleash. Her gaze sharpened, the observer becoming the commander. "Signal the other officers," she ordered her assistant. "If Kanagi's plan fails, they are to provide immediate support." The assistant nodded, doubt still etched on her face. "But my own analysis of the residual traces," she confessed, her professionalism warring with her gut feeling. The data revealed nothing of significance. And yet, the superintendent was betting everything on Kanagi's word alone. The assistant couldn't understand it. Why? Why place so much faith in him? The superintendent's gaze drifted to a distant screen, to the lone figure standing there. Because I saw it, she revealed, her voice low and absolute. In his eyes, the unwavering resolve of a man who stared into the abyss and refused to blink. At the next dawn, Kanagi moved through the hushed woods. A figure peeled away from the trees. It was Shikami, falling into stride beside him, laying out the terms of the next trial. This wasn't about raw power. This was a test of command, a crucible designed to forge a new squad captain. Shikami noted offhandedly that he fully expected Akihina to resort to his usual strategic machinations. But you, he said, his gaze locked on Kanagi. You're the one I'm backing. Kanagi refused to rise to the bait. After a heartbeat of thick tension, he sliced through the pretense. Shikami, why did you really withdraw from the exam? The forest air turned to lead, the quiet between them becoming a blade. Shikami turned slowly, his face an unreadable mask. My strategy merely evolved, he answered, his voice unnervingly smooth. I realized I don't need to be the king. I just need to be the one who controls the board. And for that, I need a captain worth serving. Kanagi's eyes sharpened into daggers. You're lying, he stated, his voice a low growl. You dropped out to gut the squad from within, to eliminate any real threat before they could rise. Hidden, silent in the canopy above, Icha watched the confrontation unfold, coiled and ready. The accusation hung between them, a declaration of war. Shikami's mask didn't just crack, it shattered, revealing a chilling, genuine smile. If a pawn must be sacrificed to win the game, he conceded, I won't hesitate to clear it from the board. Then, he exposed a supposed weakness. During that third test, the written portion, my mind froze. I couldn't create anything new. I couldn't innovate. It can only access and perfect what already exists. A flawless weapon, but a broken creator. That is why my final score was a perfect 0. What a fool I've been. The mission is irrelevant. All that matters now is destroying Akihine's stolen body. Suddenly, the trees gave way, opening into a wide clearing. The trap was sprung. Captains and their squads materialized from all sides. They were surrounded, and at the very center, Todoroki was chained to the ground. Hibiki and another captain stood over him, expectant. Hibiki finally broke the silence. Her voice was laced with its usual venomous confidence. All right, Mr. Apostle, don't you think it's time to drop the act? The game was over. The charade was done. The voice that answered was not Shikami's. It was deeper, colder. I am Eva, the 9th Apostle. Eva nonchalantly explained her ability. A parasite that consumes a body. And a mind, she added. I can strip any secret, any memory, directly from the host. Her borrowed eyes swept across the assembled hunters. I took Shikami's life for one simple reason. Of every human here, his body was the most perfect vessel. Hibiki's condescending smirk didn't waver. So, the grand plan was to rot us out from the inside? Sabotage the anti-prophecy? That was the objective, Eva confirmed, her tone devoid of emotion. But you've ruined it. Now, I'll just have to exterminate every last one of you. But before I begin, a spark of genuine curiosity lit her stolen eyes. I must know, who saw through the deception first? Hibiki's gaze shifted. Her finger rose, pointing straight at Kanagi, who stood mere feet from the monster wearing his friend's face. A slow, poisonous smile crept across Eva's features. She turned to him. You. I never even considered you a threat. He invaded her space. An unforgivable offense. She spun to confront him. A crushing pressure erupted from her. Her voice, a low snarl. Just who in the hell do you think you are? But this confrontation was born from a moment of pure tragedy, just before Ava's will crushed Shikami's soul. Todoroki had just given him the news of a lifetime, a promotion. He was the new candidate for squad captain. A jolt of pure ecstasy shot through Shikami. But Todoroki's hand on his shoulder was a quiet warning. He reminded him this was still under wraps. The official announcement wouldn't be until the next morning. The warning did nothing to dim his excitement. Shikami just laughed, saying that for a secret. They were certainly making an awful lot of noise about it. A reassuring smile spread across Todoroki's face. He told him it didn't matter. He was one of their best, a true force of nature who was born to be a captain. That absolute belief in his friend's eyes. For the first time, Shikami truly believed it too. A new fire ignited in his soul. He would give everything. Their fists met, sealing the promise. A red blur, a flash of steel, and in a single heartbeat, his world shattered. Shikami fell, a lifeless heap at Todoroki's feet. Time froze. The world went silent. His mind screamed, rejecting the nightmare. Then, a voice, deep and mocking, cut through the crimson haze. It dripped with contempt, a cruel eulogy for Shikami's fall. She sneered, Is this really all you have? Is this the caliber of a captain in your precious anti-prophecy unit? The shadow didn't wait for a reply. She answered her own vicious question. Your power, she hissed, is a complete and utter lie. built on nothing but borrowed trinkets and the one who gave them to you. She emerged from the darkness. My name is Eva, one of the 12 apostles. A sickening smile twisted her lips. I'm so looking forward to what comes next. She walked toward Shikami's broken body. A profane energy pulsed from her hand. Asterisk heavenly demon skill asterisk. His body was no longer his. The dark energy flowed. A guttural roar, a blinding flash. Todoroki's times Vajra time struck true. She exploded in a mist of red. Tears of pure rage carved paths down his face, his breath tearing from his lungs. Then, cutting through the silence, a single slow clap from behind him. It was Shikami, on his feet, applauding. Incredible, the dead man spoke. To take down one of the 12 apostles with just one strike, just what I'd expect, from my own creation. Todoroki spun, his mind shattering. Shikami was standing there, perfect, unharmed. Before he could speak, agony, a blur. His world tore in half. He looked down. Shikami's face, no, Eva's leered up at him. As he collapsed, her hand rose, her whisper a final curse. Asterisk necromancy artifact, activate asterisk. She brought Todoroki back, not as a man, but as a corpse slave chained to her will. Now a puppet, Todoroki pledges his service, calling her Eva. Before another word can escape his lips, her hand cracks across his face, a blow that nearly sends him to the ground. She corrects him with a hiss, demanding he use the name Shikami, a necessary lie to protect her disguise. Todoroki can only nod in vacant compliance. A dark, twisted laugh echoes between master and slave. Meanwhile, back at the scene of the crime, Kanagi and Azure were on the scene. Azure activated his unique skill, asterisk theatrical detective asterisk. The world rewound around him, a private showing of the tragedy that had unfolded there. This power let him see it all, a first-hand witness to the past's darkest moments. He could see the truth, but it came with a price, a single, unbreakable condition. Azure had to hold the evidence, to truly know the culprit in his gut, not just from the clues left behind. He had to reach the conclusion all on his own. But there was more. The skill even granted him visions, glimpses of crimes yet to be committed. But such power carries a terrible risk. One wrong deduction, one single mistake, and the skill would be gone forever, permanently erased. For the rest of his life, that power would be nothing but a memory. As Azure explained this grim reality, the founders felt a cold disgust. What Eva did wasn't just murder, it was desecration. To steal a life, only to animate the empty husk left behind. And in that moment, the air grew heavy. Every eye in the room turned to Kanagi. It was coming from him. Mana bled from his skin, a physical storm of pure, untamed rage. A fire ignited in his gaze. He made a vow then and there. The apostle would find no mercy. Now, in the present, that same inferno roars to life. Kanagi unleashes hell, a blinding times flash reflection punch asterisk. Fueled by his times penetration spell asterisk, aimed for her core, he follows with times luminance fist asterisk. Knuckles meet face. Impact. A cataclysm of light erupts. She's thrown like a broken doll. She claws for purchase. The force is absolute. It carves a trench in the earth beneath her. A desperate scramble to stay upright. The smoke clears. A sound cuts through the silence. Laughter. Maniacal. Mocking. It rips from her throat. How cruel, she cackles in Shikami's voice. After his ultimate combo, she's still talking, twisting their friendship into a poisoned blade. Why, Kanagi, she purrs. Why would you hit your dearest friend with such killing intent? He'd prepared for this, for her twisted games. But a cold dread still found him. This power, this all-consuming rage. It wasn't enough. Eva reels, the impact a tremor through her bones. A cruel smile spreads across her lips. Was that all? Is your little fit of rage over? The last of the shock fades from her frame. Her voice is a roar, laced with contempt. An attack that pathetic could never hope to touch me. You're right, Kanagi's voice replies, suddenly, unnervingly calm. But it was never my job to finish you. His eyes go vacant, a chilling emptiness where fire once burned. He was only stalling, buying time for times me asterisk. An ancient presence asserts its dominion. This vessel is now mine. Kanagi's body erupts in a blinding flood of power. The pressure alone slams into Eva. Her eyes widen. Horror dawns. The satellite warning. The anomaly. It was him, not just stronger. He was something else entirely. But the horror dissolves. Manic delight takes its place. A wicked grin splits her face, her eyes shining with pure ecstasy. She throws her arms wide to the heavens. Hundreds of mummified corpses rip through the clouds. Their unified shriek is a sound that shatters the soul. Life is so utterly dull without death's embrace, she screams. So, let us fight. Let us fight until our very hearts burst. Azure can only stare as the grotesque rain begins to fall. They're puppets, he snarls, his voice like ice, hollow shells. She's using the bodies of those she's already killed. Eva's laughter echoes, sharp and deranged. Hollow, you say? Every single one of these puppets wields the same crushing power as Shikami. Now, come and play. His gaze swept the battlefield. Hibiki froze. Not 10, not 20, nearly 100 of them. Each one radiated Shikami's chilling power. The candidate beside him choked, his face a mask of white terror. Trapped inside his own mind, Kanagi could only watch. Revulsion crashed over him. She was desecrating the very warriors she'd defeated. The mage's voice echoed in his mind, a calm storm in the chaos of his thoughts. You have changed, it observed, but so have the Founders. As the bandaged dead plummeted toward the earth, the mage assumed command. Through Kanagi's lips, a new voice spoke. She has gravely underestimated me. His hand rose. Lightning tore through the sky, a blinding torrent. Every puppet incinerated, gone. Eva was left speechless. The mage had taken the attack personally. Eva hadn't aimed. She'd just dropped her puppets like stones. A crude tactic, an insult, a desperate gamble to overwhelm him with sheer numbers before they could even land. A rain of smoldering ash drifted from the sky. Eva stood reeling, her mind unable to process it. How? How did he do that? There are hunters who dedicate their entire lives and never achieve such impossible accuracy. But Kanagi, he just acted. No hesitation, no focus, not a single wasted motion. He hit every single one. A flawless counter. Watch carefully, the mage's voice commanded, resonating in his very soul. Stand with me and learn what this power is. And in that moment, all Kanagi felt was pure, breathtaking awe. This body may be a fragile prison, but her command over magic remains absolute. She beckons him, her voice a venomous whisper. You only ever wanted power for yourself, Kanagi. But the Founders? They just needed a vessel to unleash their own. The words don't connect. A fog of confusion clouds his mind. He doesn't understand. The mage presses on, her gaze cutting through him. Even after all this, drowning in a sea of borrowed strength. You actually believed you were achieving it. That simple, childish dream of just being stronger. She gestures to the others. And them? They're drunk on your raw, untamed potential. Her tone hardens, laced with a chilling sorrow. But after the agony of losing a friend, someone who gave you their absolute trust, I see it now. A rage burns in you from the very pit of your soul. She points a trembling finger at the ecstatic, watching faces of the Founders. This broken, furious you is precisely what they've always craved. Eva flinches, confusion twisting instantly into rage. She explodes forward, a blur of motion aimed at Kanagi. Enough of this talk, she screams. This world has one simple rule. The strong exist to crush the weak. Her blade screams through the air, a hair's breadth from his throat. A wall of blinding light erupts. Asterisk, static discharge asterisk. Her attack shatters. The backlash throws her to the ground. Eva stumbles to her feet, eyes wide with disbelief. She looks up and sees the very heavens begin to crackle with thunder. So many share your belief, Eva, the mage's voice echoed. But I remember. I saw a power that could have ground this tower to dust, and I watched as it was treated like a child's plaything and devoured by horrors from beyond our world. The mage, who watched her comrades die, now saw only their ghosts. Now, I am the voice of the fallen, and I am their instrument of vengeance. Walking in Kanagi's stolen body, she loomed over the broken Eva. You are nothing but a disappointment, Eva. All that power. And you can't even get to your feet. Eva struggles to rise. Another bolt of raw lightning slams her back into the dirt. The mage's voice shifts, taking on a new cadence. This boy, Kanagi, he trained in the mountains, didn't he? Always smiling on the outside. But beneath it, a fire of pure revenge was burning him alive. We, the Founders, we all saw it. We all knew. That one day, this boy would stand on the very same summit as us. A hand extends, not to Eva, but to the soul trapped within Kanagi. If you require our strength, Kanagi, you need only ask. If you feel that sorrow, that rage, then point to the one who caused it, and we will erase them for you, no questions asked. Without a second of hesitation, Kanagi's finger shoots up, aimed at the hovering Eva. In that instant, heaven's judgment descends, tearing her very existence into nothingness. A stunned, horrified silence blanketed the battlefield, and in that silence, the instructor's eyes widened with a dawning, terrible truth. In Kanagi's eyes, he saw a chilling reflection, a young Midori, the same monster, waiting to awaken. Eva's consciousness scattered, a flickering ghost on cold stone. This boy, this child, had just erased her entire legion. Not just her army, but her own body, shattered into unrecognizable fragments. Kanagi's steps echoed like a death sentence. Do you get it now? We have a lot to talk about. You will answer for all of it. He leaned close, his voice a chilling whisper. I have friends. They're specialists in making people talk. They'll help you recall every single thing you've done. But something shifted. A voice, far older and deeper than her own, rumbled from the wreckage. Like this, I have no hope of defeating you. My master's warning, it was true. The ground began to heave violently. A stone coffin erupted from the earth. Eva's cackle echoed. But this changes everything. Kanagi froze, listening to a legend from a forgotten age. There was one among the founders, they called him the slasher of 10,000 armies. The man who brought the great tower to its knees, all by himself. A cold wave of dread crashed over Kanagi. The coffin lid slid open. Inside, perfectly preserved, was the body of Hinoi Rishu. A silent shockwave tore through the founders. Hanoki's spirit convulsed in horror. Asterisk, his body. She has his body. Asterisk, the desecration was absolute. The silence was a physical weight. A flash. Mage moved. No words. Just times heaven's judgment asterisk. A divine bolt of lightning slammed into the unholy relic. Hinoi was stunned by the speed. Playtime is over, Mage declared, his voice ice. A chilling laugh answered from Eva. Fool, I already took what I needed. She was pulling the strings. Hinoi's corpse rose before them. Stiff, unnatural. Its hand clenched a familiar blade. A wicked smile played across Eva's lips. Now, she hissed through him. The playing field is finally level. Kanagi flinched. The air turned to lead, thick with a pressure that stole the breath. This malice, this crushing aura, it dwarfed anything he'd ever known. Even Icha's harshest training was nothing compared to this. But she wasn't done. A sharp snap of her fingers cut through the silence. The earth cracked open, birthing hundreds of shadow minions. Behold, she announced, the second wave. Doubt gnawed at Kanagi. Mage just scoffed. Don't sweat it. Eva reveled in her swelling ranks. Then, a flash. An explosion ripped the air behind her. She spun around. There they were, Kanagi's allies. Icha at the front, Suo by his side. The whole crew, armed and ready. He wasn't alone. A flicker of pure annoyance crossed Eva's face. I was told you were supposed to be alone, she spat. But as the words left the puppet's mouth, Kanagi's blood turned to ice. That voice, it was Hinoi's. Every inflection, every pause, it was truly him. But even with his friends here, the tide wasn't turning. They were struggling. Their attacks barely scratched the surface. Eva laughed. These are nothing like the last batch. This time, they had a new trick. A skill called Time's Physical Hardening Asterisk. A full-power assault from their strongest did absolutely nothing. The hit connected. Nothing. The minion didn't even register the blow. An icy dread crept through their ranks. Every single one of these things held a unique and terrible power. This wasn't a mob, it was an elite core from a nightmare. The anti-prophecy forces were buckling. A head-on attack was no longer a strategy. It was a suicide run. From the edge of the chaos, Habibuki's piercing gaze missed nothing. She had seen more than enough. Power thrummed in her voice as she unleashed her times. Sound visualization, release asterisk. A glorious phoenix, woven from pure sonic energy, blazed into existence. It slammed into the enemy line. A dozen minions disintegrated in a silent, searing flash. Yet even after such a show of force, a cold knot of fear tightened in her chest. She knew clearing a path was a hollow victory. Each monster was a specialized terror. Just when they thought the bedlam had reached its peak, it found another, deadlier level. A deafening crack of iron echoed over the battlefield. Todoroki's chains lay in pieces. He moved like a thunderbolt, snatching one of the youngest members and smashing him toward the ground. But in that same heartbeat, Hibiki was there, a blur of impossible speed. She tore the boy from the clutches of certain death. As Eva watched the breathtaking carnage, a slow, cruel smile graced her lips. This was the finest show she had ever seen. Don't you get it? She called out, her voice a symphony of smug victory. In a whirlwind like this, only the captains have any chance of seeing tomorrow. Her words hung in the air, a venomous, undeniable truth. Kanagi's eyes darted to the other founders, searching for a plan, a flicker of hope. He found only hard faces and grim, unbreakable silence, masks of resolve carved from despair. With no other way forward, he turned to Mage, his voice a low, desperate command. Let me take the helm, just for a second. Her eyes widened, a tempest of conflict raging within. Shocked by the demand, she finally gave a grim nod. As he took control, he leveled a confident sneer at Eva. He told her she made a single, fatal error, one she would live to regret. She underestimated his friends. Meanwhile, Hanada was drowning in a sea of minions. But he remembered Kanagi's words. Lesson 7. He channeled his fist technique, focusing his very soul. A spectral dragon coiled around him, a raw engine of power, and the new foundation for his entire fighting style. With a roar, he erupted. Every kick shattered a charging minion into dust. Not long ago, Founder Spirit Wantak had studied Han's build all lean muscle and fluid grace. He'd seen the boy's habit of relying on single-point, focus strikes that capitalized on his speed. At the time, another founder, Urson, had insisted that while the style wasn't bad, their guidance could make it truly legendary. Now, in the heart of the battle, Hanada was something else entirely. He moved like a coiled viper, seamlessly weaving every lesson they'd taught him into a perfect storm of destruction. He struck from every direction, his precision absolute. The minions weren't just beaten, they were erased. At the same time, Akane stood her ground, bracing as a new horde of monsters rushed straight for her. She recalled Kanagi's advice. It was time to use the transmute technique. an art that takes the flawed and forges it into perfection. There was a time she only crafted worthless, fragile steel. That time is long gone. Now, her alchemy defies all limits, commanding the earth itself to birth stone golems, a skill she mastered back in Lesson 8, and with it, she effortlessly shatters their hardened forms. Through the chaos, Kanagi's voice rings out, demanding Suo's status. Hinoi just smirks, his confidence absolute, the kid's holding his own. He was always the shadow, never the prodigy, but this power, this strength, is his and his alone. He's a blur of motion, a master of Hinoi's single-blade style, now supercharged by the might of time's skyfall asterisk. He carves through the horde, one clean strike, a dozen fall. He then elevates the attack, infusing it with the essence of time's Kendala asterisk. His blade blossoms into a lethal flower of steel. A devastating wave of destruction annihilates everything in his path. Icha watches from afar. A flicker of pride warms her gaze. Her student isn't just fighting anymore. He's weaving his skills into a deadly dance. Yet, a chilling thought crosses her mind. Kanagi's power. The sheer scale of his abilities. It's on another level entirely. Lost in thought, her blade moves on pure instinct, slicing through minion after minion. Then, a wall of fire erupts. It twists into a colossal tornado, blocking her path. Her breath catches in her throat. An inferno like this. It can only mean one thing. The final battle between Kanagi and the 12 apostles has begun. But as she peers through the swirling flames, shock twists into pure, cold dread. Kanagi isn't fighting just any apostle. He's facing the founder himself. He's fighting Hinoi. Eva is a blur, lunging for Kanagi. Asterisk Hinoi's one-handed style times meets the lethal times wave-cutting blade asterisk. But it's useless. Kanagi doesn't even break a sweat. He evades with an almost divine calm. Her blade slices through nothing but air. But the force of her swing shatters the very ground where he just stood. Kanagi's counter is instant. A times mage's thunderbolt asterisk. The bolt finds its mark. Against a monster like Eva, it's a mere spark. She retaliates, her true power unleashing as she invokes time's world dice asterisk. Reality itself shatters. The battlefield splinters into a million shifting cubes. Friend and foe are caught in the chaos. She sacrifices her own soldiers without a second thought, and in the heart of it all, Kanagi endures. He lands on a floating piece of earth, a memory searing through his mind. He's seen this before, a lifetime ago. This same power almost ended him. But he is different now. As the world fractures and reforms around them, his comrades struggle on the treacherous ground, and one of them is about to fall. Her fingers, the only anchor. Her comrade hangs over the abyss, and in that one, fleeting second of hope. A silver flash, the dice slash strikes, his arm is gone, and her world plummets with him. She falls, clutching the only piece of him left. Kanagi's gaze fixes on her descent. There is no hesitation. A shimmering sphere of light erupts from his palm. It catches them. It pulls them from the very edge of death. The mage spirit trembles, her form flickering in raw panic. She turns to Hinoi, a desperate whisper. What do we do? But his spirit is a void, offering no strategy, no hope. His words are shards of ice. Do as you please. She accepts. In that same instant, Eva unleashes time's splitting cloud asterisk. A cataclysm. A wave of pure energy scours the battlefield clean. Even Hibiki, a squad captain, can only stare, completely overwhelmed by the sheer untamed devastation. But inside Hinoi's body, Eva is electric, reveling in the untamed power of a founder's vessel. A chilling laugh echoes. This body, it was forged for this. Yet even this incredible power isn't enough. She craves more, something absolute. She reaches into Hinoi's deepest secret, his final technique, asterisk, indomitable asterisk. The blade ignites, ready to end everything. But then, the impossible. Kanagi catches the blade. With his bare hands, Hinoi's spirit watches, his face a blank canvas. The mage, however, smirks, her voice dripping with scorn. You may possess his body, but you're still weak. The words hit her like a physical blow. A raw scream of frustration tears from Eva's throat. How? She rages, her voice cracking with disbelief. How can the legendary vessel of a founder be called weak? She had to have more power. She dives back into the abyss of Hinoi's mind, desperately clawing through his past. Searching, tearing through his memories, hunting for a greater strength. But as she rips her way into the forbidden core of his soul, tears begin to stream down her face. Not from pain. From a terror so profound it freezes her very essence. What she found was not just a memory. It was the ghost of Hinoi's life, back when he walked the earth in the age of the towers. A single glimpse of that forgotten time is all it takes to shatter her sanity. In the vision, she sees him, one fluid swing of his sword, an entire tower, cleaved in two. But this godlike power had its price. With every foe he struck down, his eyes grew colder, his soul more hollow. Eva watched, frozen by the spectacle. Her mind refused to comprehend it. How could a single human wield power that defied existence itself? Hinoi's life was no tale of heroism. It was a relentless chronicle of absolute destruction. The bodies of men, torn asunder. Armies of monsters, incinerated to ash. The sea itself parted before him. The planet was scarred by his blade. The immense weight of his sins, of his endless slaughter, crashes down upon Eva's spirit. And in that moment, she breaks. The pressure was unbearable. She was fracturing. Every choice, every path, gone. Nothing but a void. How could she ever be strong enough? This burden wasn't a weight. It was a mountain intent on burying her alive. Fissures tore through her very soul. A single breath more, and she would simply vanish. Yet Hinoi's spirit just watched. Detached. Unmoved. "Let her break," he said, his voice a careless whisper. But another founder screamed, a desperate plea. If her spirit shatters, she'll become a monster, a force of pure destruction. In that heart-stopping instant, it was already over. Eva's spirit broke. A raw, primal scream ripped from her soul. It wasn't a sound, it was a shockwave, felt even in the distant city of Takasaki. The city convulsed. Sirens wailed. A citywide evacuation order flashed across every screen. People scrambled, their faces illuminated by the panicked glow of their phones. The epicenter of that godlike aura, Nagano Prefecture. That was an impossible 100 kilometers away. And still, the world beneath their feet refused to stop shaking. Pure, animal terror flooded the streets. Was this the apocalypse? The awakening of some ancient terror? But at the heart of the storm, as Ava's scream died into a terrifying silence, the earth itself rebelled. Boulders tore free, suspended in the air. Gravity multiplied. An invisible force crushed them. The sky itself felt like it was collapsing. A suffocating pressure slammed down. Weaker hunters choked, their lungs screaming for air. Their bodies were pinned, ground into the dirt by an overwhelming presence. Kanagi could only watch in sheer terror. "Hinoi!" Kanagi roared. The spirit didn't flinch. He remained lounging, a spectator to the unfolding apocalypse. A smirk touched his lips. "I've entrusted this to the mage," he declared. She gave a single, sharp nod. As Eva, now a predator, stalked toward Kanagi, the mage slowly raised her sleeve. Etched upon her arm, the Time's seal of truth, Time's pulsed with light. Her voice was steel, her resolve unbreakable. "If I am to borrow this vessel," she announced, "then this will end in one blow." She activated the Time's seal of truth asterisk. Power erupted from Kanagi, a blinding geyser of pure, untamed energy. Akane stared, her mind reeling in disbelief. From deep within Kanagi, the alchemist's voice resonated calm, ancient, and absolute. "You and Akane," the voice commanded, "will bear witness. Whether through magic or alchemy," it explained. "We are all merely chasing the fundamental truths of this world." And in this moment, the voice thrummed with power. Kanagi is about to touch one of those truths. As the words echoed, intricate seals burned into Kanagi's skin. The exact markings that once adorned the mage's own arms. The alchemist's voice turned grave, the question hanging heavy in the air. Could this boy's vessel even withstand a fraction of such a truth? Or would it simply disintegrate from the sheer, overwhelming pressure of it all? At that very moment, Ava's soul was a wasteland, fractured into 1,000 shards. All that remained to steer her body was the ghost of her will. She moved by reflex alone, a shell driven by a feral, desperate need. No different from a beast backed into a corner. I had seen this hollow gaze before, in Manhwa, a man once defined by his control. He too lost himself to this empty state long ago. There's a term for this horrifying descent. They call it Time's truth ignorance asterisk. As Ava's fury crested, she unleashed a hurricane of raw, dark power. Her aura became a violent vortex, warping the very air she breathed. The mage saw the inevitable, a flash of a terrible future where that unholy energy would swell into a wave of absolute annihilation. It would scour everyone from existence, even Kanagi. Its blight would poison the continent to its farthest shores. In that one horrifying moment, Ava was no longer just a threat. She was the end. Kanagi saw that same apocalyptic vision reflected in the mage's eyes. He felt the crushing weight of that truth. In answer, the mage played her final card. Asterisk, Magus of Truth asterisk. A forbidden art, conceived for one purpose, to unmake another's very power. The technique was so vast, the world itself began to splinter. Reality screamed, struggling to contain the force she had called forth. Ava funneled all her despair into one arm, a fist of oblivion aimed straight for Kanagi. He didn't flinch. He raised a hand, stopped the blow dead. Shock flickered in her vacant stare. His grip locked onto her wrist, an unbreakable anchor in the storm. The mage channels a blinding light. A sun ignites between them. The world went white, and when the searing glare finally faded, only a blackened skeleton stood where Ava had been. Kanagi's hand still clasped what was left of hers. Through Kanagi's lips, the mage leaned in, a final cold whisper for Ava's scattering soul. Her ashes surrendered to the wind, becoming nothing. The other founders watched, their faces carved from stone. But Hinoi forced himself to his feet. A snarl twisted his features, a silent scream against the cage his own soul had become, torn from its vessel. A cruel, knowing smile touched Kanagi's lips as the mage turned its focus inward. It spoke to the boy, the prisoner inside. So, did you learn anything from that? Sensation slammed back into Kanagi as his body became his own again. His eyes shot open, wide with disbelief. The battlefield was clear, except for his comrades, and they were chanting his name, a victory roar for a battle he hadn't fought. Icha, though, watched with a deep, worried frown. Kanagi never even reached for his blade. It was as if all his training had been for nothing. Hinata just let out a long sigh, the fight finally draining out of him. Sue slapped him on the back, grinning from ear to ear. You vaporized that thing in a single shot. But Akane's eyes were different, sharper. She saw past the spectacle. She knew what really just happened. Kanagi hadn't just defeated his enemy. He had deconstructed her, peeling away her power until there was nothing left to fight. Akane's hands shook. It wasn't fear, it was awe. Was this truly the peak of human power? The doubt was a crushing weight, but in the ashes of despair, a new flame sparked to life within her. One day, she swore, that strength would be hers. The instructor, however, wasn't even looking at the survivors. His eyes were fixed on the smoldering crater where his training field once stood. All for one exam. This hadn't just gone wrong. It had detonated in the most spectacular failure imaginable. Even Todoroki was gone. A surge of pure annoyance washed over the instructor. It wasn't the loss of a prime candidate that bothered him. It was the mountain of paperwork and the headache of running this entire disaster again. As the dazed survivors began to stir, reality itself ripped open. A blinding circle of light ignited raw terror in their hearts. The instructor's professional mask shattered, his jaw hanging open. But what stepped through the gate defied all logic. It was the superintendent herself. A jolt shot through Kanagi as the recognition hit him. It was the old woman from the depths of his own mind. Her assistant, standing right beside her, looked just as stunned by their sudden arrival. And then, the impossible happened. The superintendent, the most powerful person in their world, knelt before Kanagi. Her voice, ancient and trembling, declared, "I have waited for your return." She spoke of a vigil that spanned centuries, of waiting for the founders to finally arrive. And now, she proclaimed, they were here. Every head snapped toward Ika, eyes wide with a silent, desperate demand for answers. But her expression was ice, laced with disappointment. You should have put it together sooner. For most of them, it was the first time they had ever laid eyes on this woman. But according to Icha's intel, this elderly woman was one of the original founders of the anti-prophecy. She held the absolute highest authority in the entire Japanese branch. Suu's patience evaporated. We already know that, he snarled. But the real mystery was why a legend like her was on her knees before Kanagi. For once, Icha was utterly speechless. Kanagi's own mind was reeling, lost in the storm of confusion. Why was this woman, the same one from his vision, bowing down to him? Deep within his soul, the founders frantically scoured their ancient memories. They clawed for a connection, a reason for this impossible reality. They found nothing, a complete blank. And then, a shockwave. Kanagi felt it, an aura so immense it stole the very air from his lungs. The old woman slowly rose to her feet. "Do you remember me?" she asked. A faint, melancholic smile touched her lips. "I've grown so old." To prove her point, she turned and began a strange, swaying dance. She called out a name from a forgotten age. "Hinoi! Look! It's the waist dance!" The founders watched, utterly bewildered. Then, recognition struck like a bolt of lightning. That woman, she was Io. Hinoi's voice roared through Kanagi's mind. Asterisk, switch with me, now. Asterisk. In a flash, Kanagi's entire demeanor changed, and Hinoi's voice greeted her by name. The crater fell into a deathly silence. The superintendent's assistants moved as one. Blades were drawn. Killing intent flooded the air. They saw only a grave insult against their master. A wave of fury crashes through their ranks. They swear to eliminate Kanagi, to force a new examination. But one voice slices through the chaos. Io, held in Hinoi's arms, commands them all to stand down. She insists that everything is unfolding exactly as it must. Hinoi's hand drifts to her hair, a soft, familiar touch. He teases her, saying she's already acting like a wise old woman. And those words, they resonate across the years. Io is thrown back in time, a memory flooding her senses him, saying those exact words when she was just a girl. And with that, the tension finally shatters. The members start the long process of repairing the fractured earth, and their own shattered composure along with it. Meanwhile, far from any watchful eyes, Kanagi is guided into the very heart of the anti-prophecy, to a chamber cloaked in secrecy. It is a sanctuary called the Hut of Everlasting Vision. The sight that meets his eyes is breathtaking, a garden of impossible, ethereal beauty. Io reveals that her true form can never be seen by the outside world. For this reason, a potent barrier shields this sanctuary, granting her a precious, undisturbed peace. Kanagi, still overwhelmed, has to know. Did she really know all the founders? And so, Io begins to weave the story of her impossibly long life. Her tale starts with a profound loss. She was an orphan, her family devoured by the merciless era of the towers. It was the founders who discovered her. They rescued her and raised her as one of their own. The truth hits Kanagi like a punch to the gut. She was just a child, but then Io drops a detail that fractures his entire reality. It was 300 years ago. His mind reels, unable to grasp the sheer scale of it. He's facing a living legend, a woman over 300 years old. Then she unveils the impossible truth. A powerful artifact has been stopping her time. Its power holds only as long as she remains within the headquarters. The very moment she speaks of the artifact, of her forgotten memory ignites in Kanagi's mind, and in that same instant, Hinoi's spirit explains to Valentine how the device works, pointing out it's just like her own time's preservation skill, asterisk. Valentine agrees with a bitter sting. In her prime, she could have done the same. A feat like this was once within her reach. But one question lingers. Where could Io have possibly found an artifact of such incredible power? Io then pulls back another layer, revealing a secret buried deep within the anti-prophecy, a truth known to almost no one. There is a secret division, its only purpose to gather dangerous artifacts. Their existence has been scrubbed from every record. But then, she delivers the devastating news. Their secure storage facility was breached not long ago. The fallout was catastrophic. A massive number of their most powerful artifacts were stolen. In the aftermath, a special task force was formed to hunt down every last stolen item, and Midori was one of its members. A cold dread settles over the detective founder within Kanagi. Could the ones behind the raid be the 10 apostles? If that's true, it explains everything. It explains their monstrous power in the modern age. Kanagi is left reeling, absolutely stunned. The detective just unraveled an entire conspiracy from one conversation. The detective then reveals his certainty. It all snapped into focus the moment Io mentioned her. Her memories proved it. The boss was the one feeding her artifacts. Another founder posed the chilling question. Why recruit 12 awakeners stronger than Makoto, when the enemy can just turn mediocre hunters into gods with artifacts? Hinoi's face was stone. He reminded them that the two they'd fought were nothing compared to Makoto's power. Io's voice was a heavy whisper as she agreed. She confessed they were blind to the 12 apostles until the raid on that facility. The apostles, she explained, now wielded the same catastrophic power as the anti-prophecy's greatest threat. That alone makes them a danger we can no longer afford to ignore. We are pouring every resource into tracking their leader, she added, but it appears Midori is going to find them first. A deathly chill gripped Kanagi. Meanwhile, in Detroit, Michigan, the city was a graveyard. The streets, a battlefield of craters and ruin. A chaotic spell tore through the air, birthing a tornado of raw destruction that slammed into the pavement. The impact shattered the world, and in the eye of the storm stood Midori, reeling from a truth that broke him. Everyone had assumed that the 12 apostles meant 12 people. They were wrong. There was a 13th, and through a scrying orb, they watched him now. A man, draped casually on his couch, let a lazy smirk crawl across his face. So, he arrived early. How amusing. His voice, smooth as velvet, cut through the silence. Coffee? Or perhaps, black tea? Midori's eyes burned with cold fury. I choose your end. His voice dropped to a low growl. Number 0. No more words were needed. Midori attacked. A torrent of pure annihilation screamed toward the floating figure. The blast tore a wound in the sky. Miles away, Nisha, another task force member, shielded her eyes. Whoa, Mikado breathed, beside her. Good thing this city's already a ghost town. No one to get caught in that little fireworks show. But still, why go all out from the very beginning? As the words left his mouth, a killing frost washed over them. A tidal wave of killing intent. Coming right for them, they dove. Not a second to spare. A silent flash, and the skyscraper they stood on was cleaved in two. The structure groaned, then collapsed into a cloud of dust and death. They hit the pavement hard, scrambling up. We leave number 0 to him, Mikado commanded. We've got our own target, Kamaragi, one of the 12 apostles. Back at the fight, sweat beaded on Midori's brow. His power, it just vanished against that shimmering, untouchable sphere. He had thrown everything at it, his most devastating storms, his sharpest gales. Nothing worked. Is this a skill? An artifact? What times is this absolute defense? And through the hurricane of Midori's rage, number 0 calmly raised his cup and took the final sip. Number 0 floats out from the shattered illusion, a cruel smirk on his face. Was that supposed to hurt? He mocks, his voice laced with venom. No response, only retribution. Midori's fury ignites. Asterisk wall of cutting pearls times explodes from the earth. Crystalline spears rocket toward their target. Direct hit. The world trembles from the impact, but it's not enough. The smoke clears. Number 0 is untouched, not a scratch. He flicks an imaginary speck of dust from his shoulder. You are a child playing in a puddle, Midori, and I am the storm. A chilling realization grips him. The bubble was never the shield. An invisible barrier had been there the entire time. This whole fight was just a game to him. Number Zero's eyes glint, feasting on Midori's despair. Now, the true assault begins. You know, he whispers, a venomous hiss. On any other day, you would be a nightmare, an absolute force of nature, someone I wouldn't dare to face. But look at you now. His voice drops, shattered over one insignificant life. You're nothing but pathetic. The words land like a physical blow. You were born a weapon, a calamity given form. He leans in, forged for one purpose, destruction. And with all that godlike power, a cruel smile, you couldn't even save the one person who mattered. Something inside Midori doesn't just break, it atomizes. Grief is gone, replaced by a pure, white-hot rage. He lunges, a tempest of raw power unleashed. His eyes burn with a primal fire, a forgotten inferno. A memory slams into him, sharp and unwelcome as a shard of glass. The memory of that day, 23 years ago. Deep in the mountains, a disaster was born. Shinonome, of the Special Task Force, could only stare in horror. His eyes widened, a pillar of blinding energy ripped a hole in the sky, spewing from a massive crater. A choked cry escaped him. This massive scar upon the land was all that remained of the Midori family estate. Beside him, Superintendent Io watched, her face a mask of stone. Her gaze was locked on the smoldering ruin, and at the very heart of the devastation, something pulsed with impossible power. A torrent of raw energy. She moved toward it, and then she saw him, a newborn child, radiating an aura so vast it distorted reality itself. The sheer force was unbelievable. There could be no other cause. This child's birth had annihilated a mountain. Io didn't hesitate for a second. Superintendent Io plunged into the storm. The pressure was immense, 1,000 invisible blades slicing at her. They tore at her flesh with every single step. She pushed through the agony, her focus unbreakable. She reached the child. She lifted him gently, her voice a quiet anchor in the howling chaos. "It's all right now," she whispered. "You're safe." In the shelter of her arms, the infant's cries quieted. The raging tempest of power softened, then simply ceased to exist. In the deafening silence, Io stood, battered and bleeding, but holding the world's most powerful weapon in her arms. But her grip on the child was unbreakable. She declared this boy would be raised by the anti-prophecy itself. In time, they named the baby Midori. 9 years passed, and Midori, now a boy on the verge of leaving the only home he'd ever known, a teacher, named Hinoi Hyarudu, with a 12-year-old Icha at his side, tried to block his path. "Don't start anything you can't finish." The man warned that if Midori walked out that door, the anti-prophecy would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Unfazed, Midori accepted. But as the master turned away, a cryptic whisper escaped his lips. This was the very reason he'd let Midori live. Ika, standing nearby, felt the suffocating tension in the air. Then, a laugh shattered the silence. The master, annoyed, shot her a look. What was so funny? From the beginning, Midori was a monster, a prodigy. He shattered every record, seeing everyone around him as fragile and weak. And then, he met Makoto. The boy casually tossed a wooden sword at his feet. "Care to be my partner?" he asked. Midori just stared, baffled by the simple invitation to train. Makoto just smiled, extending his own blade in a silent challenge. At that time, Makoto was the same age as him, and so, their endless training began. He swung, he lunged, he pushed past his limits. But Midori could never land the winning blow. The failure gnawed at him, a bitter poison, but he refused to quit. Again, he'd snarl, his voice raw with effort. Just one more time, and Makoto always accepted. He knew this was a lesson Midori had to carve into his own soul. Every single time, the outcome was identical. Defeat. Midori slammed his wooden sword to the ground, a raw scream of fury tearing from his lungs. "Why? I'm giving it my all. Why can't I win?" Nisha, watching from the side, finally spoke. "It's because you're too strong, Midori." The words made no sense. That was the reason he kept losing? His mind reeled in confusion. "Too strong? I lose every single match." Then, another voice cut through his rage. She meant it as a compliment. The voice was a ghost from the past, belonging to a 14-year-old Makoto. He gestured to the splinters littering the ground. Midori wasn't just losing the duel, he was destroying his own weapon with every wild, uncontrolled swing. "Think about it," Makoto said calmly. "Even if you managed to land a winning strike, your blade would break long before mine." To drive the point home, Nisha held up a single, fragile egg. "When you use all your power," she explained, "it's like trying to fight while holding this, without crushing it." But the lesson wouldn't sink in. Frustration was a thick fog clouding his mind. So Makoto took the egg and hurled it at the ground with all his might. Midori flinched, waiting for the crack and splatter, but what he saw left him speechless. The egg bounced. It rolled to a stop. Not a single crack marred its perfect shell. Makoto's lesson was simple. Midori had to find his balance. He needed to shield the egg with a protective aura, one that could match his own destructive power. This wasn't some cheap trick or a skill to be memorized. It was an instinct, a sense that had to be honed through sheer will. As he finished, a blur of movement cut through the air. Nisha, silent as ever, had already unleashed a barrage of eggs at the stone wall. They landed with a series of soft taps, not a single one cracked. Midori's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. He stared, utterly baffled, at the flawless shells now stuck to the wall. Makoto casually tossed an egg into Midori's hands. Pay attention. If you ever want a prayer of facing me with a sword, you have to become the master of your own strength first. Once you get this, that monstrous aura of yours will protect your allies, not destroy them. You'll finally be in control, no longer a threat to everyone you want to save. Makoto turned, the lesson concluded, but a voice called his name, immediately followed by the wet times splat times of an egg against his head. He turned back slowly, a trail of yolk dripping through his hair. Midori stood there, a defiant fire in his eyes, a silent challenge to join him. A slow, predatory grin crept across Makoto's face. First, you're going to say you're sorry for that. Then, with a single, sharp kick, he launched the entire crate skyward. His power erupted, and every egg froze mid-air, suspended in a swirling, perfect galaxy. Fired up, Midori tried to mimic the feat. The result was pure chaos. A maelstrom of shattered shells and yolk exploded all around him. But he didn't stop. He tried again, and then, it happened. Midori threw an egg that shot out like a bullet, blasting a clean hole straight through the wall. He looked closer. The shell was completely intact. Perfect. That single moment of clarity changed everything. They drew their swords. The real training was about to begin. Because now, Midori was finally learning to tame the monster inside. They could now clash for an entire day, their blades singing a song of relentless battle. Seeing this, an eager Nisha and Makoto demanded their turn. 4 years passed in a flash of steel and sweat. Midori was inducted into the special task force, just as Makoto set off on his own journey. Midori was headed to the European branch, drawn by a prophecy, a special rank mission known only as the Pandemonium. He turned to his friend, asking if Makoto was still searching for a swordmaster. Makoto nodded, a smirk on his face. He simply reminded Midori of his own words. A true master had to be found by his own hands. Makoto held out his fist. I'm going to stand on the same stage as you, as an equal. Midori smiled, bumping his fist against Makoto's. I'll be waiting. After that day, Midori fought for his friends. He would do anything for them. As long as they were alive, he had a reason. Midori had found his purpose, his will to keep fighting, all for their sake. All he ever wanted was a family, but the 12 apostles ripped that dream away from him. Back in the present, that burning memory fueled his rage. Midori charged toward number 0, his eyes screaming murder. The man just stood there, unbothered. A smirk played on his lips. But just as Midori's blade was about to connect, number 0 raised a golden egg and crushed it in his hand. A spell detonatus, power erupts a blinding wave, berserk life stampede. It scorches the air between them, a miniature sun. The special task force members stumble back, blinded. Is that Midori? The searing glare recedes, and a lone silhouette stands in the afterglow. Midori, but a foreign, suffocating pressure bleeds from his very soul. Mikado's voice cracks with hope. You did it, right? Is number 0 gone? Silence is his only answer. Just a cold, vacant gaze from the man they once called a friend. Their pleas meet a terrifying calm. Then, a stranger's voice leaves Midori's lips. I don't know who you are. Ice floods Nisha's veins. This is far worse than death. Mikado, get back, she screams. The warning dies in the silence. Too late. Midori's hand rests on Mikado's forehead. A cruel smile twists his face. He whispers one word. Asterisk. Turbulent asterisk. A vortex of wind erupts from his palm. In the aftermath, 3 elite members of Japan's Special Task Force were declared missing. A new team was dispatched from the American branch, Maris and Ashton, disaster zone specialists, sent to find the truth. The moment they arrive, Ashton kneels. His hand presses against the fractured earth. The lingering energy is staggering, a terrifying hum in the air. This was the epicenter. His voice is grim. A massive detonation. Maris scans the horizon, her breath catching. The sheer scale of the crater a wound Midori gouged into the world is impossible. He wasn't just a legend. He was the reason they called him the world's strongest. But the question clawed at everyone. Why would someone so untouchable just vanish and take his entire team with him? Ashton had no answers, no theories, only a cold, heavy silence. The news didn't just hit the Japanese branch, it shattered it. It wasn't a ripple, it was a shockwave. The world spiraled into chaos. Inside the everlasting vision hut, the tension was a physical weight. The assistant superintendent's composure cracked with every report. This couldn't be real. It was a nightmare he couldn't escape. Ayo's voice was thin, threaded with a fear she couldn't conceal. There's truly nothing? Not a single trace? Her desperate gaze fell upon Midori's assistant, on Ren. Ren could only shake her head, hope dead in her eyes. The artifact that once bound her to Midori lay in shattered pieces. The link was gone. Io's shoulders sagged in defeat. This wasn't a tragedy, it was an apocalypse, and into that despair, a new figure stepped forward. Kanagi, now officially a squad captain. He could feel the unfamiliar weight of the captain's mantle on his shoulders. He shifted uncomfortably, a flicker of the man he once was in his eyes, but the assistant superintendent's voice sliced through the silence. This promotion was not a request, it was a unanimous recommendation. From every captain, and the superintendent himself, the words hung in the air, "You fought Eva." And because of that, they all believe, you're the only one left who can fill the void Makoto left behind. On his knees, Kanagi relives his promise to surpass the Founders, to ensure no one else dies. He accepts their trust, a heavy mantle on his shoulders. With their legacy fueling him, he looks up, his eyes burning with a new fire. He declares he will shatter the expectations of the anti-prophecy. He will not fail. At his words, Io's face lights up, her excitement palpable. She knew he was the one. She always believed he was destined to be the captain. But then, her smile vanishes. Her expression hardens. The time for celebration is over. She cuts straight to the chase. She needs his answer on an urgent matter. It wasn't long ago that Kanagi was the one hunting down members of the anti-prophecy, trying to build his team. Now, he sits before the superintendent, his own opinion demanded. The tables had turned, the stakes escalating beyond his control. As the IO, her uniform marked with a tiger, steps aside, the suddenness of it all rattles Kanagi. The door slides open. Io presents two figures from the special task force, Nisha and Makoto. They are not just here. They are broken, battered, and barely standing. Io's voice is grim. They served with Midori. They are the only ones who know what truly happened. Makoto's voice was a low rumble, thick with unspoken horrors. He spoke of Detroit. He explained how the leader of the 12 apostles had stolen Midori's body. The words hung there, cold and sharp. In that instant, Kanagi's world didn't just break, it ceased to exist. But Makoto's face was a mask of grim duty. He wasn't done. The power they used to control him. It was just like the one Eva used. He knew it was an artifact. The specifics of the cursed relic were nothing but static now. Only one terrible truth mattered. The devastating point Makoto had to make. Midori, the man who was once their greatest shield, was now a puppet, a sworn enemy of every living soul. The reality was a viper, coiling around Kanagi's heart. You have to understand, Makoto choked out. He fought back. He resisted with every last shred of his soul. That desperate struggle bought them seconds, just enough time for Nisha and Makoto to escape. In his last moment of clarity, Midori whispered an apology, and then a final, desperate plea for Kanagi to defeat Number Zero. The weight of that last request crashed down on Kanagi's shoulders. He stood frozen, mute, utterly shattered by the impossible burden of his friend's final words. A firm hand clamped down on his shoulder, the assistant superintendent. His gaze was piercing. "We have high hopes for you, son." However, the tone shifted, becoming cold and clinical. "You still haven't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for your squad." Kanagi's squad was a ghost, just Honda, Akane, and So. He needed 3 more bodies. Now, this wasn't a request. The assistant superintendent's words were a blade at his throat. Recruitment was his only mission. The clock was ticking. Kanagi stalked the grounds, a hunter searching for prey. His gaze fell on a kid, fresh-faced and unaware. From the Hibiki squad. Perfect. The hunt began. Kanagi's words were desperate, a frantic plea. "Join my squad!" But the boy was a trapped rat, eyes wide with raw fear. "Get away from me!" he screamed. "I'm Hibiki squad, forever!" A flicker of hope he'd lost him. He rounded the corner and slammed into a wall of ice. Akane. She didn't move. Escape was impossible. In her hand, a single piece of paper, a transfer order, signed by Captain Hibiki himself. The world stopped. The kid's mind shattered. His own captain sold him out? Hibiki wouldn't just give him away. But the ink on the page screamed the truth. Betrayal, cold and sharp, twisted in his gut. It was real. His shoulders slumped in defeat. He would join. And just like that, Kanagi and Akane claimed their 4th member. Elsewhere, a different hunt was on. Hinota had his target cornered, Akihina. But his approach was pure chaos. A strange rhythmic dance began. His foot crashed down. The ground shook. A theatrical stomp. It was a challenge. Akihina just stared. This was absurd, but Hinota's grin was sharp. "Captain's orders." His intent was unmistakable. "I want you." Akihina's answer was just as clear. "No." He explained his eyes were on a bigger prize, the upcoming captain's examination. Todoroki's empty seat. The rejection rolled right off Hinota. A flash of movement. A devastating kick whistled past Akihina's ear. A test. Sudden. Brutal. But Hinota's jaw dropped. Akihina just swayed. The kick missed by a hair. His movements were impossible, ghost-like. Hinota's grin widened. He surged forward again. A flicker of interest in Akihina's gaze. He offered a wager. I'll join. On one condition. You have 60 seconds. Land one touch. Just one. You do that, and I'm yours to command. Hinoda's eyes narrowed. No holds barred? He asked. Akihina gave a silent nod. A dragon of pure energy exploded into being, wrapping around Hinoda. The terms were set. Akihina tapped his device. The clock started. But this clash mirrored another, long ago, deep in the anti-prophecy unit's limestone cavern, when Akihina stood before the terrifying Captain Surakai, a man, seemingly, fishing inside a 17th dimensional rift in reality they called the Underjaw. That man, Surakai, spoke with an unsettling stillness, musing about the titans he'd caught in these impossible waters. His gaze finally settled on Akihina. You're here for the Todoroki squad's replacement exam, I take it? Akihina's jaw tightened, his voice unwavering. I want to become a captain who doesn't have to watch his comrades die. A thin, knowing smile ghosted across Surakai's lips. A noble goal, his voice echoed, empty and vast. But you don't need a captain's rank for that. The words hit Akihina like a physical blow, stealing the air from his lungs. Do you think I'm not good enough? At that moment, Surakai's line snapped taut, and he casually reeled in a leviathan from the abyss. As the beast thrashed, he stated a simple truth. You're just missing something. Even now, that memory seared his soul. Haneda charged. A freight train of fury. Akihina simply wasn't there. A flicker of movement. Haneda's knuckles tore through empty air, a hair's breadth away. Again and again. His fists found nothing but ghosts. A mask of pure disbelief cracked Haneda's face. This wasn't speed. This was an impossible art of evasion. What he was seeing was time's omni-egos asterisk. The one technique Akihina had locked away from the world. His final gambit, asterisk omni-egos asterisk, let him instantly warp to any marked location within a 100-meter radius. There was only one rule. He had to have stepped on that exact spot at least once before. But once a point was marked, the battlefield was his. He blinks across the arena. His movement is instant, flawless. Haneda unleashes a hurricane of strikes, but Akihina is untouchable. He flows between the blows, a phantom dancing through a storm. This impossible speed is the ultimate test for Haneda. He grins. This is more than a fight, it's the perfect warm-up. The perfect rehearsal for the day he finally crushes Midori. As Akihina warps, a blur of afterimages, his voice cuts through the chaos, cold and sharp. Tell me, Haneda, what exactly is Kanagi's redeeming quality? Haneda's assault doesn't slow for a second. I don't need a specific reason, he growls between impacts. He pivots, his leg a blur in a devastating arc. But I know you're kind, he says, his kick cleaving only air. The flawless, calculating captain, obsessed with raising the squad's survival rate by a single meaningless percent. It sounds righteous, Haneda admits, landing without a sound. But let me tell you something. His eyes were burning embers. I would never trust my life to a leader who only plays the odds. For the first time, a shadow of irritation crossed Akihina's perfect composure. But Haneda wasn't done. When someone only focuses on survival, when their whole world is just themselves, they can never grasp what truly matters. As he spoke, the memory slammed into him, a past torn to shreds, the vision of his family, their bodies laid cold on the floor, all for the sake of a single, damnable prophecy. In that abyss of despair, a flame ignited, a cold, unblinking resolve to tear fate itself apart. With that one burning purpose, he would rewrite the world. He saw it then. With his own eyes, Kanagi held the power to shatter the world's foundations. And that was everything. That was why they followed him. The thought hit Akihina like a fist to the gut. In that instant, he knew what he was missing. It was trust, the one true strength that makes others believe. He snapped back to the fight, his body a phantom weaving through attacks. But this fight was still his. He was in complete control. He would reflect on this lesson later, once his victory was secured. The timer echoed in the silence. 5 seconds left. A smirk played on Haned's lips as his thumb danced across his screen. Right on time, he whispered to no one. Akina's focus broke for a single heartbeat. Then the heavens fell. Suo plummeted from above, his times Chundala times crackling, alive with raw power. He screamed its name, asterisk skyfall asterisk. The world erupted. The ground shattered into a storm of stone and dust. In one crippling blast, Akihina's battlefield, his very ability to move was gone. Haneda saw his opening. He fell from the rooftops like a hawk diving for its prey. A lightning-fast kick, a shred of fabric torn free. The timer hit 0. The cloth was enough. A single touch. Haneda had won. He landed silently as Suo walked over. Was turning the whole place into a crater really necessary? Haneda just shrugged. Perfect timing. You made the shot. Across the wreckage, Akihina trembled, his knuckles turning white as he choked down his fury. But then, he raised his terminal. His fingers flew. The fire in his eyes hardened to ice. Fine, he stated, his voice unwavering. I'll join Kanagi's squad. At his surrender, Honoda and Suo shared a triumphant high five. Just as Kanagi and Akane appeared, dragging their latest prize, IU, wrapped in chains, Kanagi's eyes went wide, finally registering the massive crater that was once a courtyard. The destruction was absolute. He was speechless. Suo just smirked, slapping him on the back. Don't sweat it. I'm counting on you to write one hell of an apology letter for this mess. Hunad stepped between them, playing the diplomat. Calm down. Ren can probably patch this up with his powers. Besides, that's not our biggest issue. We're still one member short for the mission, Akane said, shaking her head. I'm tapped out. Kanagi, you got anyone in mind? A slow, confident grin spread across Kanagi's face as he gestured toward the stunned faces of the special task force, Icha, Mikado, and Nisha. Funny you should ask. I've already processed their transfers. And just like that, a new team was born from the ashes. For now, they were his, fighting under his banner. But in a far darker corner of the world, deep inside the watchtower, the last of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse convened in shadow. Only 5 remained, but their numbers were meaningless. Their faith in their victory was absolute, because they possessed the one weapon that could end the world. The vessel, known as Midori's body. With this power, the anti-prophecy unit's destruction was no longer a distant hope, it was an inevitability. Number Zero's voice resonated through the chamber. Never forget our creed. Everything we do is for the sake of the end. A prophecy, long dormant, was stirring. Within the anti-prophecy's research chamber, the silence was a suffocating weight. The assistant superintendent's voice was a strained whisper. Director, did you get it? A grave nod was the only answer. The Book of Doom, he confirmed, the name hanging in the air like a death sentence. We thought the 12 apostles each held a single volume. But it's not 12 books, it is one, ripped apart. The 8 volumes Midori recovered. They confirmed the worst. A shadow passed over his face. This new catastrophe. It's written right here, every detail. He pointed to a line. Specifically, a passage about a unique rank, the Bhagavad Gita. He leaned in, the gravity of his words pulling them closer, to unravel creation itself. The 12 apostles need Midori's power, only hers. She is the key to it all. And at that very moment, high above a restless sea, Midori flew beside Hajime, one of the 12 apostles. They cut through the clouds, racing towards an unseen fate. The silence between them screamed louder than any storm. Midori's voice sliced through the quiet. Hajime, have you ever read the Gita? He just shook his head, once. It's an old Hindu scripture, she said, her voice hollow. It's about fulfilling one's duty, without selfish attachment. Her eyes drifted down to the sleeping world below. Whoever wrote this destiny for us, a bitter smile touched her lips, must have hated mankind with every fiber of their being. They broke through the clouds. The electric glow of New York's Times Square rushed up to greet them. Down below, a family gazed at the sky, their last peaceful moment ticking away. A child's shout cut through the city's hum, pure, unadulterated awe. He pointed. It's Midori, the world's strongest hero. A whisper became a roar. The crowd erupted. A forest of phones shot up, everyone desperate to capture their idol. They buzzed with excitement. Hajime had called him a samurai. A wave of adoring faces surged forward, the air crackling with their energy. They saw their savior, their living, breathing hope. And amid the thunderous cheers, Midori gave Hajime a single, cold command. Begin. No hesitation, no remorse. A volatile sphere of energy ignited in Midori's palm. The crowd only cheered louder, their faces bright with trust. They were celebrating their own annihilation and didn't even know it. A father smiled, lining up the perfect photo. His child beamed, the hero Midori, a perfect backdrop to their final moment. Then, Midori's hand shot skyward. The sphere of energy was unleashed. It didn't fly. It devoured. The sky vanished. The sun blotted out. Light itself twisted into a colossal vortex of raw power. From somewhere deep inside, the real Midori screamed, a desperate, silent plea for Number Zero to stop. His voice was swallowed by the storm. Too late. Number Zero had summoned the end. He had cast time's turbulence asterisk. Miles away, in the cold cafeteria of anti-prophecy, Kanagi's lecture was shattered. Sue sprinted toward him, his face a mask of terror. He shoved a phone at Kanagi, his hands shaking. The screen flashed with a breaking news alert. The live feed was chaos. New York City, ripped apart, swallowed by fire. All of it caused by Midori. A grim reporter's voice crackled over the pandemonium. An awakener, one of their own, had just declared war on humanity. And in the deep silence of the everlasting hut, something ancient began to stir. The American branch was in chaos. Superintendent Vice's voice, shredded with fury, ripped through the comms, aimed straight at Io. His rage was a wildfire. Midori had just erased a city. Io attempted to de-escalate, to control the storm. But the silence was deafening, filled with the ghosts of millions. An entire population, gone, at the heart of the world's economy. New York was gone, and then, Io dropped the bomb. The annihilation wasn't Midori's work. It was the leader of the 12 apostles, pulling Midori's strings like a macabre puppet master. She laid out the grim intelligence. They had a name, Warren Hastings, an Englishman. Io's theory cut deeper. He was colluding with invaders from another dimension. The truth struck Vice like a physical blow. As he struggled to process it, Io pressed on. The 12 apostles were using artifacts completely undetectable by Anti-Prophecy's network. The implication was horrifying. A power far beyond their comprehension was backing this enemy. But her logic was lost on Vice's grief and rage. He shot back, the blame landing squarely on her. It didn't matter who was the puppeteer. The monster who leveled a city was a product of times her times special task force. His warning sent a chill down her spine. The White House was considering a nuclear strike on Midori. A futile, desperate act. Vice knew it. He knew nuclear fire was just a candle flame against Midori's power. He stared at her, the weight of the world in his gaze, and asked what she would do. As the question hung in the charged air, the scene snapped back to the cafeteria. Kanagi's eyes locked onto Sue. Lesson 15. Status. Sue confirmed it was done, but Kanagi's next words stole the air from his lungs. Effective immediately, Kanagi stated, "You are the vice captain of the Kanagi squad." He gave no time for the shock to settle. "Your first order is to ensure every member masters their lessons. Keep them battle-ready until deployment." His gaze sharpened. Irian and Akihina. Their infighting is a liability. They will achieve perfect synchronization. Drill them together until they are a single weapon. I expect nothing less than perfection. Sue hesitated. "And you, Captain? What are your orders?" The faintest hint of a smile touched Kanagi's lips. "I," he stated, "am going to sleep. And this time, it will be an exceptionally deep sleep." His voice dropped, becoming a blade of ice. "Ensure I am not disturbed." It was not a request. It was an absolute decree. Sue bowed, his faith in this man unwavering. The command would be obeyed. Miles away, within the everlasting hut, a counteroffensive was born. Io's voice was steel. "We're engaging Midori head-on. I'm mobilizing our most powerful unit. We are putting an end to this." Back at base, Kanagi entered his quarters. The instant his back hit the bed, his consciousness plunged into a familiar, violent reality. His sword was already in his hand, its cold weight an old friend. Hinoi stood before him, a predator's smile stretching across his face. The other founders watched, silent arbiters in this brutal lesson. No warning, no opening stance. A blur of impossible speed, a flash of silver. Kanagi's world was torn asunder. He reformed in a blink, only to be shattered again by Hinoi's merciless assault. Hinoi's voice, calm and cruel, echoed in the void. "You were the one who told us never to hold back, Kanagi. Playtime is over. Now, he will be devoured." He explodes forward, a blur of pure malice aimed directly at Kanagi. Another founder lunges, desperate to stop the slaughter. But Wanak and Mage intercept him, their bodies forming an impassable wall. Dissent whispers through the other founders, their voices low and sharp. They know this brutal, accelerated training has a purpose. But Kanagi is shattering. He has died too many times. His very soul is beginning to fray, threatening to scatter on the wind. Yet, as they argue, a cold, undeniable truth descends upon them. Midori is the absolute apex of this generation's power. And as he is now, Kanagi is nothing to him. Not a rival, not even a speed bump. This training is the gamble of a madman. A soul-crushing, desperate ordeal. But it is their only path to victory. The founder from before speaks again, her voice strained with worry. Every man has his breaking point. But the alchemist merely offers a chilling, serene smile. "Do not worry. Kanagi was never built for a gentle touch." Mage watches from the side. He witnesses Kanagi being torn to shreds, over and over and over again. And still, his faith is absolute. He knows Kanagi will claw his way out of this abyss. Kanagi can barely draw a breath, whispering an apology to Hinoi. The sheer pressure of his aura is a physical weight, crushing him, a tangible force pressing in from all sides. It's like being thrown into a raging blizzard atop a frozen mountain. He gasps, forcing air into his burning lungs. He gets up, he faces Hinoi, a flash of steel. He is cleaved in two, again, but this time, as the world dissolves into black, he sees it. A single severed strand of Hinoi's hair, drifting slowly toward the ground. Before, he couldn't land a single blow, couldn't even touch a hair on his head, but now, he finally broke through. He's died more times than he can possibly count, but the hunger to become stronger incinerates the pain. So Kanagi gets up, again and again. Meanwhile, at the gateway of India in Mumbai, Aradib, the leader of Anti-Prophecy's Indian branch, locks eyes with Midori, a defiant fire igniting in his gaze. His voice cuts through the tension. "Have you forgotten, Midori? Without me, that special rank prophecy boss would have burned this city to ash." A cold smile twists Midori's lips, a smile that isn't his. "We fought side by side to protect this place," Aradib pressed on. "Are you here now just to watch it all burn?" Midori's head tilted. The voice that answered was alien, dismissive, such primitive loyalty. "Make no mistake, this is my body. But it is number 0 who pulls the strings. The entity wearing Midori's face mocked Eridib's hope. You think he can fight me? That he has any will left of his own? Number 0 scoffed. To twist the knife deeper, it did the unthinkable. It reached into its host's mind and broadcast Midori's true thoughts for Aradib to hear. A broken whisper echoed, the real Midori's voice. I'm sorry, Aradib. Run from here. But Aradib stood his ground, his resolve hardening into unyielding steel. This is my home, and I will defend it until my very last breath. Far away, within the everlasting hut, Io revealed a terrible history to the superintendent's assistant, a 100-year war between humanity and the invaders from another dimension. It all started back in the Founders era, she began. Before anything else, the tower simply appeared. The crack, the prophecies, it all led to this. And through every long, bloody war in history, there have always been traitors, humans who would sell out their own kind to see the world burn. While she spoke, an aide's face went pale, his eyes locked on the newsfeed. India had fallen. He watched in horror as the projected path of destruction carved its way straight toward Europe. Io's expression remained unchanged. She'd foreseen this. A shame, she said coolly. I'd have preferred they came for Japan directly. Her aide, bewildered, could only ask, why? She explained. Number 0 has only just claimed Midori's vessel. The parasite is new to its host. It cannot yet unleash that body's true potential. Her gaze then shifted, finding Tangen. You're being deployed to the front lines, she stated, not as a request, but as a fact. Tangen could only muster a hollow laugh. So much for just being the muscle during peacetime, huh? But the true shockwave hit when Io declared, and I will be joining you on the field. At the same time, the Kanagi squad made their final preparations. They were humanity's last, desperate hope against Midori, but they weren't ready yet. So Io's command was simple. Buy them time. Hibiki and the other captains stood grim-faced. Their knuckles were white as they asked, how much time do they need? Kanagi says he needs 2 days. Io's voice cut through the tension. Our destination is the Pacific Ocean. We make our stand there. And so, on that desolate stretch of water, the entire Japanese anti-prophecy division assembled, a final line drawn against annihilation. Midori descended, a blur of speed. His hand shot forward. Asterisk, cataclysmic turbulence times roared toward them. Then, it shattered. A wall of pure will. Eos times aegis of serenity times held firm. Surprise flickered across Midori's face. His eyes narrowed. Io met his gaze. A smirk played on her lips. Don't you dare underestimate us. But just moments before, as the captains prepared to depart, Hagi and her squad had rushed to their leader. Their voices were desperate, pleading to face the head of the 12 apostles alongside them. He refused. But Hagi, tears streaming down her face, cried out, even if we're not strong enough to fight, we can be your shields. Let us protect you. Her captain and all the others turned. Their faces were etched with a sorrowful resolve. He asked them softly, do you truly understand why we are walking into a battle we can't win? He didn't need to explain the chasm in power, the certainty of their own demise. We fight and die, so that you, our hope, will live to see tomorrow. The captains place their trust in their subordinates, believing they will take on the responsibility of protecting the world. Saying this, the captains leave their subordinates behind. While some break into tears, others steel their resolve, determined to protect the Kanagi squad until their preparation is complete. Even though their eyes are filled with sorrow, they know they must act instead of merely crying, and they must act quickly. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and assistants, teleport to the ocean where they now stand face-to-face with Midori. As Io effortlessly blocks Midori's spell, the other captains watch in amazement at her immense power. Midori, too, is taken back by this unknown ability. Number 0. Reading through Midori's memories recognizes Io as the superintendent of anti-prophecy, a mother figure to Midori, who has always kept her true strength hidden. Io, standing before him, declares that this is the first time in 100 years she has used her abilities on the battlefield. None of the captains have ever seen her unleash her full power before. But now, before their very eyes, she activates her 8-mirror spell. This spell has 2 stages. The first allows Io to completely nullify any ability as long as she understands its effects, granting her a 100% defense rate. The nature of this ability is a direct countermeasure, combining perfectly with a mage's advanced analytical skills. Wasting no time, Midori follows up with his blazing turbulent spell, unleashing a barrage of powerful tornadoes toward Io. Seeing them, the captains realize this is the same skill that burned all of India to the ground. Fortunately, Ao knows this ability and effortlessly deflects it. The second stage of her skill allows her to copy an ability once she has reflected it. As she sends her own tornadoes, they collide with Midori's and completely destroy them. Midori, now focusing on the battle, understands how her skill works, but grows annoyed as he senses someone trying to attack him from the side. One of the captains launches his infinite fist attack, bombarding Midori with a barrage of punches. Each time a punch lands, Midori feels his body growing numb. However, despite delivering countless blows, The captain stared, shocked. Midori was completely unfazed. In a flash, he lunged, grappling Midori in midair. Now, he roared, signaling the others to strike. Hibiki instantly unleashed her times, sound visualization, release, Phoenix asterisk. The other captains followed, a storm of devastating abilities crashing down on Midori at once. Yet, Midori merely countered with his times wall of cutting pearl times spell. A maelstrom of tornadoes erupted, blasting every captain away. As the dust settled, Midori stood unscathed, sneering. Did you really bring these weaklings to fight me, Io? But his taunt died in his throat as he felt a crushing aura from above. He glanced up. The superintendent's assistant was conjuring a sphere of energy the size of a sun, preparing to drop it on his head. Midori knew that technique. It grew stronger with every passing second. He moved to form his own counter, but the female assistant acted first. Her voice cut through the air. Asterisk, slave maker, asterisk. Arcane shackles materialized, binding his hands. Midori froze. He never expected such coordination. His spells. They were sealed. At that moment, the man finished his spell, hurling the massive, fiery sphere toward the immobilized Midori. The attack screamed downward. No escape. He couldn't dodge. But perhaps with his ultimate wind attack at the last possible second, he could mitigate the blast. He might just survive. But as the thought crossed his mind, he saw it another identical fireball, rising from below, born from Io's times mirror times spell. The woman raised her arms, her face a mask of grim resolve. For the future of everyone, you must die here. Trapped by energy chains, caught between two suns, he could only curse her name. From a safe distance, a lone figure watched through binoculars. Two flaming spheres collided, unleashing a blinding, silent explosion. It was like a colossal atomic bomb. A mushroom cloud tore through the sky, the shockwave scouring the entire landscape. The soldier lowered his binoculars, his face pale with dread. He glanced back. An aircraft carrier and its battle group were steaming toward the target zone at full speed. Disbelief colored his voice. Just look at that, another soldier breathed over the comms. The white-hot light. It had to be at least several thousand degrees. How could anything possibly survive that? Whether they are friend or foe. He points at the screen, confident. That should be more than enough to handle it. But a stern man, arms crossed, he surveys the chaos. A grim expression etched on his face. They call him Mr. Richard. This isn't over yet. From the heart of the sea, the light energy pulses. A violet star burns at its core. As the glare recedes, a silhouette of a man stands unharmed in its center. The command room is frozen in disbelief. Impossible. No one could have survived such a cataclysmic explosion. Leonis Vault simply brushes a hand through his hair. Did you truly sacrifice your own people just to try and kill me? He asks, his voice laced with amusement. I have to praise you for catching me off guard, he admits, a cold smile spreading. All that effort, such an elaborate plan, just to land one successful hit on me. But you have no idea what you've actually just unleashed. He grits his teeth, a tremor of raw power barely contained within his chest. Then he roars, a challenge to the heavens. Look at me, I am completely unscathed. The man spreads his arms wide, a harbinger of destruction. I was just hit by a 1,000-degree fireball, and there isn't a single scratch on me. While the blonde man boasts, a dozen crosshairs converge on him. In that exact moment, the sky rips open. A squadron of jets unleashes a hellstorm, riddling his body with direct hits. A volley of missiles screams from the carriers and planes. A final, desperate gambit. Comms crackle with reports of downed pilots. The cost of this assault is mounting. The sea boils, churning from the sheer violence of this war, far worse than any storm. With the force of a colossal wave, the aircraft carrier lurches violently as planes are swatted from the sky. And through it all, the man laughs a sound of pure ecstasy echoing over the carnage. Another, larger warship cuts through the waves, approaching the battlefield. Marcus now, Mr. Richard thunders. Stick to the plan. A golden aura erupts from Marcus's body, enveloping their ship in a protective shield. It's not enough. The barrier shimmers, then cracks under the immense pressure. Marcus is staggered by the sheer power. I can barely hold this shield from this distance. He knows. Against a power of this magnitude, this man isn't a target. He's a cataclysm. A being with the power to shatter their entire world. Mr. Richard's hand tightened into a fist. His knuckles turned white. No, he growled. This is not over yet. We can't give up. Not now. Not ever. But then, a wave of vertigo struck Leonis. The world tilted, forcing a hand to his temple. A voice echoed in his mind. A whisper. Asterisk. We knew you'd burn through your power too quickly. Asterisk. He found himself facing a woman with snow-white hair. Finally run out of energy. Have we? She dangled an empty vial before him. Number 0. Elsewhere, beneath a simple thatched roof, the remaining heroes gathered. Satsuna's voice was tight. Do we even stand a chance against him? A blonde man cut her off. Don't kill what little morale we have left, he snapped. She shot back. Must I always sugarcoat the truth for you? He bristled at her words, but the commissioner silenced them both. Defeating him in a straight fight is likely impossible. The white-haired woman then asked how. The commissioner intends to stop him. Winning the battle, she replied, isn't the only path to victory. We can still achieve our objective, and to do that, we'll use this. She held up a vial, its contents shimmering with a faint light. The artifact was the time's sandglass cage asterisk, and now it held Leonis captive. He stared at the shimmering bars. A flicker of recognition. This prison. It was disturbingly familiar. The commissioner smiled. I bet you recognize it, she purred. It's a perfect match for the one you gave your henchman. The memory slammed into him. The cage. The man. The one who paid for his failure with an arm. He never imagined there was more than one of that cursed artifact. But his composure held. So what, he sneered. If I wanted to break this cage, I'd need a colossal amount of aura, but since I've practically exhausted my power, that will be impossible for you now. His eyes darkened with rage. Leonis glared at the old woman, a venomous hatred burning in his gaze. He let out a slow, cruel smile. So this is it? He chuckled. You're just buying time? The thought confused him. Trapping me for a moment, he mused, changes nothing. Her confidence was unshakable. You wouldn't say that if you knew what we have planned. You have no idea what's coming. The scene shifts. Two swordsmen, their blades a blur of motion. They train relentlessly as the lady's voice echoes, just wait a few days. He's about to witness something truly spectacular. He rests a hand on his chin. Leonis taunts her, asking if she truly believed he was blind to their little scheme. The blonde man smirks. It has something to do with a boy named Minato Kanagi, doesn't it? Ayo's composure shatters. The question hangs in the air, stealing the breath from her lungs. Tapping his temple, Leonis grins. I had plenty of time to pluck a few memories from that mind of yours. He leans in. Do you have any idea what Midori Ichihara thinks of him? He believes that boy is the one who will end all prophecies. Ayo's eyes widen in horror. Midori said that about Minato? Impressive, isn't it? Leonis sneers. The moment I seized this body, Minato became my #1 target. His fist clenches, knuckles white. He spits the words with pure venom. The end of all prophecies. His voice rises, filled with outrage. Are we supposed to simply allow that to happen? No, Minato must be stopped, whatever the cost. Ayo's glare is daggers. A silent curse forms on her lips. But Leonis isn't finished. Oh, but there's more. A violet energy begins to coil within the cage, and a fresh wave of dread washes over her. Leonis chuckles. You don't even know the half of it, little lady. Even as we speak, Midori Ichihara's power continues to swell. Panic floods her system. There's no way out. No plan left. The aura I've used so far, it's nothing. A drop in the ocean of power this body holds. All you've done is melt the very tip of the iceberg. The more I fight, the stronger Midori's body becomes. The more aura I can command. A brilliant yellow light erupts from her body, the times Yada mirror asterisk. A fist slams into her gut. Too fast, she couldn't react. Leonis's hand tears straight through her torso, a gaping wound. The cage behind her explodes. She had no time to defend. A single fatal blow to a vital point. He casually withdraws his hand. Leonis looks around, unconcerned. Now then, which way is Japan? Miles away, our hero sleeps, oblivious, as the symbol on his hand begins to burn with a blinding light. The Japanese CPU threw everything they had at imprisoning Midori. But their desperate gambit ended in catastrophic failure. And now, Number Zero had learned the truth. How to unleash a torrent of aura through Midori's body. A violent vortex of purple energy erupts, a storm visible even from Earth's orbit. Leonis's power has swelled to terrifying new heights. In Japan, Shinji and Ichi's training halts. He feels it a colossal wave of dark energy washing over them. The long-haired girl scratches her head. The plan. It must have failed. Midori is in training. They have to get back to headquarters. Meanwhile, Kirasagi, deep in his own battle, feels the shift in the world's energy. A cold dread falls over the academy. No one knows what's happening. Icha knows they must prepare for the worst. Shinji's hand is already on his sword. Back at CPU headquarters, inside the silent chaos of the monitoring room, a woman with tied-up hair stares at the blank screens, her voice strained. Are we still waiting for visuals from the American fleet? Her assistant's fingers fly across the keys. The fleet, it's gone. Wiped out by the enemy, he says, his voice hollow. Pull up the satellite feed, now. The woman's command barely hides her rising fear. She clenches her fist. Her time's Raven-Eyes times are useless over the open ocean. She can only wonder, how are the commissioner and her team? Suddenly, a broken group appears behind her. Ren, a weak voice calls. She whips around, a name catching in her throat. Shiki! They're all battered, broken, so many of them. The white-haired girl pleads, we need your healing arts. Now. Ren doesn't hesitate. She sprints towards them, her face a mask of focus, until it shatters. Her eyes lock onto one figure, Commissioner Ayo, critically wounded. Unconscious, Shiki's face is stained with tears. It's bad, Ren. It's so bad. Looking at Commissioner Ayo, anyone could see it. The light in her was already fading. A memory surfaces. Just a few hours ago, the commissioner had looked Shiki dead in the eye. Listen closely. Our survival hinges on you. She laid out the plan one last time. I need you, Io had said, her voice firm. Stun the enemy. Give Tangen and me the opening for Time's heavenly descent **. Shiki had bowed low, her voice filled with conviction. I'll give my life to see it done. Before the words were even fully out, a sharp slap across her head stunned her into silence. Io's eyes were blazing. You fool, she'd snapped. You absolute fool. You've misunderstood everything. You must survive, no matter the cost, to get everyone home. Her voice was weak, but her command was absolute. Shiki had to understand. Her own survival was the key to everyone else's. But Shiki couldn't accept it. The white-haired girl opened her mouth to argue, but one look from Commissioner Io silenced her. Her face was a mask of cold resolve, a look that could shatter the will of the strongest warrior. Tears welled. Shiki's voice trembled, threatening to break. I remember. She remembered being just a child, how Mrs. Io had watched over them all with such warmth. I don't want to lose you, she choked out, the memory of the commissioner's old smile flashing in her mind. That smile, always so reassuring, the feeling of a gentle hand on her head, a soft voice calming her fears. A promise whispered in the past. Everything will be okay. I won't let anyone die. Back then, Io had smiled, explaining that protecting everyone was the entire point of their mission. But now, that smile was gone, replaced by this broken reality. The commissioner lay shattered, hidden behind an oxygen mask as the team scrambled in a frantic rush to save her. Commissioner Io, don't leave us, Shiki screamed, her voice raw with desperation. She turned on Ren, whose hands glowed with healing light, but the magic was failing. The artifact's curse. It had frozen time around the commissioner's wounds, blocking all attempts to heal. The long-haired woman pushed her power to its limit, sweat beading on her brow. I can only keep her stable, she admitted, her voice strained. It's not a fix. The time stasis only worked inside the CPU. Moving her might break the spell, but her condition was far too critical. The choice was impossible. Suddenly, a deafening crash. The sound ripped through the air, silencing everyone. Tangen? Shiki. They all froze. Tangen's eyes shot upwards. They're here. Beyond the shattered walls of the CPU, a figure in a turban watched them, a silent predator. He wasn't alone. 3 others stood with him, flanking the monstrous form of Leon's vault. And on Leon's face, a twisted, chilling smile. Something inside Shiki snapped. Fire ignited in her eyes. I'll kill every last one of you, she snarled. Shiki, don't! Ren cried out, but it was too late. She was already gone. A flicker of movement. She reappeared in their midst. A lone warrior facing monsters. Pure hatred burned in her gaze. Her hands came together. Spatial division, *. Shiki Kitamori's power tore reality apart, instantly stitching one piece of space to another. It was a power that let her blink across space with pinpoint accuracy. But out here, in the open, that control shattered. Her ability became a wild, unpredictable force. The world warped around her. Space and time buckled, threatening catastrophe. Reality fractured into a dizzying mosaic. Tangen's voice roared with fury. You reckless fool! The commissioner is still in there! Across the battlefield, Leonis Vault's gaze narrowed, fixed on the girl who had just torn a hole in reality. Hajime, the name was a command. His partner was already moving, sword in hand. He drew upon the time's relic of the abyss, *, dark power pulsing from the artifact into his blade. His hand moved, a flash of steel. He unleashed time's Kulika strike *, carving a wound into space itself. A torrent of light erupted from the slash. It moved too fast. Shiki had no time to react. Her eyes widened in shock as the world before her shattered like glass. Crystalline fragments rained down. A searing pain shot through her arm, torn open by the blow. A low chuckle came from the girl in red. My, Hajime, she purred, always so merciless. You almost make me feel sorry for the heroes. But Hajime's stance never wavered. Stay focused, he warned, his voice low. His eyes darted to the side, a flicker of suspicion in his gaze. It wasn't over. Through the dust, he saw her. Shiki was down, bleeding, but not broken. And she wasn't alone. Her friends were there. Shinji was already at her side, holding her. Shiki, are you all right? He pleaded. Pain etched her face, but her eyes were pure steel. The Kanagi unit. What's their status? She grit out. Leonis watched as more figures emerged from the chaos. More of them, he sighed with theatrical boredom. I'm growing so tired of swatting these flies. Special Agent Icha Hinoi stepped forward. Her hand rested on the hilt of her blade, ready. Every enemy eye locked onto her, waiting for the inevitable. A quiet, potent energy began to radiate from her form. My apologies, she said, her voice calm as she began to advance. Our captain is quite the sleepyhead, so until he decides to wake up, we'll be more than happy to keep you busy. The purple-eyed man sneered, his face a mask of utter contempt at her audacity. From his vantage point, Leonis Vault surveyed the defiant heroes gathering below him. Something felt off. He could understand the motivation of Makoto's younger brother. He even understood why Special Agent Icha Hinoi would stand against him. But the others? His gaze swept across their determined faces, searching for an answer. Leonis scanned them, one by one. His eyes locked on Koname and Isuk, a question burning in his mind. Why would they throw their lives away for this? In all of Midori's memories, they were insignificant. They were no threat, and yet, here they were, defying him. He couldn't comprehend it. Why risk utter annihilation for someone so far beneath them? It was illogical. Koname met his gaze. A slow, unnerving smile spread across his face. A cold dread coiled in Leonis's gut. He saw it then, the boy's aura, blazing with defiant light. Before Leonis could even move, Koname and Isuk stepped forward together. Koname placed a hand on Isuk's shoulder, a blinding energy erupting from them. In a flash, they were gone. Shiki, struggling on the ground, could only watch in shock. "What just happened?" she screamed. But her teammates, they had vanished too. Gone, all of them. Was this some kind of teleportation? Whose power was this? Suddenly, Koname reappeared, beaming. He struck a victory pose. How was that? But then Isuk popped back into existence. I sent them away. A first aid kit was in his hand. My ability did the heavy lifting. Shiki stared, stunned by the sheer scale of the boy's technique. How? She stammered. Isuk and Koname immediately started bickering. Hey, I helped. It was a combined effort. Just explain it, Shiki demanded, cutting through their noise. Isuk sighed. It's a combination of my times, my sweet home times, and his times extended self-asterisk. Koname's power amplifies the range of any ability he touches. Normally, Isuk's ability only works on himself, but with Koname's boost, he could warp everyone in the immediate vicinity, the entire battlefield. The purple-haired boy's range might not match Shiki's, but he can teleport anyone he chooses to a precise location. Hajime now stood before Icha. The duel was set. Isuk had scattered them all, creating perfectly balanced one-on-one battles. Now, only the three of them remained on the empty battlefield. The rest of the team was already locked in their own fights. Shiki was speechless at the brilliant, insane strategy. Isuk smirked. Oh, and I sent number 0 to a very special place, just for him. The scene shifted. Leonis was floating, drifting in an endless void. He was trapped in a sea of crimson, a thick, blood-like liquid surrounding him. Disoriented, lost. He couldn't tell up from down. For the first time, the hunter had become the prey. Then, a ripple in the water draws his eye. Below the surface, a horde of sea monsters materializes. Twisted sharks with shifting flesh, abyssal octopuses, fish with dead, malevolent eyes. They surge toward number 0, a silent, deadly trap closing in from the depths. Elsewhere, a uniformed man grips his sword, staring into a placid lake. He knows. By now, Leonis is trapped, deep within the limestone caverns of the CPU facilities. He's in the 17th rift, Shimo Agito, a one-way passage to another dimension, a tier in reality that expands by 4 inches each year. Its growth is unstoppable. A prophecy even the great Midori couldn't break. Let's see how number 0 handles being caged for eternity. Meanwhile, atop Mount Nagano, Hajime finds himself face-to-face with Ichika. The white-haired swordsman scans the unfamiliar peaks. Where am I? Did you teleport me? Ichika's soft chuckle is his only answer. She closes the distance, a predator stalking her prey. It seems our little divide-and-conquer plan was a success. Hajime's voice is ice. What did you do to the boss? Oh, him? She muses. We sent him somewhere he can never, ever leave. His hand tightens on his sheathed blade. If that's your plan, you should have sent all of us there with him. Ichika waves a dismissive hand. Don't be a fool. One of you might have an escape artifact. Too risky. We had to be absolutely certain there was no way back for him. The commissioner must remain untouched. And your boss. He's the biggest risk. Besides, I wanted the fun of taking out his little minions one by one. A low hum emanates from Hajime as energy surges through him. You really think you can take me? His voice is a low growl. Her smile widens. This will be child's play. Only your boss was ever a real threat. Without your precious artifacts, the rest of you are nothing. That was it. The final straw. Hajime's face darkens, and he moves. Egg explodes forward. Kika strike. Blinding beams of light shatter the air between them. Several strikes find their mark. But her eyes bleed crimson. A storm of cherry blossoms swirls in her pupils. Asterisk, dawn solitude, asterisk. Her gaze ignites with an ethereal neon glow. Asterisk dawn solitude times is one of Icha's innate techniques, a power she was born with. On the surface, it was long considered a simple, useless ability. But they were wrong. Its true power lies in severing all connections, blocking every internal and external influence to unleash the absolute potential of her mind and body. She moves like a phantom, her eyes twin beacons of pink light. Simply put, the ability grants her 100% concentration in any battle, regardless of the arena or the enemy. The girl can now summon her entire strength into a single fatal blow. She closes the distance. The world goes black. All that remains is the piercing pink glow from Icha's eyes. A single slash, a whisper of steel across Hajime's chest. It's more than enough to send him flying, shattering the young man's balance and breaking his stance. Her assault is complete. Transcendents who master martial arts dedicate countless lifetimes to honing their bodies. They understand better than anyone the value of a perfectly disciplined vessel like hers. With a cold, superior gaze, she scoffs, "You don't even begin to compare to Makoto." Back at the CPU's sprawling practice grounds, a pair of heroes faces down a pair of villains. With a mocking smile, the girl in the red hat speaks. "Switching to a 2-on-2 won't make a difference," Sete sneers. The pair of CPU warriors remain utterly unfazed. Sete turns to Ashara. "So what's our move?" Just then, rain begins to fall, drenching the four combatants. With his eyes shut and a pained expression, Ashara says, "If you can hold them, I can fight." But a fist is already hurtling toward him. The punch lands with crushing force. Ashara is blasted away. Midori scoffs, "Did you really think we'd wait for you to get your act together?" Sete watches the white-haired warrior advance on her fallen teammate. While she's distracted, her opponent's living hair lashes out, binding her. He's suddenly lost in a memory. His little red-haired friend, her hands playfully touching his hair. Hatred burns in his eyes. "Are you one of the fiends who murdered Makoto?" Now almost completely engulfed by the boy's animated hair, she says, "Ah, I see now." A cruel smile plays on her lips. "Still upset about that, are you?" Crimson lightning cracks across the heavens, bleeding the sky red. The two warriors dive for cover as the bolts hunt them from above. A twisted grin spreads across C's face, a whirlwind of playing cards her only audience. Laughter bubbles from her lips, her eyes wide with madness. She unleashes Time's Queen of Hearts asterisk. Her cards sprout limbs, twisting into grotesque soldiers. The long-haired warrior sees it now. It's not just paper, it's telekinesis. "Scatter," she commands her loyal, papery minions. A legion of cards floods the battlefield. "Find me Minato Kanagi," she hisses. But her opponent stands firm. He will not let her touch Minato. He gathers his power, just as another time Scarlet Thunderbolt times screams down from the sky. He evades it in a blur of motion. The two CPU fighters stand back to back once more. A new figure emerges from the smoke and chaos. "Ashara, my power," he declares, gives form to feeling. He raises a hand. It covers his face. He activates Time's Mask of 1,000 Faces asterisk. His voice drops, chilling them to the bone. An aura of pure dread radiates from him. Prepare to die. His eyes become voids of black. His features warp beyond recognition. This is the Time's Face of Anger asterisk. A storm of lightning erupts, dozens of bolts crashing down upon the battlefield. The world is noise and fire. Meanwhile, in Tokuzawa, Saitama Prefecture, the sounds of war echo. Kisaragi, pushed to her limits, unleashes Time's even menace asterisk. But it's not enough. Her partner is in full retreat, fleeing from the onslaught. The bandaged man's fury is relentless. One arm, grotesquely swollen, hammers down. A flurry of blows. The blonde warrior desperately tries to parry. The villain's fists miss, shattering the very mountainside. Each impact is a thunderclap of destruction. The hulking man never stops. He is a force of nature, relentlessly hunting his prey. Then, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos. Shinji descends from the sky, using Time's soaring Tengu asterisk. A thick smokescreen engulfs the area. The enemy growls, beginning to thrash. His giant hand carves through the haze, effortlessly tearing the whirlwind of sand apart. Below, the three CPU warriors regroup. Their eyes are fixed on the monster. Kisaragi's confidence is gone, replaced by a cold dread. She knew this would be hard. But this was something else entirely. The creature stared back, its eyes hollow, promising only oblivion. Cold, dead eyes stared back. This was Dry, one of the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. They withstood his opening salvo. A smirk crossed his face. Strong, then, but to him, they were nothing more than insects buzzing in his path. A waste of energy. He would end this now. The blonde warrior offered a cold smile. "You talk a big game, and for a man who's about to die." Shinji's hand tightened on his hilt, energy crackling. "I'll carve this lesson into your very soul." But Kurosagi saw the truth. The rage was boiling over. He was losing control. And she knew why. The memory was a fresh wound that gray, rain-soaked day. His brother's funeral. The 12 disciples had put Captain Makoto in that grave. Dry's gaze sharpened, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Wait, that red hair. You look just like that failure," Makoto swore. His voice dripped with venom. "Are you his little brother?" Shinji's eyes went wide. Ice shot through his veins. Dry let a long, grotesque tongue slide over his lips. "Tell me, how does it feel, knowing your pathetic brother was too weak to even handle a scrub like Doze?" Something inside Shinji snapped. The last thread of his composure vanished, blinded by pure, murderous hatred. No thought, no plan, only a roar as he charged. Dry's massive hand rippled, flesh twisting. It morphed into a grotesque, living cannon. He was preparing time's La Traviata asterisk. A sphere of violent purple energy gathered at its tip, humming with power. The sudden transformation stunned them all. Their eyes locked on the growing threat. Back at CPU headquarters, the fight was a different kind. Every second was critical. The healers poured all their strength into Mrs. Io. They gave everything they had, and then a flutter, a pulse. Ren grabbed her hand, feeling the faint, steady rhythm of a heartbeat. Relief washed over her. She couldn't stop it. A single tear of pure joy traced a path down her cheek. A voice cut through the quiet relief. "Ushima unit, report your status." The reply was swift. "The captain's wounds are nearly closed." 4 more elite hunters stood ready, prepared to reinforce the Kanagi unit. But a figure in a cap and sunglasses raised a hand. "Hold your position. But first, they have a small problem to handle and several cards to play. Minato's location is swarmed. Tengen barks out orders for everyone to get into formation. Their mission is clear: protect Minato until he awakens. So as one team fights to save Mrs. Yo's life, the other prepares to face the incoming horde. But the goateed man suddenly freezes, sensing an impossibly vast energy that has just blanketed the entire area. Isuke and Koname feel it too. A violent tremor, like the world itself is shaking apart. But Isuke knows this is no mere earthquake. A colossal purple vortex tears open the sky, warping the very fabric of the environment. The uniformed man who was guarding Number Zero's prison realizes the seal is broken. That thing is an absolute monster. Konami's composure shatters. "No! He was supposed to be trapped in that rift forever," he screams. Isuke knows their time is running out. He grabs the boy. "Help me send that bastard somewhere even farther away." Kaname hesitates, but the purple-haired boy is relentless. "We have to save the captain." But before his words can convince his friend, something else seizes his attention. He looks up. His eyes go wide with disbelief. A pillar of pure blue light is erupting from the CPU building, and it's flowing directly into Mrs. Io. Kanagi Manado is there, awake, pouring his own life force into her. Through her tears, Ren can only stare at the boy who just came back from the brink. He is completely focused, his gaze locked on Mrs. Io, his will bent on a single purpose: her survival. As he channels his power, Manado asks, "How long was I out?" Ren replies, "Just a few hours." Her eyes search his face, wondering how he could possibly have woken up so soon. While they mend one life, Number Zero is free, a walking catastrophe. She has to ask, Can you defeat him?" The protagonist meets her gaze, his own unwavering. "Yes, I'll defeat him, for you." He pauses. "But first, there's something I need to do." His dark hair bleeds into a stark, brilliant white. He continues channeling his newfound power into Mrs. Io. He leans in, his voice soft. "I'm sorry, I never meant to keep you waiting this long." With her strength now added to his, Manado believes he is finally strong enough to change their fate. He invokes the Time's Sacred Medical Tome asterisk. A near-liquid energy, impossibly potent, begins to seep from his very being, flowing towards the fallen woman. This is the power of Warrenine, the sovereign apothecary, an art that materializes a supreme healing spell from the tome that exists only in the user's mind. The gaping, fatal wound on the woman's chest shimmers. Slowly, impossibly, the flesh knits itself back together, leaving behind unblemished skin. The healers who had struggled to save Mrs. Io can only stare, their own efforts dwarfed by this miracle. The girl with glasses pushes them up her nose, her mind reeling. It wasn't just closed, the tissue was completely regenerated, even her internal organs restored. The sheer impossibility of it defies all logic. And just like that, a flicker of life returns. The woman's eyes begin to flutter open. Fresh tears stream down Ren's face as she chokes out a single name. Mrs. Io's gaze drifts, finally focusing on the face above her. The world is a blur, but she knows that silhouette. She knows it's Minato. He's smiling down at her. A weak smile touches her own lips as she whispers, "You finally came." With what little strength she has, she reaches for him. And in that moment, the face of the boy blurs, replaced by the familiar features of Warren. He catches her hand, holding it gently between both of his. A calm smile on his face, he murmurs, "You need to be more careful." Io replies, "I tried my best, but I wasn't much help." He cuts off her apology. "Don't say that. You were magnificent." Warren's voice is gentle. "Rest now. Your wounds are closed. When you wake, we'll all eat together, just like the old days." A memory surfaces in both their minds, 2 children, laughing, sharing a meal without a care in the world. The warmth of it makes Io's eyes well up with tears. She nods, clinging to her old friend's promise. From within, Warren observes through a psychic screen, turning to the other souls. "All right, everyone," he declares, "it's time to get back to work." Meanwhile, inside the CPU building, a storm of walking, armed playing cards descends. One of the defenders draws his blade. asterisk. Metal reinforcement, asterisk, asterisk. Thousandth blow, asterisk. He puts his whole body into the swing, turning the sword into a deadly bat. She parries, she slashes, tearing through the paper soldiers. Cards fall, shredded to pieces, defeated. The blonde unleashes a flurry of kicks, then erupts with Time's lethal chain blast asterisk. They fight back to back, a desperate defense against the endless swarm. She pours everything into her attacks, and only fells a single one, just like with Ava. Every one of these things, they're as strong as an En Shikami. No, stronger. She whips around, instinct screaming of an attack from behind. A three of clubs connects. A brutal kick slams into her face. The impact sends her flying, tumbling through the air. But with sheer will, she catches herself, planting her feet. Not yet. She refuses to go down without a fight. A tide of paper and hate surges toward her. But she won't break. A memory flashes through her mind. Captain Makabe, his face lit with a proud smile. I'm counting on you to save the world. He's counting on me. For him, I will fight until my last breath. She lunges forward again, fists and feet a blur against the onslaught. Then a presence beside her, a power she knows. It can't be. Captain Makabe? His times, stone punch times, obliterates a line of cards, turning them to dust. Her eyes widen in disbelief. She screams his name, a question and a prayer. Is it really him? He turns that familiar, reassuring smile on his face. Sorry I'm late, he says. A true warrior is supposed to stay dead, after all. Suddenly, a flash of gold. A single swing with a Time's golden bat, Times annihilates a dozen cards at once. The kid in the cap stares, completely stunned. Who? It's Captain Yoruzuya, striking a dramatic, pompous pose amidst the carnage. He dances through the enemy ranks, his expression hardening. Listen up. We're going to tear every last one of these cursed things to shreds. I need you with me, every last one. The two of them feel a surge of new strength. Their exhaustion vanishes, replaced by a burning fire. Their captains are back. But just as they're about to charge, Captain Makabe holds up a hand. Wait. His eyes are fixed on something high above, near the armored batter. It's Manado. He stands among the swarm, his sword held ready. Makabe can feel it. He's about to make his move. The boy shifts his stance. His grip tightens on the blade. The cards sense him. They swarm forward. He is utterly focused. Power gathers in his core, surging through his arms like a flash flood born from a single drop. This is the Hananoi style, the ultimate sword art. And now, he unleashes Time's Shadow Vortex asterisk. A maelstrom of steel rips through the air. Every card shredded. He spins, his sword a blur, becoming a true whirlwind of destruction. The dark vortex consumes the sky, leaving the boys below completely stunned. A confetti of paper begins to fall the lifeless pieces of the vanquished cards. Their threat extinguished, as they should be. But on the other battlefield, scarlet lightning continues to scar the landscape. Sai gasps, her eyes widening in disbelief. What is it? Ashara demands of his partner. She can't believe what she's seeing. There were more than 500 cards in total, and they were all annihilated in the blink of an eye. Pure hatred burns in the white-haired man's eyes. Is this the work of Minato Kanagi, our main target? He snarls, I will personally end him. His murderous gaze snaps back to his current opponents. They dance between bolts of lightning. I have better things to do than play with worms. He roars, a voice of pure malice. Stop resisting and just die already. Midori lets out a weary sigh, then prepares to act. His footing changes. The man braces one arm with the other, channeling power for his next attack. He aims directly at the two of them, his arm beginning to pulse with raw energy. The only ones about to die here, he says, are you. Veins throb on Ashura's face, a mask of pure fury. He glares at his ally. What in the hell do you think you're doing, Midori? But before he can intervene, a brilliant mark materializes on his arm, glowing with immense power. It's the man in sunglasses technique. Asterisk, the holy seal of exorcism, asterisk.